Yamada Kenchi is an ordinary 35-year-old salaryman. His story begins with him suddenly beating a game he has been playing for 3 years. But Yamada decides not to stop there. The previous game seems pretty simple to him, and now he wants to play longer, at least 10 years. The guy stumbles upon the game Fantasy World of Sword and Magic. The player is warned that an endless game awaits him. Kenchi finds this option quite suitable, so the guy decides to customize the game for himself. In the game's difficulty settings, he selects the Hellmode, in which the amount of experience required is increased by 100 times from the normal mode. There is no limit on levels. Satisfied, Yamada clicks on the selected mode, and the game starts. A bright picture with the game's characters opens up to his gaze. Mode: Hell. Hardcore gamer on the highest difficulty in another world. Such slogans as, "Put your life on the line," "Choose the hardest mode and open a new page of the history of another world" are displayed. It is a sunny day. A small boy stands near a barrel and greedily drinks water. This boy is the former Yamada Kenchi. Once upon a time, the guy was a 35-year-old employee who didn't even have a girlfriend. But now, 5 years have passed since his reincarnation in the game world. The old one remains just an echo of time. So he was born into a family of farm laborers. At first, the boy could not believe that he had become a child. But he simply had no other choice. The farmhand will not get another job and will never leave the village. Therefore, one has to get used to a new life. In his new body, the boy is named Alan. His parents are very proud of their son's integrity. The boy tries to help his mother with her chores, but sometimes she just wants him to enjoy his childhood and just play. Yamada is forced to be in this child's body, but he also does not want to worry his family. He cannot tell anyone about his reincarnation. Alan has a spell book that he often likes to look at. With the help of this book, the boy creates insects. Since he is a summoner, he can use magic to create cards with summoned monsters. And now, the boy creates a card of an insect, which he calls Denka. Denka is a grasshopper with a strength of 3 points, damage 2, defense 5, agility 5, intelligence 1, and luck 2. The main skill is jumping. All Alan can do is receive blessings from summoned creatures. The boy really wants to become stronger so that he can fight the monsters of this world. There are currently 20 cards in the spellbook. Their blessing increases Alan's stats. Thanks to this, his strength is comparable to that of an adult. The bell rings, signaling that it is already noon. The boy sits in the yard, leaning his back against a tree. Alan is always thinking about his skills. Improving his stats means controlling the game. The boy believes in it, but he can't get going yet. Suddenly, a little girl appears. She runs, waving her hand, and the boy hardens to play knights. The girl runs and does not even notice how she steps on Denka. She lifts her leg, but no longer notices the bug. Alan greets his friend. The girl excitedly invites him to play. The girl herself is Alan's sparring partner. She, just like the boy, wants to hunt monsters. The boys stand opposite each other and prepare for battle. The girl starts shouting that she is the Knight of Cyrene, challenging the boy to a duel. Alan also introduces himself as a knight and accepts his friend's challenge. But at this time, Yamada feels very uncomfortable. In fact, he is a 35-year-old man who has to say such things. But this is not just a game, so he cannot relax. Suddenly, Cyrene attacks the boy so quickly that he barely has time to react, holding his sword in front of him. The girl continues to attack the guy. He only has time to fight back. He tries his best. Although his strength and speed have increased, his body has not yet gotten used to it. But Kairena is happy. She is happy that she is doing so well. And then the girl hits with such force that Alan's wooden sword breaks in half with a loud crunch. In fact, this is already his 10th broken sword. The boy is tired of constantly buying himself new ones. There is nothing to be done. The rival is strong. She finds fighting Alan much more fun than fighting her dad. The boy asks her not to tell Uncle Jeld about what happened. Kairena wonders why the boy is so worried. He has been training for 5 years, but compared to her, he is still a nobody. His father reassured him and said that this was in the order of things because the girl was, after all, a master of the sword and her destiny was to serve the nobility. Alan thought for a long time how strange it was, and realized when this girl passed the evaluation ceremony. Cyrene thinks of herself as an ordinary swordsman, but her talent is swordmaster. The girl says that Alan also has something written down in his talents, and it is something special. She is always joyful and naive, but when she asks if this is true, the boy's father replies that it is, but none of them can read. And the priest even said that Alan has no talents. The boy always feels sad about this, because it's not true at all. It doesn't matter whether someone can read or not, because it's some kind of gibberish written there. ACA. It seems that the god of this world pressed the wrong keys. Because of this, Alan will not be able to reveal to anyone that he is a summoner for a long time. Alan's little brother notices that he is sad. He asks what happened to his little brother. But then the parents go to the boy and tell him that even if he has no talent, he is still their son. And despite everything, they are proud of him. Mom also tells Alan not to worry. When he grows up, he will be strong and smart. Alan looks at his parents, whose words make him feel uneasy. In real life, he's older than them. Here, the boy's father is 25 and his mother is 23. Even though this family is so poor that they don't even have a bathtub, Yamada is still glad that he was reborn with them. Father announces that it is time for them to set out. Knights will arrive today to assess Cyreni's abilities. The girl's father looks like a gorilla, but that doesn't stop him from being a good parent. A joyful Cyrene jumps into his arms and says that she wants to be a knight when she grows up. The father laughs. There's a lot of noise and hubbub in the city. Everyone is gathered in anticipation of the guests. This event is considered important for the residents of this city. Many just like to take a break from their worries and watch the process of testing skills. When Cyrene passes by the audience, people start whispering among themselves. Some find it strange that the daughter of a common farm laborer is a master swordsman. There is an insurmountable caste gap between the farm laborers and the rest of the inhabitants, despite the fact that everyone in the city is a commoner. When Alan is noticed, he's not particularly welcome. Those who have no talent are not particularly respected in society. Someone stamps their foot, getting the boy's attention to ask him if he came here just to observe what is inaccessible to him. It turns out to be the freckled, fair-haired boy from the ceremony who has a talent for using an axe. Cyrene stands up for Alan, saying that he is very strong. But the freckled boy stands his ground, saying that Alan is an ordinary farmhand, and that his children will also be ordinary farmhands. The girl gets very angry after such words, but her father manages to pull her away and cool the girl's ardor. Alan's father also comes up to ask if everything is okay with his son. The boy happily replies that everything is fine, because he is not offended by the child's words. Hearing this, the axeman turns around with displeasure and asks what Alan just said. The tense situation is interrupted by the village elder's announcement of the knight's arrival. He asks everyone to melt and make way for the guests. The gates open and serious men ride into the village on horseback. 2 leaders ride in front, and their retinue follows. The children are delighted when they see the commander of the knights himself. Their eyes shine with joy and inspiration boils inside. The commander notices Cyrene and rides up to her. The man dismounts and asks if the girl is the swordmaster. She proudly introduces herself to the commander. The crowd is noisy in the background. Suddenly, it is reported that lying about talent is considered a crime punishable by death. To test this, a duel will now take place. This news brings Alan and Karina's father to great surprise and fear. While the girl examines the knight's armor, the father tries to resolve the issue by saying that his daughter has already been tested. But the commander stands his ground and howls. He says that if the girl refuses, she and her father will be executed. Alan is furious. The boy thinks this is all some kind of complete madness. Just as his father is about to say something, the girl calms him down and says that everything is fine and that she will cope with it. Cyrene takes a real sword, raises it above herself. After that, the girl introduces herself. Her opponent, the knight Rayfront, also raises his sword, thus showing his readiness for battle. His talent, spearman. At this time, Cyrene's frightened father is beside himself. They won't let him see his daughter, blocking the passage with spears. The captain proudly watches all this, but he does nothing. The battle begins. The girl invests in striking the enemy, and he, accordingly, reflects them. Everyone falls silent, watching the duel. Only the clanking and clashing of swords can be heard. Then the audience is delighted by the skill of the little girl. She swings the huge sword so easily. Alan watches his friend. She's been training for this since she was 3. He would never be able to do it even if he didn't choose Hellmode. But suddenly, the girl's opponent parries her blow. Rant seizes the right moment and kicks her away, sending the girl flying backwards and smashing through the wall of one of the city's buildings with all her might, before sliding to the ground. The father almost goes crazy from what he sees. He starts shouting at her, but the girl doesn't hear him. Her father starts trying to get to her, but he is held back by force. Alan is about to run to Cyrene, but he is also grabbed and thrown to the ground. He can't handle the soldiers now. The boy begins to think about what to do, but suddenly the girl rises to her feet. Everyone freezes, watching what will happen next. A haze hangs around Cyrene. Rafe notices it and assumes it is some kind of special skill. In an instant, the girl jumps up and starts spinning in midair, heading straight for her opponent. She strikes him with such force that he can barely stay on his feet. Then she begins to strike him with such speed and force that Wraith can't handle her attacks. Seeing this, the commander orders the battle to be stopped. The girl did not expect that the battle had already ended, but the girl is not upset. She is very cheerful. Katarina thanks her opponent for the fight, calling him a very strong grandfather. He wants to object about his age, but falls to the ground, exhausted. The crowd raises a roar. Everyone enthusiastically shouts that the girl really defeated the knight, thus confirming the fact that she is a true master of the sword. Karina's worried father runs to his daughter as fast as he can. All he cares about is whether she is okay. The man picks up the girl, but she laughs and says that she is ticklish. Alan looks at the girl and realizes that she doesn't even have a scratch. She's so tough, so it's no wonder that Karina left him bruised every time. At this point, the commander of the knights announces that, without a doubt, the king will be happy to hear this news. An excited girl runs up to the man and asks if she is now a knight. The commander replies that she must first wait until she's 12 years old, and then enroll in an academy for gifted geniuses. Karina's father realizes that if he doesn't take matters into his own hands, he will completely lose control over his daughter. Until this time, Alan did not know that such an academy existed. A freckled boy approaches the commander and also asks to join the academy, saying that he is an axeman. The man does not object and says that he will send an instructor for the entrance exam. He also advises the children to train hard. At this time, Alan analyzes who has how many stars. Even the captain has fewer stars than Cyrene. She is the strongest here, and the number of stars directly affects the characteristics. Alan believes he is the only one in the world who has hellish difficulty here. All his efforts are increased 100 times compared to normal mode. Although there is no limit to growth, 0 is still 0. If the 3 stars have such power, then how far is the boy from his goal? Alan reveals his status and realizes that he is still at level 1 after 5 years. His life is just beginning. After the triumphant performance of the Swordmaster, their village was called the Village of Cyrene. Autumn has come, and now Alan is 6 years old, but he is still at level 1. With 200,000 repetitions starting 3 years ago, he has developed his throwing skills to level 3. But it will take at least 5 years to reach the hellish level. The boy decides to stop training for today. He sits down to dinner with his mother. For some reason, his father is late today, which is strange because he usually always arrives on time. In winter and autumn, he becomes the leader of the hunting party. The guards have to earn money by any means necessary. Alan also wants to go with his father. Suddenly, there is a noise. The boy looks out and sees a group of people. They are all wounded and bandaged. Someone is being carried on a stretcher. It turns out that Alan's father was seriously injured while hunting, so he is unable to even walk. The boy and his mother run up to him, but the man does not hear them, as he is unconscious. They try to calm Alan's mother, Theresia, by telling her that her husband's wound has healed. But the woman still cannot hold back her tears. She is worried because they have no money for medicine. They were lucky to find a murasay flower in the forest, for which the knights gave them some money. Alan's father could defeat a terrible boar more than 3 meters high. Every year he fought dozens of such beasts. The boy asks what happened to him. His uncle replies that by the elders' decree, the free men were able to take part in the hunt this year. They thought it would be an easy task, but at the most important moment they panicked. Alan's father protected them. Theresia spends the entire night next to her husband. By dawn, he comes to. This makes them all incredibly happy. Father still has a fever, but it is already clear that he will live. Alan's mother and brother embrace the man with joy. Tears well up in everyone's eyes. They are tears of joy, excitement, and relief. Alan watches all this. Thoughts appear in his head that he is, in fact, the oldest here, but he has such a strange feeling. An invisible wall separates him and the family. Uncle Geld approaches Alan's parents and says that he will take care of everything, including the unborn child. Alan's parents ask him not to say never about it. The boy decides to intervene in their conversation and says that he will take care of everything. The boy says that now no one will dare to harm his family. The parents look at the boy with surprise, but in their hearts the parents are very proud of him. Alan is going to stop acting like a child. The next morning, the boy begins to do all the work instead of his parents. He even collected water from the well. Despite his height, Alan filled 2 full buckets, hung them on the yoke, and carried them. At one point, Held meets him. He did not attach any serious importance to the boy's words. And when he sees that he keeps his word, he is very surprised. The boy also works on the harvest. Generally, farmhands give 60% of their harvest to the landowners. In order for Alan's family to survive the winter, he must harvest as much as possible. In just 2 days, he had already collected almost 10 buckets of potatoes. According to the boy's calculations, this amount should be enough. Next, he needed meat. In addition, Al mowed the grass on a fairly large plot. After he finished here, he finally had enough experience for a new skill, card enhancement. Thanks to this skill, you can easily improve creatures. Thus, the boy improves the frog. Its endurance and agility are increased by 20 points each. The day turned out to be quite good for the boy. Alan even managed to get some new creatures: Insect G, Bird F, Amphibian G, Animal F, and Plant F. As for the amphibian card, it depicts a frog named Bianta. Its strength is 7, attack 6, endurance 10 plus 20, agility 10 plus 20, agility 10 plus 20, intelligence 7, luck 8, blessing 2, and speed 2. Its main skill is provocation. Alan opens the book and begins to read in more detail. It is necessary to use the skill. While the boy is reading, a frog squirts next to him. With his provocation, everything will go smoothly, and Alan will be able to catch up to 50 birds. This amount will be enough for the whole winter. When the boy seems to do everything according to the instructions, for some reason the frog's skills do not work. Not a single bird flies to their sound. Perhaps they have poor hearing. Alan is already starting to feel sad, because nothing is working out for him. But suddenly a huge bird flies in. The boy stares at her in amazement, and suddenly a revelation comes to him. Albatron. The name his father gave him means floating like a bird in the sky. And it appeared precisely because of Albatron. This bird has a rank of D. Alan stands behind the bushes and watches as Albacaran grabs his frogs. The bird does not notice the guy, as it is engrossed in its prey. The boy is amazed by the size of the bird. It is large, even enormous, at least 2 meters high. Alan, of course, did not count on this. But such a chance cannot be missed. This is his first hunt for a demonic beast. The boy picks up a stone and throws it, swinging it. It flies and hits the target. This pleases him, as his throwing skill is very good. Finding the right moment, Alan attacks his victim. But, since he is not particularly strong, he is unable to defeat Albatron on the first try. So, the boy calls his dogs. Over the years, he has managed to accumulate quite a few of these cards, and now it is time to put them to use. A whole pack runs to attack the target. The dogs are very confident. They obey the boy's orders with complete obedience. When the flock reaches Albatron, they are unable to cope with the bird, which fights off every dog that attacks it. Alan understands that 15 pieces are not enough for him. After all, Albatron is a D rank. But is the boy still so weak? Suddenly, the bird realizes that it needs to eradicate the one who controls the flock, so it flies straight towards Alan. Having flown a little closer, it suddenly grabs him. The grip is so strong that the boy's vision begins to darken. He understands that if he does nothing, he could die. Albatron throws the child to the ground, but he manages to hold his paw with his sword. Even though the dogs continue to attack the bird, it does not care. Alan feels that his strength is running out. He will not be able to hold it back any longer. The boy begins to think. The child summons a leech named Shu with an F rank. The insect crawls up to the bird and begins to suck its blood. After a while, Albacaran's grip weakens. Alan tries not to miss this chance. The boy's assumption that the bloodsucker is the best in the situation turns out to be correct. The kid used 10 dogs and 3 bugs, after which the bonus stats decreased. But the most important thing is that he exhausted Albacaran and got a chance to win. Alan strikes. This blow proves fatal. Albacaran is destroyed. As a reward, the boy receives 100 experience points. This event delights the child. He begins to jump for joy, and his faithful dogs do the same. He got his first prey with his own hands. All these feelings were even better than Alan expected. When the boy returns home from hunting, he is met by his family. Cyrene is delighted when she sees what Alan brings. His parents are a little shocked. They did not think that their son would be such a breadwinner. Alan looks very small compared to the bird, but despite this, he overpowers it. The boy hangs the bird's body and washes away the blood. Geld appears. He says that he has conveyed Alan's words to the village chief. If the boy continues to destroy Albatron, then in addition to the wings and bile, he will receive the rest to cleanse the magic stones. The child thanks his uncle for his assistance. Now Alan understands that provocation works on demonic beasts too. In that case, he can attack Albacharon once every 3 days. But if there are 2 birds, the boy will have a hard time. A little time passes, during which Alan gains 1,000 points and rises to level 2. All his stats have increased significantly. The boy finally raises his first level. He has been impatiently waiting for this moment for 6 years. Of course, even though a lot of time has passed, the boy did not expect anything else from the hellish regime. The strength and magic stats had increased greatly compared to level 1. Alan knew they would increase, but he didn't expect them to increase that much. A month has passed since his father's recovery. Alan feels that the right time has come. The boy goes home with confidence. When he enters, he tells his parents that he wants to discuss something with them. The parents are a little wary, but agree. Alan comes up to them and sits down next to them. He begins to say what he has been hiding from his parents for a long time. When he was 1 year old, Alina told him that he would have to go through many difficulties that even 100 people would not be able to overcome. Therefore, he knows more than the others. While the boy says this, thoughts are spinning in his head. Will they panic? But this is exactly what he will check. At first, the parents slowly digest everything the boy tells them, muttering something under their breath. But then, the father strokes Alan's head and says that from birth, he was different from them not only in the color of his hair. He is an amazing child. The father did not believe in the results of the ceremony, but he completely trusts his son. Alan says he didn't want to hide it. His father knows the boy's first ordeal is over. At first, the boy doesn't understand how his father knows. He asks his father. He says he found out because Alan's scar disappeared. When he levels up, all wounds are healed. The father says that although his son will have to overcome many difficulties, it will not be easy. But no matter how hard it is, the man says that Alan should remember that he has a family that is ready to support him. The boy is glad that his parents understand and support him. This brings a smile to his face. The father asks if Geld knows about this event. Alan wonders why the father is interested in this. He answers that Geld is always bragging about his daughter, and now the boy's father can get even. The father laughs, saying this. December comes. Alan and his family gather supplies for the winter. The last spurt remains. The boy goes hunting with Geld. The father counts on the man to keep an eye on his son. So, the father is a little calmer. Alan is carefree about hunting Bacarons. So, he thinks it is reasonable to exchange meat for firewood and salt. The boy wants to ask his uncle something, but asks him not to tell his parents. Held promises that everything will remain between them. Alan asks how a farmhand can become a free commoner. The question initially confuses the man a little, but then he says that it is necessary to pay 10 coins. In that case, the feudal lord will sign his freedom. At least, that's what they say. Alan thinks that if you count the child, their family consists of 5 people. So, They need 50 coins. In principle, such conditions suit the boy. Before he leaves the village, he plans to earn money and do everything possible to ensure that his family becomes free. Here comes the first snow. The roofs of the houses are partially covered with small snowdrifts. At this time, Alan goes about his business. A stack of firewood hangs on his shoulders. The residents look at the child in surprise. After a few days at the market, the boy found out that he would need to defeat 500 albagerons before he could get 50 coins. But since the process of hunting these large birds is not easy, it will take several years. Alan wants to buy a weapon. An iron whip will be enough to defeat 2 albagerons, but is also necessary to save money for food and other expenses. At this moment, a freckled boy appears. He approaches Alan and asks what he forgot in front of his father's store. Alan is not entirely happy to see him, as he has already begun to bore the boy. But at least now he knows that he is the son of a gunsmith. All this time, the boy says nothing, but simply looks at his interlocutor. The latter begins to pester him and challenges him to a fight. The freckled boy sets a condition. If Alan holds out after a couple of his blows, then he will let the boy go. Alan doesn't expect anything else from him. He always hated pointless battles and games that don't give experience. The boy takes off the bundle of firewood. His friend thinks that he's already giving up, but Alan pulls out his sword and says he will deal with anyone who gets in his way. The boy tells the axe warrior Dargo to attack him if he hasn't chickened out yet. The freckled boy is getting angry. He hoped that Alan would just leave in fear. But then things go differently. The axe warrior Dargo runs up and swings at the boy. Alan repels his attacks. He is no match for Cyrene and her 3 stars. When the boy puts the upstart in his place, he realizes that he should not have gotten involved in all this. But Dargo promises that next time he will definitely deal with Alan. After that, he takes his sword away from his opponent, takes the firewood and goes on about his business. The boy says that next time he will buy something in their store. Dargo is left with his thoughts. 9 months pass and Alan has a little sister. They call her Mayura. The girl is very cute and everyone admires her. Days pass. Alan trains with Drago. The other children also play knights. There is quite a lively atmosphere. The boy trains Drogo and tells him to pull himself together. He understands, of course. He tries his best. Alan's brother is also not far behind the elder. He trains with Kyrena. Masha really likes him. He strives to be like his brother. Alan has been training Dargo and Mash, who is now 3 years old. The boy can't wait for Drago's test, which will take place in 2 years. Finally, Alan's father returns home with Geld. The men report that the headman called them. He increased their duty from 10 to 15 boars. Now they will have to hunt 5 more boars than before. This year, more free men will participate in the hunt. This news greatly upsets the mother. She begins to cry in despair. The men wanted to object to the elder, but this is the Lord's order. They are powerless here. Held says that next year the duty may increase to 20. There is no way to cancel this. Mother has turned completely pale. But Alan stands and thinks it all over. The boy doesn't know the details, but it seems the Lord wants to destroy more monsters. And that's a problem, because there's no way they can disobey him. Suddenly, Alan announces that the mistress has shared her knowledge with him. The boy asks everyone to rely on him. He will definitely come up with something. October comes. Roden, Alan's father, returns to his company. There he is greeted very warmly by his friends. His comrades are glad that he is already on his feet. Since Roden has fully recovered, he can calmly give orders and be responsible for his decisions. Alan goes with his father this time. He asks him not to get too close during the battle. Rodan also warns that the boy is only there to watch. The child remembers everything and smiles at his father. Suddenly, someone appears. It's Drago who's come in. He tells Rodan that if he gets into trouble, they don't have to try to save him. But the man interrupts him and cheerfully tells him not to worry or even think about it. Rodan advises the boy to just concentrate. After a short conversation, the commander gives everyone the order to move out. The company shouts out in unison, showing their readiness to engage in battle. The duty has increased, which means more people are needed. The actions of the newcomers will be closely monitored. This made the boys a little tense. So, Alan lived with the farm laborer's family for 7 years. During all this time, he had never gone so far from the village. Now the boy faces the vastness of the unknown, namely a path leading somewhere into the distance. On the sides are stumps, reminding that there was once a forest here. The boy learns that knights walked along this path. He admires everything, because it is new to him. Father says that knights were indeed coming here, but they need to go in the other direction. Together with the rest of the soldiers, they set off. The group of people reaches the hunting grounds of the big boars. Everyone takes their positions. In front of the soldiers is Mount Hokulia. The boars leave it in the fall. As the name suggests, a white dragon lives at the top. Alan is sure that one day will become his prey. While everyone was waiting for the scout with news, everything was calm. Suddenly, Rodin runs as fast as he can towards the company and shouts that their target is approaching. A huge and menacing boar runs out from behind the bushes after the man. He growls and, in addition, makes even more frightening sounds. The soldiers realize that the boar is huge and very strong. It will take a lot of effort to overcome it. The order is given to move forward towards the animal. The soldiers prepare their weapons and move. The boar breaks their spears with its huge mouth. It seems that weapons are simply powerless against such a colossus. After some time, people cooperated and managed to stop the animal. The command is given not to relax and continue to hold it. The soldiers stick to classic tactics. First lure, then immobilize, and then aim for weak points. This tactic was created by Alan's father and was put into practice. Even without special talents, people have been using it for 10 years. It's Father Alan and the newcomer's turn. They gather their thoughts and get down to business. Last year, by order of the elder, ordinary free commoners began to participate in the hunt, but they lacked experience and strength. All this led to a lot of problems. As a result, Rodin was very badly wounded. It was a mistake to send him to the front. They should hide and wait for the right moment. Alan uses his animal summoning skill. He summons Dinku now. The grasshopper runs into battle and helps Rodin land a strong blow on the target. Everyone is starting to feel their strength increasing. This is a test of the gods. Alan planned it all. The boy assumed that everyone would gain a lot of experience. If they continue like this, they will soon be able to stand in the vanguard. Now that they have experienced a real battle, they must quickly deal with 15 boars. The soldiers defeat the great boar. Alan receives 400 Ochak experience points for this battle. Now his experience has reached 2000/2000 level, has risen to 3. Strength increases by 17, mana by 28, attack 8, endurance 18, agility 18, intelligence 28, intelligence 28. The boy has already grown to level 3. From now on, until he collects 50 coins, he needs to hunt boars and albatrons to level up. Alan's life will change a lot if he becomes tall. 5 months pass. It's already June. Alan's summoning skill is leveling up again. His inventory is now open. The boy has been leveling up his magic every day, and after a year and 9 months, he's finally going to check his status. At the moment, Alan has access to E-rank animals. Now the question remains how to use the inventory correctly. Today, the boy leveled up and 2 good changes appeared. The inventory can store an unlimited number of items that will fit into an area of 30 square centimeters. This is the skill Inventory. To strengthen E-rank animals, Alan needs magic stones that are contained in the bodies of monsters. The horned rabbits that the boy saw must be E-rank. Alan had hunted these hares once before, but he didn't have any stones. But that wasn't a big problem since E-rank stones were almost worthless, and you could collect a bunch of them in the forest. Of course, the process of collecting roots is a real hassle. But Alan is lucky to have the equipment. 3 more months pass. Alan can now summon an E-rank creature. The boy is very surprised when he learns how exactly the summoner is supposed to act. But now he can use all the advantages. All entities have a role in the battle. This is the summoner's power. Insects poison. Animals cause damage. Birds obtain information and conduct reconnaissance. Plants heal. Stones protect. Alan's eyes suddenly flashed with the future. An entire army of creatures capable of crushing any stronghold. And Alan would command it alone. But is this really the future that awaits him? In the fall, the hunting season begins. This year, the Lord is given the order to catch 20 boars. Alan stands next to the man. He warns the boy not to dare shout anything. This year, the Lord will visit their village for the first time. Baron Granville arrives, but he is only here to see their boar hunters. A lot of people came with the Baron. Granville thanks the people for the meeting, but they say that they should be grateful for his visit. The Baron apologizes about the quota. It is the king's order, so he cannot refuse. Everyone is surprised. Alan thinks that the news is becoming more and more surprising. Granville turns to the boy. He learns that Alan is the son of a hunter and that he will accompany him on the hunt. There's a girl standing next to the man. His name is Cecile, but she is not particularly happy about the farmhand's son. The girl says this out loud, which causes her father to reprimand her. Granville warns her and says that they are still his people. Cecile immediately starts apologizing to her father. Tears even appear in her eyes. At that moment, the girl turns and looks at Alan with such a piercing gaze that does not bode well. The Lord asks the child of Rodan to show them the way. His warriors will help fulfill the king's decree. The boy says that the people of Cyrene will only be able to fulfill the quota of 20 boars if they work together. Alan relayed his father's words. This statement surprises Granville. At this time, soldiers return from hunting. On their shoulders, a considerable number of people carry their prey, a huge boar. All this shocks the people around. They cannot believe that the hunters managed to defeat 3 boars in one hunt, and the people are clad in armor. Alan says the armor is made from the boar hides the Lord gave them last year. Plus, they've trained over 20 hunters this year. Granville rubs his shin and says that this is all good. The man asks if the soldiers were able to defeat 3 boars in one day. Does that mean there are now 17 left? But the boy assures them that they still have 10 left to deal with. The Lord does not understand, because they only started this half a month ago. Alan says that they have enough people to kill more boars at each hunt. Therefore, they will be able to fulfill the duty themselves this year. The Lord thinks he has no reason to worry. Alan asks the Baron to let them keep the boar skins for future hunts. This is his father's request. Granville does not object at all. The Lord is asked if they should trust Alan. He is offered to check the boy, but the man says there is no need. The child of a farm laborer has no reason to lie to them. The boy is glad that the Lord understands everything. The action takes place in the house of the headman. Alan, Geld, and Rodan kneel before the headman. He says that the decree of land reclamation has been dragging on for 15 years. Some villages have failed, but not Cyrene. The elder addresses the hunters, Rodan and Geld. They have been hunting for over 10 years. They have worked for the good of the village, and therefore, the elder is going to reward them. From now on, they and their families become free commoners. They are advised to continue to fulfill their duties. The chief is thanked for the reward. Alan's insides are turning over with joy, but the boy doesn't show it. He's been thinking about such a reward ever since he learned that boar hunting is a family order. The boy had earned only 5 gold pieces in all that time and was depressed. But now he was free. From now on, Alan could leave the village and hunt wherever he wanted. The first one, according to the boy's plans, would be a white dragon. The elder says that the rest of the farmhands who have worked for 10 years will also receive a reward. The elder leaves it up to the people to decide whether to pay taxes as commoners or remain serfs. The man turns to Alan and asks him why they decided to start hunting monsters from Rana S. He's eager to know. But the boy himself does not know the reason. His father never told him. Alan looks at Rodan, but for some reason he is turned away. Harold volunteered to tell about it. 13 years ago they began to develop these lands. But in the autumn they had to fight off attacks from many wild boars. Because they had destroyed their fruit supplies, they were forced to start thinking about their next steps. Then Rodan exclaimed that they had to attack the boar that had caused them harm. They managed to deal with the huge boar, but they also lost many soldiers. Geld always told Rodan not to blame himself for this. After listening to this story, the elder said that it was an accident. This story touched the man. He believes Rodan's words. As the lord of the lands, he is obliged to reward people for their work. Last year he was very brave, so the Lord is ready to give him everything that Rodan asks for. Alan's father didn't expect this. He doesn't even know what to ask for at first. The boy wants his father to ask for beer. After some thought, Rodan asks the Lord to allow Alan to work in his house, saying that the boy, unlike him, is very smart. The man is sure that Alan will be very useful to them. This was definitely not what Alan wanted to hear. Onyx had set himself so many plans related to his development, and working in the Lord's house was not at all in his plans. The boy tries to convince his father not to ask for this, but the father does not even listen to his son. He says that the Lord can even use Alan as an errand boy. The Lord looks at his advisors, hinting that he needs their advice. They say that they do not mind that Alan is undoubtedly very smart. At this time, the boy stands and thinks about how to refuse, because his dream is to hunt monsters. At the moment, it is slipping away. If he works in the Lord's house, everything will only get more complicated. Alan tries to think of something, get out of this whole situation. Lord says he doesn't want Alan to be his errand boy, after which he says that the boy, Rodin's son, from today on, becomes the official servant of the Granville house. Galata Allen and his father have expanded so much that a little more, and they will simply pop out of their foreheads. But their surprise is caused by different reasons. If for a boy it is because he does not see much difference between an errand boy and a servant, then for his father it is the opposite. For him, it is happiness. Alan is brought out of his thoughts by his father's touch. When the boy turns to what he notices that his father is simply crying with happiness. The man does not even have words to express his delight. Alan bows before the Lord, saying that it would be an honor for him to serve House Granville. Inside, he is filled with devastation. He knows that he cannot refuse. Thus, Alan becomes the Lord's servant. Therefore, he must leave the village within a few days. Garena is very upset by this news. She doesn't even want to believe that in a few days they will break up. The boy asks the girl to take care of herself. She stands there completely dejected. So, in order to somehow cheer up his friend, he suggests that they play knights for the last time. This immediately cheers up the girl. This proposal awakens a burst of joy in her. At this time, relatives are watching the children. Alan's mother is holding the baby in her arms and asking her son not to get dirty. The rest are sure that this fight will be good for the kids. The children take up positions. Cyrene holds her sword out in front of her and expresses her readiness to fight. Alan follows her actions exactly. At this point, this fight is different from the previous ones. If the girl had previously significantly surpassed Alan in skills, now everything is different. The boy already has 8 stars, and Cyrene only has 3. The girl starts to attack first. She runs forward and starts the attack. Alan moves extremely fast. Now he's pushing his friend back. The boy is already completely sure that he will win today, and so it happens. In all this time, he wins only for the first time. This surprises Karina and makes her a little upset. But Alan claims that they have a draw. The boy offers his friend to fight again, as they are not finished at all. Cyrene agrees. She is sure that next time she will definitely win. The girl did not move like in the battle with the deputy commander of the knights. Soon, Cyrene will enter the academy and then will serve the royal family. Alan understands that he has little chance of meeting his friend again. He spent almost all the magic stones on this fight, but the boy is very happy to see Cyrene's smile at the end. His mother comes up to him and hugs her son tightly. In her arms, the boy tries not to cry because his older brother can't do that in front of his younger brother. But Alan is still overwhelmed by the feelings. Then, he approaches Mosh and says that he must become strong and protect Myra. The kid, with tears in his eyes, makes a promise to his brother. Drago also approaches Alan. He hands his friend a knife as a gift. He brought the weapon from his family's store. The boy has long since changed his attitude towards his friend and considers him a good boy. Alan knows that when he gets into the carriage, his life will change. Rodin walks over to his son and squats down. The man assures that his son's future will not end with the role of a servant. The father advises him to take advantage of opportunities, not to miss them. Alan gets into the carriage. The door closes, and now he has a long journey ahead of him. Everyone says goodbye to the boy. He will do everything in his power. Thus, Alan left Cyrene and began a new life in the house of Baron Granville. What will this new life be like? That remains to be seen. The action takes place in the city of Granville, the courtyard of Baron Granville's house. Alan and the Baron's daughter spend time in the clearing. The girl sits on his shoulders and tries to reach the apple. Since she can't reach him, the girl orders him to stand up straight. She considers him her servant, so she demands that he do her bidding. At this time, the boy begins to think about simply throwing her off himself. But he decides not to put his desires into action. Alan left Cyrene and arrived at the Baron's house to become Cecile's servant. Years later, the girl finally manages to pick an apple, but it turns out to be very sour. Cecile becomes capricious and says that now she wants Papia to forget the taste. He demands that Alan go to the market and get what she wants. The boy obeys. So, day after day, Alan fulfills the whims of an 8-year-old girl. He will not have the opportunity to hunt. Suddenly, the children notice a huge airship in the sky, which in its size resembles a city. While Alan is delighted by this transport, Cecile thinks that it is just a stupid magical transport. The girl also adds that her brother returns from the academy in the fall. She stands up and suggests Alan to go away. He agrees, but his mind is spinning with thoughts about how stupid this girl is. The day ends and Alan returns to his attic of the mansion, where he has been living all this time. Morning comes. The boy sleepily stretches, inhaling the scent of the plant. Actually, it is a kind of skill aroma, which allows Alan to replenish his mana reserves for 5 or 6 hours. Of course, this room is far from being an internet cafe, but since no one except the boy lives here, he can pump up his skills as much as he wants. He goes down to the other servants and begins to perform his duties. He is greeted joyfully by the Lord's Wee. He asks to be called by his name, Riskel. Riskel feels sorry for the boy. He asks him if he is satisfied with his service with Lady Cecile, and they begin to talk about it. There are only 30 servants in the house. That's not counting the numerous courtiers. Those who have been working here for a short time are not considered servants. A boy comes to Lady Cecile. He has only 2 duties. He takes care of Cecile and serves. The servant's food is quite simple and not particularly fancy. But the Baron's family has the same. Alan has not yet figured out whether they are trying to appear modest in this way, or whether they have other goals. Lady Granville thinks that Alan is already accustomed to work. The boy thanks the lady. She cannot even imagine that he was once a farmhand. The Lord's assistant thinks that Alan has no talent. At first, the boy is surprised how he could have known this. But later, he understands that it is the duty of a feudal lord to know everything. Cecile takes note of this. Suddenly, the girl starts saying that she is a sorceress, and her older brother Mihai is a swordsman. Alan finds this interesting, since a sorceress is 2 stars. The Lord gets angry and bangs on the table. He tells Cecile not to reveal the secret about this so carelessly. Alan tries to pretend he's not there at all. The Lord asks Thomas how things are going. The boy starts whining and apologizing to his father for not having talents. But the boy also wants to study at the academy, like his brother and Cecile. Talents are more common among low-ranking commoners and serfs. 2 out of 3 children have talent. It is rare for nobles. They have concerns that Alan did not know about. Lady Granville says her son has nothing to apologize for. The Lord agrees, saying that the boy will be accepted into the House of Lords, where he will meet wonderful people who have no talent. The mother says that she and his father met there when the ball was held. As soon as the children hear this, they immediately perk up and say that they want to go to the ball too. Thomas tells Cecile that she will be studying at the academy, so she won't get any balls. When the girl turns 12, she will study there with Kirina. Alan is sure that they will definitely not get along, being there together. In his spare time, Alan gathers information in the city. There are no restrictions for servants here. All that is required of him is to return to the house before the next morning. The market at Neek is located in the area of the northern gate. It is about 2 hours' walk from the central square, or 4 hours if you go from the southern gate. Alan's village is nothing compared to this place. At one point, the boy notices the Adventurers Guild. Riskel called such establishments Adventurers Guilds. Members of these guilds fight monsters and, in doing so, earn their living. Alan thinks he can do the same and get both money and experience. But when the boy tries to enroll in the guild, he is told that he is too young to do so, as they only accept people from the age of 12. Although the boy wanted to work as a servant a little longer at his father's request, he could not stop hunting. Alan looks at the bulletin board. There are many monsters on it. There is also an automatic recording of the magic book. Rank E, Horned Rabbit, 1 copper. Rank D, Goblin, 5 copper. Rank D, Big Toad, 8 copper. Rank C, Orc, 3 silver. Rank C, Armadillo Ant, 3 silver. But there is no information about their habitats. Suddenly, someone asks what the kid is doing in the guild, since it's not a sandbox. Alan asks the guy if he knows where to find these monsters. He is indignant and does not understand why the boy is asking him about this. Alan says that he will leave if he answers him. Usually, their habitat is difficult to reach. That is why they do not write about it. But the closer you are to the White Dragon Mountain, the stronger the monsters. This information is enough for Alan. The boy knows that there are wild boars in the White Dragon Mountain. He has never been there, but he heard that the journey takes about a week. Alan also decides to ask the boy if he knows which roads lead to the White Dragon Mountain. He thinks that the boy is making fun of him, but suddenly, the child's attention is drawn to the B-rank Mardarjarsh, who lives in the Ramba Forest. If you defeat this monster, you can get 200 gold coins. Alan realizes that his father named his brother Mash after this beast. The boy says that this creature is not suitable even for adventurers like him. Therefore, the boy suggests that the boy leave him to the knights. Alan is interested in the White Dragon. The guy hopes that the knights will cope with it too. The White Dragon has an A rank. If you defeat it, you can get 1,000 gold coins. Nobody knows the exact location of his habitat, so it is impossible to go to the mountain. The boy understands that even 1,000 coins do not compensate for the danger. No one would want to fight the White Dragon even for such a reward. Suddenly, Raven's friends appear. At first, the girls ask him what he's doing and say that they're just about to celebrate. But suddenly they notice Alan and are surprised by the child's presence. The girls also think that the boy's black hair is quite a rarity these days. But he doesn't really care, since Alan has learned everything he needs. In addition, the boy's name. November 11th arrives. It will be cold this season, and soon it will snow. Alan runs to the north gate of Granville. They ask him for a pass. The boy shows everything that is needed. When the guard learns that Alan is from the Lord's house, he asks him for a favor. The Lord's coat of arms turns out to be much more useful than expected. The boy has been preparing for this for a long time. Alan has a whole day ahead of him, so he plans to go hunting. As he leaves the village gate, he realizes that the video is of his father leaving and returning to the village. The boy runs as fast as he can, and doesn't even hear the guard telling him that he needs protection. Of course, it will be unpleasant to meet high-rank monsters, E-rank districts. 1 day on foot, E and D. 3 days on foot, D and C. 7 days on foot, C and B monsters. Alan is targeting D-rank monsters. If they are equal to the Albatrons, he definitely won't lose. The boy has already run 10 kilometers. This means that he can already summon Hawk, a bird of rank E, with agility plus 10 and intelligence plus 10. When the bird flies to the owner, he begins to train it. The bird obeys and carries out all his commands. The boy praises Hawk. He became smarter after the upgrade, so he understands commands easily. His main skill is Eagle Eye, thanks to which he can detect monsters. They are far from the city, but have not met a single monster. Alan waits for Aldecaran to appear for about an hour. But the boy already thinks that the chances of meeting a monster are probably small. Alan takes out the dagger that Drago gave him. Even now, the boy thanks his friend for such a good gift. Suddenly, Hawk returns and lets out a cry. This means that the bird has lured a monster. Since Alan does not know the rank of the monster, he must be careful. But no one shows up. The boy is already starting to doubt whether he came here at all. He needs to find out where they are. Alan doesn't understand why he hasn't met anyone yet. But suddenly he stumbles upon 2 monsters. There are 2 goblins standing in front of the boy. They are about 1.5 meters tall. The creatures immediately notice Alan and rush towards him, swinging their swords. The boy realizes that there are now 5 monsters instead of 2. He decides to call on his tigers to defeat these opponents. Animals come running at the call of their master. Their main skill is to leave deep scratches. Goblins and tigers bare their teeth at each other. The boy grins and asks the animals if they are scared of the E-rank monsters. He counts on them and gives the command, forward. Alan can summon monsters within a radius of up to 50 meters. The boy decides to take advantage of this and block the enemy's escape route. Thus, Alan's first battle begins. The monsters run towards the boy. Alan shouts at Tama to attack. Before the monster can swing his weapon, the tigers grab him. Some time passes, and Alan defeats the goblin. For the victory, he is given 200 experience points. Now the boy can defeat them with the help of Tama. But suddenly, one goblin deals with the tiger with 1 blow. Alan realizes that he won't win for free, as the goblins will fight back. He needs to finish them off as quickly as possible. So he summons a butterfly insect with +10 stamina and +10 agility. The butterfly's name is Ajeha, and her skill is based on the swing. Her skill is similar to stun or sleep. Alan decides to take advantage of the opportunity. The boy picks up a rock and throws it at one of the goblins. But then he realizes that he can't defeat it like Albacaran, despite the fact that they have the same ranks. Alan asks the subject to attack the monster. The beast does so. A little later, Alan defeats another goblin and receives 200 Achak experience. Only 2 hours have passed, and the young hunter has already gained 1,000 experience points from 5 goblins. When hunting, efficiency is always a priority. So far, goblins are the most valuable prey in terms of experience. The boy approaches one of the dead goblins. Its body is just like a human's. Alan strikes again. So he takes a small stone out of the monster's chest. Even though this procedure is quite vile, magic stones are the basis for staying. Therefore, the boy is obliged to collect them. It turns out that the goblins are a perfect fit for him on several counts. Hawk reports that there are 5 more goblins within a 3-kilometer radius. Alan has already dealt with 80 monsters and 5 horned rabbits. For all this, he gets 106,250 experience points. He reaches 2 levels at a time. The kid had a very productive weekend. Now Alan knows how a Jesus skill works. The chance to put an enemy to sleep is not 100%, but 80%. Each summoned Ajiza can use it on multiple targets. In order for the debuff to affect the higher rank monster, the boy needs to use multiple summons. It's worth collecting E-rank stones to summon Tama. Night is coming soon. The boy tells Hawk to fly to the next target. But this time the bird, for some reason, does not move. The boy does not understand what is wrong. Maybe they are tired. But then Alan realizes that the bird simply can't see well in the dark. The summoning monster has night blindness. The boy will have to figure out for himself which way the city is, and which road to take to get there. Thus, Alan is forced to interrupt his productive day off. He chooses a direction and sets out. A month passes. Once every 6 days, that is, for 4 weeks already, Alan went hunting. He was able to raise level 12. Once Alan got used to it, he wanted to go hunting more and more each time. But the boy still hasn't bought weapons and armor. It's very easy for Alan to hunt, earn money, and then buy and upgrade equipment. The only problem is that as a high servant, he only gets 50 coins per month. When the boy returns home, the Lord calls him. He says that Alan is doing a good job. The Lord receives reports from the butler, and they are extremely flattering. Today, the boy tried to leave the mansion before sunrise again. The man asks what he's been doing on weekends for the past month. As Alan expected, he fell under suspicion. The boy believes that the gate is not worth it, otherwise it will be worse. So, he tells it like it is. He hunted monsters. The Lord asks why monsters, to which Alan replies that he is the son of the boar hunter, Rodan. The boy lives by hunting just like his father. Alan believes that all his words sounded quite natural, so the Lord should not suspect anything. The boy wonders if it is a coincidence that he is reborn next to his father. The child develops this thought for some time. Perhaps it was all planned that way. The man understands his whole situation because Alan is, after all, the son of a hero. The butler asks the boy what he does with the horned rabbits. Alan understands that they assume that he kills E-rank monsters. The butler warns that if the boy is selling their meat, it is better to stop doing it. Otherwise, bad rumors will spread. Instead, the Lord's family will buy them back for 1 silver coin each. The boy is very happy with this offer. He thanks the men. He was rescued with money and time. Now he won't have to go to the swordsman. Now the meat that was garbage can be converted into money. 6 days pass. The boy is back on Okta, sitting and eating an apple. First he needs to deal with 100 goblins, and the jester will roll in 5 rabbits. Suddenly Hawk flies in. Alan asks him to wait because he wants to finish eating. But then the boy realizes that the bird wants to show him something. Alan runs after Hawk, not understanding what is happening. He has to run as fast as he can because the bird is flying at high speed. The boy gave the bird the command to hunt only within a radius of 3 kilometers, but the bird leads him somewhere further. Hawk leads the boy to the place where the battle is unfolding. Someone's voices are heard. Then the boy sees a girl fighting goblins. Next to her is another scared and tearful girl. Then Alan remembers that these are the same adventurers he met in the guild. The boy decides to help them and takes out 3 steel balls, custom made in the armory. Alan swings and throws one of the balls at the monster. He hits the target right on target, knocking the enemy down. The boys are very surprised when they see the boy because they had previously thought he was small and incapable of anything. But now, this boy has come to their aid. Alan launches a second steel ball, also right on target. Then it's the turn of the third goblin, who suffers the same fate as the previous goblins. But then the monsters rise up. Even with steel balls, Alan couldn't deal with them. The boy doesn't want to use the summoning in front of a group of kids. He decides that he can handle everything on his own. He tells the girl to attack the armless monster, and he will deal with the lagging links. Alan has previously avoided personal combat with goblins, but only to avoid getting his clothes dirty. The boy deftly copes with his opponents. The girls rejoice. They run up to their wounded friend Raven. The guy is really bad. One girl fails the test. She asks her friend Milsey to use healing, but she has no more mana left. The girls burst into tears. They don't want to lose their friend. The boy has a terrible wound that won't let him even make it to the city. Alan has some medicinal herbs with him, so the boy offers to use them. The girls are even ready to pay any amount just to save Raven. Alan takes out the Herb of Life. Judging by the name, it is medicinal. It is called the Mamitaro herb. The boy does not know how it works, so he decides to check. He places the plant on the boy's wound. Not even a minute passes before the wounds on the boy's body are completely healed. Rita throws herself into Raven's arms when he comes to. He asks if she cured him. The girl says it was all thanks to Alan. The boy is very happy that the herb worked. He also kneels down and applies the plant to the wound on the boy's arm. This time, Alan uses the Miraza flower. He has 2 of them. The boy remembers that once this flower really helped his father quickly. Stand on your feet. Miraza flower is a plant that restores Maximam from physical condition, and Herb of Life is a plant that heals. Suddenly, Raven remembers the boy. The boys ask him what talent he has, but Alan says he has no talent. This surprises everyone. Since the boy saved the guy, he wants to thank him. Alan doesn't know what to take from them. It's enough for him that the guys won't tell anyone about what happened. The boy wants to continue his hunt. Raven says he doesn't even need to worry about that. Spice offers to at least help their savior. The boy decides to accept the guy's help. He tells them that he collects magic stones. He asks what about all the magic stones and 100 E-rank stones. He even went a little cheap here. The guys agree to help him. Alan asks if the 3 of them can get to the city. Raven says he's already met an armored ant, so he definitely won't die from a goblin. Before the hunt begins, the boy wants to know something. He calls Hawk. Alan scolds the bird and asks why it ignored him. Hawk feels guilty about this. He knows the boy was telling him not to get close to people, but he listened anyway. Alan asks him if he was motivated by the idea of helping, or if he simply felt sorry for the boys. The boy then looks at the bird for a moment and wonders if Hawk might still be familiar with compassion. The summoned monster must obey its master. After all, it is essentially just a set of skills and characteristics. But it ignored the boy's order, acting on its own. It turns out that this is not a shameless creature and has intelligence. The boy strokes the bird's head, apologizes, and says that he does not blame it. She'll think about what commands to give Hawk the next time he finds people in need of help. Alan smiles and says he's counting on the bird. A few days have passed since meeting Raven's company. Alan now knows that the summoned creature can have its own opinion. The boy also managed to obtain 100 E-rank magic stones from this group of strange adventurers. And from that moment on, Alan knows how to progress on his path as a summoner. Hunting can be quite rewarding and bring in quite a bit of income. Early December, Alan is sweeping the yard. At this point, the knight's commander arrives and greets him. The man notices that the boy looks better after 2 months. The commander of the knights sometimes comes to report to the baron. A knight's duty is to protect his lord, catch robbers, and destroy monsters. This is not an army to fight other armies. It seems that in this country they do not know what war is. This is happiness for the people. The commander is invited to the table. There they discuss the dishes that are being served. The commander asks if this is the meat of the mother-in-laws of the horned rabbits that Alan caught. Cecile enthusiastically says that the boy caught 5 rabbits in one day. The man expected this from Rodan's son. He also tells a little about Cyrene. The village fulfilled the order and got another 20 boars. Everyone admires Alan's father. Suddenly Thomas asks, if they caught so many, why didn't they send them anything? The boy remembers that last winter they ate boar meat. Alan also thought about it because that amount of boars really should have given tons of meat. Was he really sent straight to the capital to the king on that airship? The Baron is angry with his son and tells him not to dare to be capricious at the table. Alan notes that raising children is not an easy job. The boy sympathizes with the Lord. Suddenly Thomas calls out to Alan. The Baron's son asks to get a white deer for their table next time. But suddenly Cecile interrupts her brother. She says that before giving orders to her servants, he must first ask the girl's permission. Thomas leans closer to the girl and whispers that they will have guests for the new year. Cecile thinks for a moment and agrees. Alan says that everything will be done. Their mother laughs and asks Thomas not to disturb Alan. The boy begins to think. The white deer is a sea crank monster, just like the great boar. Father's team used to hunt them. It's time to try Alan too. Here is the boy already on the hunt. He is tracking his prey. Alan uses frogs to bait the animal. They jump and make croaking sounds. And then the bait works, and an enraged white deer of rank C appears. The boy claims that he cannot become a summoner unless he uses the abilities of summoned creatures. Alan prepared a trap for his sacrifice. He dug a deep hole for the animal to fall into. Thus, the boy defeats the white deer and receives 2,500 experience points. For Alan, this is not enough. A whole day and only so much experience that it would be better if he beat goblins. 100 goblins is already 20,000. The boy hopes that at least they will say thank you to him. Panic breaks out in the Lord's courtyard. People see a monster approaching on the horizon. Everyone commands to raise their weapons. They must hold out until the knights arrive. But when it comes a little closer, I understand that it is only Alan who brought the loot on the orders of young Master Thomas. All the people are delighted to see a white deer. Their joy knows no bounds, as they have not had such a delicacy for a long time. Thomas is happy. He shouts to his mother and says that now they will have a real New Year's feast. The woman says that they will not lose face. Thomas praises the boy, saying that he is a faithful servant. The Lord looks at the boy and already doubts that he has no talents. The boy single-handedly killed a sea crank monster. The Baron orders a background check of the boy. Thanks to Alan's achievement from this day on, the Baron's family will no longer have a shortage of meat. And now the boy will no longer be able to go to the outhouse for a whole day alone. His tasks include hunting monsters, getting food, and helping people in trouble. Alan was even given 100 silver coins as a reward. Of course, the boy had hoped for more, but the Baron must be having financial difficulties. So it's great that Alan can now hunt 2 days a week. But it's only 2 days. March comes. Alan is riding with Cecile in a carriage. The boy fell asleep on the way. When they arrive, the girl wakes Alan. Today they will meet Cecile's brother. The boy does not understand why the girl took him with her at all. Today they meet the Baron's eldest son, who is studying at the academy in the capital. Alan thinks it will be a real punishment if the brother turns out to be the same as his sister. A huge airship lands from the sky. The boy knows that it feeds on magic stones. But it is still surprising to see a miracle of technology in the Middle Ages. There is a clock in the duodecimal system here. And in other respects, people here are quite developed. A boy comes out of the airship. He's very happy to see his sister. The boy happily waves his hand to her, and she runs into Mikhail's arms. When the boy notices Alan, he asks who he is. The sister tells him that he is their new servant. He's been with them since last fall. Cecile reveals that Alan is also a hunter. The older brother is a little surprised that their father allowed her to take a personal servant. Mihai tells Alan that this is a very rare opportunity for that. So he advises the boy to try to please Cecile. Alan has no desire to respond to such a comment. Mihai kneels down and hands the girl the gift he brought from the capital. The boy brought her a very beautiful butterfly, which delights Cecile. Alan notes that they are unusually close for noble offspring. The boy immediately remembered his brother and sister. He hadn't seen him for quite a long time, so the melancholy only intensified with every thought about the kids. Here, Alan goes hunting for the first time since Mihai arrived. The boy brings back 5 horned rabbits. Cecile told him not to return empty-handed. In addition to the rabbits, Alan brought back the paws of a large toad and a muscular chicken. The boy's stash is immense, but he doesn't know how to fit it all into such a small hole. Alan realizes that he's attracting too much attention walking around town like this. As the boy enters the courtyard, he notices the Lord and Mihai practicing combat. Alan sees his Lord draw his sword for the first time. The men and their son are already finishing. Over the course of a year, Mihai has improved his skills significantly. The boy is already 13, so Honore considers himself young. Cecile notices Alan and approaches him. The girl is sure that their cook will be happy today. Mihai offers Alan to fight him, since the boy is so good. Hesitantly, the boy looks at the Baron, thus asking for his permission. The man nods his head in approval. The boy is given a mithril sword. This is expected of a commander. Alan realizes that this is his first duel since his encounters with Cyrene. Alan's status is still in hunting mode, but he wants to fight seriously. Cecile looks at the boy and asks if he can hold such a heavy sword. But Thomas says that of course the boy can, after all. He defeated a sea crank monster. The boys take their positions. Between them is a judge who tells the boys to get ready for battle. Alan is a summoner with 8 stars. Mihai is a swordsman with only 1 star. The referee commands the fight to begin. Alan is very worried about hurting the boy. The boys cross their swords. Alan strikes first, but then it's Mihai's turn. He deftly parries the attack and strikes a blow that knocks Alan back. The boy is surprised. Did he really hit so weakly that Mihai didn't even notice his attack? Alan feels that he is inferior to his opponent, but he can't understand the reason. Maybe he lacks speed. The boy then jumps, doing a somersault in the air, and strikes the Lord's son. But he parries the blow with one hand. The Lord's wife is very worried about her son. The judge reassures her, saying that Mr. Mihai studied at the academy for a year, and he will not lose to someone who is not there. Here, Mihai knocks the weapon out of Alan's hands. The duel ends. The Lord's son thinks that Alan is good enough. It's not for nothing that he was made a servant at such a young age. But the boy understands that he became a servant only thanks to his father's merits. Credits run up to Cecile and Thomas. The girl is very happy about her brother's victory. He says that he would simply be ashamed to lose, because after all, he will be fighting in the dungeons this summer. There, they will confront monsters, and the weaklings will be expelled. This news upsets Cecile a little because Mahaya will not be home this summer. It might be tough, but Doberg gave Mihai a holy sword, so maybe the boy will get to have some fun there. Alan had heard the name Doberig somewhere before. The boy was a little upset that he was left without an academy, a dungeon, and a holy sword, and a hellish build-up to boot. That's what Talon is like on a normal difficulty level. Cecile asks when her brother will come home again. Mihai replies that he will be home next spring. Suddenly, Alan asks Mihai to fight him again. The boy happily agrees but asks that he served his sister well. Alan promises. The boy wants to hunt every day, but then he needs to quit this humiliating service, but he doesn't know how to do it without disgracing his father. A few days later, Mihai returns to the academy. The boys see him off again. Alan understands that in that academy, there will be Kurena, Drago, and Cecile in the end. The boy really wants to go to the dungeon. From all this, sad thoughts settled in his head. It is early April. Guests are flocking to the Lord's house. The man tells the guest that it is an honor to receive him. Viscount Carnell came to visit them. The man says that his city is so noisy that he wanted to spend a few quiet hours in the wilderness. Viscount, a title higher than Baron. Alan apologizes and brings the dish to the table. Carnell notes the boy's black hair, saying that a servant with black hair is a rarity. The man takes the very meat of the rare boars that the Baron hid so well. The Lord says that they would not dare to hide anything from the Viscount. Now Alan understands who reported the Baron's unjustified holdings to the king. As a result, he imposed taxes on them. The holdings of Granville and Carnell lie next to each other and are separated by a natural barrier, the White Dragon's Ridge. There is a vein of mithril running through the entire mountain range. But since the White Dragon lives on Granville Island, mithril mining only flourishes in the Carnaglia domain. However, 100 years ago, a dragon lived on the Viscount's territory. And the situation. Vela was the opposite of the current one. The two domains were constantly at odds over the White Dragon and the mithril mines. But Alan believes that no matter what the Viscount's attitude, slandering the king about the boars is simply a very low act. The Lord asks the Viscount what they owe to that. The Viscount replies, "Coca days ago his youngest daughter passed the ceremony of valuations. The man hastened to share the results with them. Alan assumes that his daughter is the same age as Mash. But suddenly the Viscount says that, fortunately, his daughter is completely untalented. Carnell touches Granville to the quick. The man bangs the table, stands up and says that the Viscount will also have a talented child someday, and he too will fulfill his duty as a nobleman. Alan doesn't understand why having talent is so bad. A commoner is ready to jump into the sky for the sake of talent. The boy also wonders what duty of a nobleman the Baron was talking about. Neither Mash nor even Kyrena would have had a chance to advance if all the children of nobles were born talented. And these aristocrats are not farm laborers. In the fall, Alan will have been working for the Granville family for a year. He is already 9 years old. The boy is currently wearing the dead spider's breath cloak. This clothing gives a slight resistance to all damage. The boy can't get enough of his status. After destroying 10,000 goblins, he finally raised his level. Today, Alan goes to fight a top-ranking Tavria Moog. As soon as the boy gets to the right place, he takes a comfortable position. His target is an armadillo ant, a 3-meter-tall bug. Alan summons Tama. But then the boy notices that this method is no longer very effective. Tigers are no good, so he changes tactics. But the butterfly worked. You can put a sea crank monster to sleep like the last goblin. It's good, but still not 100% effective. You can also hunt white deer this way. Before the monster wakes up, the boy decides to take advantage of this chance and deliver the decisive blow. But when Alan climbs the ant, not for a check of the wounds that were inflicted by the tigers, the boy's attack is 488. He hopes that will be enough. But when Alan starts, he can't even pierce the neck. A better dagger is needed, but the monster begins to wake up. The boy does not allow it to escape, so he delivers a very powerful and final blow to the ant. For this, he is given 3,000 experience points. But another problem arises. Because of the shell, the boy cannot get the stones. All the work is wasted. Alan decides to go look for the orc. Alan's creatures never get tired, but monsters need to sleep. This is the best time to attack. The orc that the boy found is asleep. Alan unleashes the tigers on him, and the tactic works. But then the orc starts to overpower the tigers. So he takes out 3 with 1 blow. But the boy continues to release the tigers. After some time, the orc is defeated. For this, Alan is given 1,500 experience points. Now the boy knows who he will destroy in the future. In this case, he successfully cut out the magic stone. Alan wonders how many stones he will need in the future. He has overcome the sea crank bridges and did not even use traps. This is a great achievement for the boy. Suddenly, Alan remembers that he was defeated by a 15-year-old boy from the academy. Because of this, the boy feels weak. Academy graduates, such as the Knight Commander and his deputy, are likely much stronger than Mihai. The deputy also lost to 5-year-old Kyrena. In general, graduates of this academy are very influential people. They make up no more than 1% of the population. Alan is confident that he must earn more experience and a stronger suite. The boy sets himself the task of defeating 2 orcs at once. Today, Alan has defeated 1 armadillo ant and 15 orcs. The amount of experience points is 25,500. This is already a breakthrough, since previously the boy gained a maximum of 25,000 experience by hunting goblins. Alan is confident that he can wrestle with 40 orcs in a day. This will be 60,000 experience. November comes. Cecil warns Alan not to say anything rude to the teacher. Today, he is allowed to attend classes with the girl. This is all a reward for a year of diligent service. The boy meets the teacher and he asks if Alan has any questions. The boy asks under what conditions one can use magic. He says that he has the talent of a summoner and has one hypothesis. The growth of the summoner's intelligence is set to S, and with the increase in level, it became easier for him to learn. So maybe intelligence is needed to learn magic. Cecile gets nervous and asks why the boy needs to know this if he has no talent. Teach tries to explain everything to the boy. Briefly, in short, you need a talent that allows you to use magic. After the teacher's explanation, Alan understands that all this is useless for him. Cecile takes out a magic ball. The boy asks to try how the summoner is friends with magic, but in the end he finds out that magic is not available to him. Thus, Alan's hypothesis was disproved and the boy's motivation was lowered. Alan stands with boxes of things on either side. The boy's gone shopping for Cecile again. After making sure he hasn't forgotten anything, he heads for the exit. On the way back, the boy is met by a familiar man who thanks him for everything Alan has done for him. An old man tells how he was surrounded by monsters on all sides. He already thought that the end would come, but suddenly a boy appeared and saved the old man. Alan is modest, so he says that he was simply following orders. In the city, passers-by often pay attention to the little hunter of the Granville family. It's been a year since Alan was officially allowed to hunt monsters, and somehow, the boy has made a lot of acquaintances in the city. There is some strange ringing. It is not known where the sound is coming from, as it spreads throughout the entire street. Alan tries to figure out what is happening here. All the people start running somewhere in a hurry. Alan runs up to Raven and asks where everyone is running. It turns out that a terrible giant, a lair of Marjarsh, has appeared right next to the southern gate. The boy at first thinks that the group is going to fight him. But only the strongest man in their domain could fight the monster. This is the commander of the knights. But now there is a serious problem, since neither the commander nor his deputy are there. All that the guys can do is take the people to a safer place. They still have time before things get really bad. The boy realizes that things are really bad. Many adventurers in the city have no talent, so they can't fight such a serious monster. Alan decides to take matters into his own hands and challenge Marjarsh, a B-rank monster, to a fight. The boy runs to the scene as fast as he can. Raven asks where he's going, to which Alan replies that he wants to scout out the situation. There is panic, noise, and shouting all around. People are running in different directions, hoping to save themselves. The first wounded have already appeared. Everyone is asked to melt so as not to interfere with providing assistance to those in need. The soldiers try to hold the line, thus preventing the monster from entering the city. An order is given to close the gates. One man desperately asks to wait as his carriage is left outside the gate, but it is too late, as the monster has caught up with it too. The Mortargars themselves are about 4 meters tall. Lie 5. A very ferocious monster that spares no one around. Alan runs out of the gate and sees this monstrosity. The sight alone gives him goosebumps. The boy sees the Mardarsh grab the carriage in which there is a woman and a child. The man who asked to wait and not close the gate is the husband of this poor woman. He's outraged that the soldiers do not even try to help his wife and daughter. Alan decides to take action. The boy takes out a steel ball. Swinging harder, the boy launches the projectile. It hits the target and knocks out the monster's left eye. At least it certainly got his attention. Alan takes advantage of this and leads the Mardarsh away from the carriage. From afar, soldiers tell the boy not to tease the monster, as he might die because of it. The monster becomes enraged. It strikes but misses, hitting an empty space. Alan took the bait. The monster took the bait. But the boy was in deep trouble. He had no mana, having spent it all on training 3 hours ago. The monster swings again, and this time hits more accurately, causing the boy to lose his footing and fall. When Alan finds himself right in front of the Marjarsha, in a rather vulnerable position, the monster, for some reason, does not attack him. The monster begins to smile, and then laughs loudly. Alan doesn't understand what happened to him. Is he laughing at the boy? At this time, the boy begins to think about the fact that his younger brother Masha was named after Mardarjarsh. The father comes up with the strangest names. Margarsh grins happily. This leaves Alan at a loss. Finally, the mana accumulates, and now the boy can calmly strike. Alan increases his agility and defense to dodge enemy attacks. After that, he suddenly starts running in the opposite direction from the monster. The soldiers stand in amazement. They admire the boy's action, because he used himself as bait. At this time, Alan has already taken the monster far enough away from the city. The boy calls otters to the butterfly to put the monster to sleep. When the ability is active, Mardarsh falls asleep for a while. But the boy changes his mind about attacking him, so he decides to just run away. Having reached the thicket of the forest, Alan takes a break. He's not calmed by the feeling of despair, and the thought that he is lost. His debuffs don't work on the monster. The boy thinks the Mardarsh is simply invincible. But Alan decides not to despair, but to continue leveling up. to take revenge later. At least he took the monster far from the city, so it's better than doing nothing. Suddenly, there's a crunch of branches. Alan freezes, but does not dare to turn around. For a few seconds, everything is quiet. But then, in front of the boy, someone rips up a tree by the roots. It turns out to be a goblin. But the boy doesn't have to fear it for long, because Martagarsh appears again. So Alan ran through the forest for 3 whole days. Tired and exhausted, he staggered to the front gates of the city, after which he fell unconscious. He is picked up by soldiers and brought inside. People are asked to inform the Baron about this. Thus, Alan is brought to his house, where he is given help. When the boy comes to, the first person he sees is a worried Cecile. The girl asks how he feels after 2 days of sleep. Since Alan is Lady Cecile's personal servant, it was only natural that the girl would be worried about him. She offers the boy food and water. He is still just trying to come to his senses. The rest of the house's residents also came to visit the little hero. Thomas is glad that Alan is okay, and the butler gives him a message for the boy to come to the Baron later. The boy realizes that he interfered without permission. Alan is a little scared, since, most likely, the Lord is now tearing and throwing. When the boy comes to the Baron, he immediately asks him what he was thinking. Alan says that he could only run away, and that he regrets his thoughtless actions. He apologizes for this. The Lord's assistants claim that it is the knight's duty to protect the people. On behalf of all the knights, the knight commander thanks the boy for fulfilling this duty in their absence. The Baron says that Alan, in this case, did nothing wrong. Thanks to him, the city was almost unharmed. The Lord rewards the boy and gives him 10 gold coins in a bag. In addition, Alan receives another 10 gold coins from the family whose carriage he saved. In total, he receives 20 coins. Alan is delighted with the Baron's generosity. Now he will buy himself a weapon much better than some rusty sword. The boy decided that as soon as he is free, he will immediately go to the gunsmith. The Lord asks that the next time Alan hunts monsters, he not go so far. Fortunately, everything went surprisingly smoothly. The boy promises to be careful in the future. Alan is hunting again. He tests his new mithril sword. It performs its main function perfectly. Now monsters in hard armor are no problem for the boy. The sword cost him 25 coins. Alan also made a remarkable discovery. Newly summoned monsters have all the memories of the previous ones. Hawk still remembers that fight, and still watches Martagarsh. The summoner walks his summon. It's like an ancestral memory. They remember everything and learn from their mistakes. But the giant D-rank bird and the ferocious goblins are C-crank monsters. No adventurer can handle them alone. And finally, the real horror, a B-rank monster, deadly to humans. All of this will appear on Alan's path, but he will continue to move forward, despite the fact that the monsters of this world are very strong. Spring is coming. A second duel after the return of the eldest son of the Granville family. Alan has raised his level a little since last time. But still, Mihai is leveling up 3 times faster. All the residents of the house came to watch the duel. The boys begin to fight. Some watch all this with delight, and some worry about the boys. The clanging of swords echoes throughout the room. The boys fight skillfully, but for some reason Alan gives up his position. Cecile notices this. Mihai knocks the sword out of the boy's hands, after which Alan gives up. He is filled with anger inside. He cannot win, despite the fact that he trained very hard and is now stronger than he was last year. Mihai is congratulated. The Knight Commander praises the boy. He thanks the man, then turns to Alan. Mihai says he's become very strong. Malik says Alan still has a lot of growing to do compared to him. Mihai is calm that the boy is Cecile's servant. The girl approaches Alan and whispers, saying that he should practice his fencing skills more. Mihai is very surprised when he learns that Alan fought the Martagarsh. Cecile says that the boy ran from the monster for 3 days, and after that, for 2 days, he was as if dead. Mihai sympathizes with the boy. Thomas asks his brother if he could defeat Martagarsh, but the boy says that a Kakavol cannot defeat a B-rank monster alone. The Lord says that in that case, his son needs to work harder. Suddenly, a knight comes and addresses the Baron. It turns out that the White Dragon has flown to another place. The Lord can hardly believe it. Alan had heard of the White Dragon before. It was a rank A monster that had been living in the mountains for hundreds of years. If you defeat it, you can get 1,000 coins. The adventurers saw the dragon flying to the lands of Carnell. The Lord had been waiting for this moment for a long time, and now, finally, the dragon decided to fly over. The man says that this should be used as soon as possible. He asks the Knight Commander to investigate the area of the Mithril mines. First, they need to find a new dragon rookery, and then they can explore the 4 areas with deposits. High-level goblins and orcs roam the mountain forests. The trek will take several months. The Lord relies on his knights. Thomas is delighted. He feels as if history itself has been set in motion. Cecile imagines how happy the townspeople will be. Mihai also thinks that this is wonderful news, but the dragon may return here next year. Since there is such a possibility, the Baron asks to keep the information secret. A problem is emerging. Now the knights will seriously engage in the graying of monsters, and all this is experience. Because of this, Alan needs to hurry. At the beginning of July, the boy increased many skills. The amount of experience in the skill synthesis reached 1,000, thereby increasing it to level 5. Also, the skills of summoning were increased to level 5, subjugation to level 5, subjugation to level 4, and a new skill of exchange was acquired. Now that Alan had confirmed that the White Dragon had flown to the lands of Carnell, it was time to check his stats. The summoning skill had increased by another level, but it took 2 years. Alan can't wait to see what kind of D-rank creatures he can summon. But first, he decides to use the exchange skill. Alan really hopes that the skill will be as useful as the inventory skill. After trying the skill, the boy realizes that he can now see through the eyes of his creatures. Now he has exchanged glances with Hawk, and he understands how the bird sees him. He can see through his own eyes and Hawk's eyes at the same time. When the bird takes off, the boy experiences a storm of delight. It is a very exciting feeling to feel the flight. They also have a common hearing. Alan feels as if he is flying on Hawk. He can even use the eagle eye skill. Alan can see everything several kilometers away from him. Hawk flew out of the 50-meter radius. After all, outside the boy's zone, he cannot receive orders. It is similar to how the player controls several characters at once. The intelligence parameter of the summoned creature should be higher than 100, and Alan can establish communication with several creatures at once. But each creature requires 200 points of its own intelligence. With 1,200 intelligence, Alan will produce 6 creatures at once. Now the boy understands how the summoner's intelligence is used. Previously, he thought that this parameter was simply superfluous. Alan decides to try summoning new D-rank creatures. He has collected 10,000 D-rank stones for this moment. Everyone except the potatoes. The intelligence was over 100, so Alan can easily arrange an exchange with them. The boy is sad that he won't be able to summon Tama now, but at least they can talk like Hawk. Suddenly, Alan realizes that they can understand orders and he can use the exchange. This means that the creatures he summons can hunt on their own. The young hunter decides to test this in practice. The first power becomes a spider. Although not with one blow, but his creations were able to cope with the spider on their own. Then the summoned creatures are brought in as a completely autonomous group. The search for enemies will be done by Horo and Hawk. Horo will work at night and Hawk during the day. Atami's splash skill will increase the allies' evasion rate. Without Alan, the party's creature count will not recover, so he advises them to pay close attention to debuffs. The bears will switch between attack and defense. In this way, they will never lose. Now Alan knows that the exchange works even when he sleeps. The boy has the perfect squad that will earn experience for him for 30 days. Alan advises those not to approach people, and if they suddenly hit, not to hit back. The boy considers this ability simply wonderful. Although he looks into the eyes of 8 beings, he does not feel any discomfort at all. It seems that Alan is gradually becoming great and terrible. Now he can use the increased range of movement in any way. The boy notices a mountain behind which a white dragon is hiding. A new idea came into his mind about how he could use the exchange. The action takes place in the village of Cyrene. At this moment, Drago and Cyrene are having another fight. The boy is an axe warrior. He has 1 star. Cyrene is a swordmaster with 3 stars. Mash is not far behind either. He is a 1-star spearman. Now it is his turn to take part in the duel. Alan flies to them in the form of a bird. The father notices this familiar bird. Then Alan flies to the house and looks in the window. Mura and Mama are sitting there. The woman braids the girl's hair and she laughs joyfully. Suddenly, the sound of a coin falling is heard. The woman and her daughter come closer and notice that it is a gold coin. Now Alan plans to fly to the family every month and give them a gold coin. The boy's chest aches because he misses his family. October is coming, the 10th month. Alan turns 10. He has been working in the Lord's house for 2 months already. The Baron is talking to the knights. They have worked hard exploring the area for half a year. The man asks how things are going with his mithril mines. As the knight commander feared, no human had set foot on these lands for 100 years. It is not surprising that a large number of monsters have bred there. They swarm not only around the 4 mines, but also in the village where the mine mithril was previously processed. The area needs to be cleared, workers hired, and transport links established. It will take at least 3 years to reopen the nearest mine. This news saddens the Lord greatly. He may be asking for the impossible, but he begs the knights to hurry. The Baron also asks how things are going in the lands of Carnell. The Knight Commander replies that since the Viscount's lands continue to produce mithril, they have incurred the dragon's wrath. So it's all about mining mithril. Alan is glad he didn't send his bird there to admire the dragon. The dragon probably has its own version of Eagle Eye. The boy thinks it's too early for him to go after an A-rank monster. With the work in the mines becoming unbearable, the Viscount probably doesn't know what to do. They plan to watch his reaction closely. In the meantime, the Baron sends knights to the mines and tells the knights to stick to the plan. Alan understands that now the poor monsters will be cut out root and branch. But he will have time to prepare in 6 months. And as soon as the boy turns 12, he will leave the mansion and become an adventurer. There are only 2 years left, but Alan will repay the Lord for his favor and help open the mines. After all, he can't leave the whole experience as some knight. Therefore, the boy can't wait for this moment. At the foot of the mountain are scattered villages of orcs and goblins. Ant nests will be further down the slope, tunneling through the rocky soil of the mountains. The goblin village is home to the Goblin King himself, and the orc village is home to the Goblin King himself, and the orc village is home to the Orc King. In the ant nest is a boss called the Ant Queen. Today, Alan's goal is to clear out the goblin village, because the knights will be arriving here in a few days. The creatures surrounded the village with fences and even put guards in front of it. Even the goblin children are armed with sticks. Of course, they can't show their weakness in front of adults. Goblins eat humans and use their victims' weapons. Alan would have allowed them to live and reproduce, slowly destroying them for experience. But now, the knights are preventing this plan from being realized. The boy will have to deal with every monster, not allowing even one to remain. Alan upgrades his skills. After that, he sends the bears into battle. The animals cope with the first ones perfectly. After that, the goblins raise the alarm. The rest of the soldiers run up and start to drive away the opponents. The monsters even have archers. Alan understands that things will be bad if they attack them from a distance. The boy asks Hawk to keep a close eye on the enemy, and he orders the spiders to shoot down the arrows. Here's 1 goblin killed. 200 experience points are awarded for it. Then the next ones. The boy runs a little further and notices a whole horde of goblins. His brigade can't handle that many enemies. Without him, they simply won't survive. The boy orders the bears to spare no one. Running is useless, as Alan has blocked all the entrances. Thus, the goblins are surrounded. The boy was so weak before because he didn't have 20 bears. Now they can tear anyone to pieces in no time. Victory will be theirs. Suddenly, the Goblin King appears. He lets out a terrible roar. Alan has been waiting for this for a long time. The boy jokes that the king almost slept through his own funeral. Alan's creatures killed sea crank enemies by the thousands. The monster is no match for them. Therefore, bears are no problem. They will roll around with him too. For the king, dress up for 4,200 experience points. The boy orders his animals to finish off the remaining goblins and drag their bodies to the center of the village. Alan had to work hard, but now he has a lot of magic stones. All that's left is to get rid of the bodies of his opponents. The young hunter remembers that he has a torch. The fire in the inventory never goes out, and this is one of the main advantages. Alan lights a fire and sets the corpses on fire, declaring the goblin cleanup complete. He doesn't know how to bury them anyway, so the knights will do it. The boy knelt down next to the pile of remains and prayed that a better world awaits them. With this village, Alan raised 48,800 experience points. That's how much 223 goblins with women and children are worth. In a few months, the boy walked around the area and raised his level. He's already getting a bit bored. Alan decides to check out how things are going with the orcs. March comes. Mihai graduates from the academy. Cecile happily runs to her older brother to congratulate him. The girl is very happy that they will now be together. Alan notices that the boy is not in a very good mood. He asks his sister how old she is. Then, without waiting for an answer, says 10. It sounds like a statement of fact, following a rhetorical question. The sister notices that something is happening to her brother. The girl asks him excitedly, but the boy does not answer. Then he turns to Alan seriously and asks him to fight, but with all his might. The boy doesn't understand why he needs this, but he doesn't mind crossing swords once again. Only the atmosphere is different now. Alan agrees, but they part ways for a while to gather their thoughts and prepare for battle. Cecile whispers to Thomas. He also notices that something is wrong with his brother. It is the first time he sees Mihai like this. Everyone gathers in the yard. The number of Alan's creatures reaches its limit. The boy is in great shape now. He is sure that this year he will definitely win. The boys begin the battle. Alan, like a whirlwind, cuts through the air. His speed is 1483. This is twice as much as last year. Now he will definitely win. Alan throws punches, but Mihai parries all his attacks. The boy waits. Alan thinks that his opponent sees all his speed. And then, Alan's years of efforts pay off. He begins to gain the upper hand, causing the opponent to retreat. The audience is surprised, but the Knight Captain does not think that Mihai is retreating. The boy feels as if Alan is reading his thoughts, but he does not give in. Now it remains to wait. What will be the outcome of this duel? For a while, the boys continue to hold their positions, but in the end, Alan still loses. This tears the boy apart with despair. Even with increased agility, he couldn't land a single blow. Could fencing skill really compensate for everything? How much more agility would Alan need to increase to make progress? His attack would be completely weakened in that case. This can't be ignored. Mihai continues to show kindness to Alan, but it does not console the boy. Even though Alan has shown himself even better this year for Mihai, this is not enough for the boy himself. He needs more significant results. Alan expects Mihai to shake his hand, but he walks past him primly. It looks like there will be no handshake this year. The Lord sees that 3 years of the academy have borne fruit for his son. The boy has become much more experienced. Mihai thanks his father for these words. Alan stands nearby and thinks. They had a duel as the Lord's son asked. Was this really all he wanted? Cecile calls out to Alan, thus bringing him out of his thoughts. The girl says that he's become strong, but still not as strong as her brother Mihai. She suggests that Alan learn fencing from his brother. Alan would be happy if this were possible. Thomas is also thinking about learning from his brother. Suddenly Mihai calls Cecile and Thomas because he wants to tell them something. The guys approach his brother, and he says that he will serve for the good of the kingdom for the next 3 years. Therefore, he will not be able to be at home. This news leads to an unpleasant surprise of the little children. Mihai apologizes to the rhythmization that he reports such unexpectedly. Thomas asks what the service will consist of, but her brother cannot tell. Cecile asks when Mihai will begin this service. The answer pierces the girl's heart. From tomorrow. In despair, she cries out to her father, but does not know what to say. After that, Cecile takes her brother's hands and says that the act was happy, thinking that now they will be together again. Mihai tries to calm his sister down, promising that he will write to her as often as he can. Everything will be fine because the boy will return in 3 years. Tears begin to fall from Cecile's eyes. 3 years is a very serious term for her, especially since she had been impatiently pining for her brother before. Alan continues to ponder, considering the fact that Mihai was taken into service immediately after graduating from the academy. The boy recalls the words of the Viscount, after which the Baron is still not himself. Alan has a bad feeling about this. All the residents of the house gathered in the hall. People formed a long corridor in order to escort the Lord's son to the service. Alan asks Mr. Rickle about the service the boy will have to perform, but he doesn't give out much information, saying that he hasn't heard anything special. Alan finds this strange because Rickle has been working in the mansion for 12 years, so it is impossible that he did not find out anything. The clanking of armor is heard in the corridor. Mihai appears. The boy descends the stairs and moves forward. Cecile stands silently. The girl has a lump in her throat from such melancholy. Thomas pushes his sister forward so that she does not remain silent and says goodbye to her brother. The girl slowly approaches Mikhail. Through tears, she says that she will wait for his return. The boy hugs his little sister and strokes her head. The Lord is proud of his son. The mother gives the boy parting words so that he fulfills his duty and returns home quickly. The butler sends his master on his way. Mihai suddenly approaches Alan and hugs the boy. Trembling, he asks the boy to take care of Cecile and do everything to keep his sister safe. As a son of the Grandel family, Mihai sets off to do his duty. Cecile continues to wave at him and asks him to return safe and sound. During these 3 years, Alan plans to leave the mansion. Cecile will have to enter the academy. But until that moment, the boy must fulfill his promise and protect the girl. 2 months have passed since Mihai left. Since October, Alan has successfully cleared all the goblin villages. The White Dragon Ridge is now completely cleared of them. Alan has risen from level 30 to 35. The boy is ready to continue raising levels further. Now he is in another village. Slowly, the knights will get here too. So we must hurry. The village is ruled by a B-rank monster. The boy has never dealt with such monsters before. Unfortunately, he cannot count the number of orcs from a bird's eye view. As with the goblin village, Alan will wait for his creatures to take up their positions. Then he will trap his opponents and deal with them all. This time, the boy will also summon Brawn to protect against enemy archers and the Orcs King. Type Stone. Rank D. Name Brawn. Strength 200 plus 200. Magic 0. Attack 188. Endurance 200 plus 200. Agility 100 plus 200. Agility 100. Intelligence 140. Luck 108. Bonus Strength plus 200. Endurance plus 200. And special skill defense. Alan declares their first hunt in the orc village open. The creatures go into battle. They know how to fight monsters, so it won't be too difficult. Braun performs the function of protection perfectly. He even survives the shot. It's a pity the boy can't see how much life force his creations have left. Until now, they've fought tirelessly. But of course, they'll die if they take a lot of damage. The boy commands the spiders to neutralize the archers. This tactic works perfectly. Alan plans to increase the number of spiders next time. Alan moves on, along with his creatures. A huge army of enemies awaits them ahead. 100, maybe even 200. This is good news for the boy, as this is his experience. It's time for the squad to attack from the other side. Everything goes according to plan, but the fresh cleanup takes longer than in the Goblin Village. Alan has dealt with 100 orcs already, but their king is still nowhere to be seen. There is no other way but to go through the entire village, dealing with everyone who stands in the way. Suddenly, the boy notices a sparkle in the distance. Without thinking twice, he orders the Harrow to organize a defense. And it's just in time, because a huge magic ball flies at Alan. The boy is confused. He can't understand if the Orc King is in front of him now. The boss should be alone. Alan sees monster enemies who use magic for the first time. It remains to be seen how the young hunter is going to deal with them. Alan can't tell if the Orc King is aiming at him or if his target is Brawn. The magic ball is hovering over the monster again, preparing to fly straight to the target. The boy orders Brawn to defend himself. The summoned creature manages to repel the attack. Despite this, Alan can feel how hot the magic ball is. Suddenly, 3 more of the same balls fly towards the boy. The magic spheres destroy everything in their path. The young hunter has no more Bronov left in reserve. Alan decides not to give up and puts maximum power into his attacks. This helps him defeat the orc. As a reward, the boy receives 2,000 experience points. The young man believes that the orc man is quite capable of reaching rank C. He can defeat him with a throw. The boy uses his iron balls. He launches one right into the monster's forehead. There are still 2 iron balls left. Alan was about to throw it when he suddenly saw more magic balls flying from the enemy's shelter. Because of this, their entire combat power sags. Alan feels like he's in some kind of hell. And there are still 100 orcs left. The boy decides to abandon defense in this case and puts everything on attack. He has a very large number of D-rank stones, with which he can summon 20,000 bears. Alan can also use 100 magic fruits. The potato's special skill is that it restores 1,000 mana points. The boy can summon more bears until all the mana is gone. Here comes the king of the orcs. He makes deafening and frightening sounds. The orc is of the same rank as the Mordarsh rank B. Compared to bears, the creature appears to be much larger, with Alan estimating it to be around 4 meters tall. The monster takes out several summon bears with one blow, forcing the boy to create, enhance, and summon the creature. Things are going badly. The opponents are dealing with the bears much faster than Alan expected. The Orc King has a large attack radius, which is why the bears simply don't have time to approach. Suddenly, another magic ball flies past Alan and destroys Braun. The boy uses the potato skill and restores 1,000 mana points. He thinks about what to do next, since there's very little time left. Waiting until they run out of mana, or until the king gets tired, is not an option. When Alan thinks the end is coming, the Knight Commander suddenly appears. The man sees that the boy is in trouble. At this point, Alan realizes he's made a mistake. He thought the captain would come tomorrow. The man said he saw smoke, so he decided to check. The knight sees the boy's creatures and asks him what they are. The boy gets hot. He realizes he's been caught red-handed. Alan hopes the commander will think they're just monsters. He has to recall all his creatures. The knight simply ignores the beasts. He does not hesitate for a second before the Orc Kings. The boy heard that he can handle a Mardarjursh. He is the strongest knight of the Granville house. The man says he will take care of the orcs, and the boy will be left with the rest. They are joined by a spearman who, so to speak, takes away Alan's experience. But he is not upset because this is a good reason to see how professionals work. The spearman seems careless. The Orc King is fast and has a large attack radius. Without much haste, the commander approaches the monster and calmly strikes at it. Alan is left impressed by this. The knight captain was nicknamed the War Demon Zanaf. He received this nickname because of his incredible strength. The Orc King was very angry. But the knight captain was not bothered by the monster's attacks. He can withstand the blow well, and the size of his opponents is not important to him. The spearman is not far behind either. He copes with his opponents perfectly, leaving them no chance of victory. The orc captain and his assistant amaze the boy with their skills. He believes that Zenom is using the very same special skill that Cyrene once used on him. It turns out that the entire strength of the swordsman and spearman lies in their talent. The captain dealt with the Orc King in no time at all, and didn't even use his skill. After the battle, the man approaches Alan and asks him to help them get to the city. The boy even feels uneasy because the man saw so much and didn't even ask him anything. Alan asks the captain for permission to pull the rocks out of the monsters. He doesn't object. Alan wields his sword deftly and finishes quickly. If they leave things as they are, it is possible that the village will be populated by other orcs. Therefore, Alan believes that he did the right thing. The rest will be taken care of by the Order of Knights. Since the sun has almost set, the boy is offered to spend the night in their camp. Then they will fall to his baron. The group set up camp and, having lit a fire, began to prepare for dinner. After some time, they begin their meal. The commander asks Alan if he cleared out all the goblin villages. The boy confirms this, saying that he went through 52 villages. There are probably no more left. The captain thought so. He begins to tell how 4 years ago, the villager Cyrene began to supply Albasharim carcasses in large quantities. Later, she increased the boar harvest many times over. Although, initially, the duty was 10 carcasses per year. For his services, Alan was taken into service at the Granville mansion. As soon as the boy appeared, carcasses of monsters with carved stones began to be found near the city. Recently, all the goblin villages in the area, which also had carved magic stones, disappeared. Also, all their settlements were burned. Alan not only hunted game, but also single-handedly exterminated sea crank monsters. And finally, he showed himself well in a duel with Mihai, making him sweat a lot. The boy understands that everything he tried so hard to hide has been revealed. But at the same time, Alan was told that he had no talent. Moreover, the priests unanimously swore that all this was the pure truth. But do they remember the events of 5 years ago? When the room was filled with bright light. When the boy to the ball. That in the talent column, there were still some symbols. They could not read them. Alan's level of magical power was also low. Therefore, it was easier for them to declare that the boy had no talents. The knight captain claims that the child has talent. These are the very animals with whom he fought shoulder to shoulder. Alan decides not to say another word. Otherwise, he might blurt out too much, and then a bunch of other problems will appear. He asks the man if he is done with the interrogation. He promises that the conversation will be between them. But, to tell the truth, the Baron already guessed about the boy's talent. He noticed that Alan loved hunting, and the raccoon is why the boy got his current status. If you think about it, he allowed the child to do whatever he wanted. The knight knew that sooner or later he would be interested, but he couldn't tell him anything. The man said that the boy could ask the Baron himself. The boy thought the man's manner of speech was a little strange. This is confirmed by the fact that the captain promised to keep everything a secret, provided that the boy would follow his lead on how he managed to kill all those monsters. But they are on the same side. The boy feels ashamed, but agrees. Now he will not have to hunt to increase his experience. At this point, one of the soldiers informs the captain that the hot water is ready. As a token of gratitude, Alan asks the man's permission to rub his back. When he turns his back to him, the boy notices huge scars and wounds on his back. Alan is surprised at how the captain managed to survive. He asks if it hurts, wounds. The boy has a restorative magic and offers to use it, but the man refuses. He cannot call today's hunt successful. Didn't do as well as he wanted. Alan needs more training to take down the king on his own. The captain of the knights, as if reading the boy's thoughts, asks if he enjoyed hunting. Alan replies that he had a lot of fun. Overcoming the obstacles sent to him by the goddess gave the boy pleasure. When you level up, all your wounds disappear. As far as the boy remembers, when the commander came to them, his face still had the same wounds. Alan wondered if it was really that hard to level up. When the man finished his water treatments, everyone went to bed together. Some knights stayed on night duty. The next morning, the Order of Knights reported that they had cleared several places that had been taken over by monsters. Cecile had been very worried about the boy all this time, so when she saw him, she threw herself on his neck. The Baron is glad to see Alan. Despite the fact that he ran away from home without warning anyone, no one blamed the boy for it. But what is Alan going to do next? 2 weeks have passed since Alan was saved by the knight captain, and now the time has come for the second attack on the orc village. The boy defeats the orc king again and gets 2,500 experience points for it. This time, everything goes well for him. Alan wonders if he will always win now. 40 bears attack the village from 4 sides, thus cutting off all escape routes. So the young man was able to find and destroy the orc mages. Even if the bears fall in battle, the boy will recognize the new ones. And Alan himself, like a true general, will sit back during the battle and wait for the results of his attack plans. In total, the boy receives 335,000 experience points. This is 7 times more than for the goblin village. Alan praises his bears again after the fight. Now it's time to collect stones. The boy may have lost the first time, but he came back and got his revenge. That's what it means to be a gamer. In the form of a carcass, the Orc King turns out to be larger than he seemed before. Alan receives his first B-rank stone. This time he spent 120 D-rank stones. The boy plans to save money in the future. In the 10th month, Alan turns 11. Since May, he has cleared out about 20 orc villages. As promised, he reported everything to the knight captain. The mithril mines were originally scheduled to open in 3 years, but with Alan's help, that time frame was reduced to 2 years. Therefore, they are expected to begin operations as early as spring next year. So far, everything is going according to plan. Alan will destroy all the orc villages, and, if possible, the armadillo ant nests. And as soon as the boy turns 12, he will join the Adventurers Guild. His Majesty's envoys arrive at the Granville home. They remark that the Baron's estate is perfect. Have they really come just to heap praise on him? The Lord greets the guests and asks what business they have come to see him for today. The Lord and his retinue have served His Majesty faithfully since the day the Baron inherited the title. The king would like to express his gratitude to the Lord for his faithful service. The Baron thanks him and says that he is not worthy of such praise. In this world, praise is a rare and vanishing event. The messenger has come to personally deliver one thing to the man. He hands the Lord a letter. It was sent by the Lord's son, Mihai Granville. They had not heard from him for half a year. Cecile remembers that her brother promised to write to her often. Holding the letter in his hands, the Baron feels that something is wrong. The man asks in horror when the letter was written. He's told, 3 months ago. Mihai's mother asks her husband to give her the contents to read. When the woman takes the letter in her hands, she begins to cry. It turns out that Mihai died while fulfilling his nobleman's duty. The Lord cannot believe his son's death to the very end. He asks again if it is a mistake. The man does not understand why this happened after only half a year. Then the Baron switches to a desperate cry, saying that Mikhail had just graduated from the academy. Was he really sent to a dangerous place because they were low-ranking aristocrats? The king's messenger asks with some threat whether the Baron dares to oppose the king's will. Mihai's mother cannot hold back her tears. The woman is in complete despair and cannot believe what is happening. The messenger says that their visit is over, as they still need to convey messages to other lands. The door slams shut, and there is silence. Alan doesn't believe that Mihai is dead. But when the boy remembers his friend's parting words, he begins to think that he knew that something like this could happen. Poor Cecile stands rooted to the spot. The girl is completely engulfed in numbness. She asks her father what all this means. Tears are streaming down her cheeks. Then the Lord asks everyone to leave them alone. The mother asks to stay too, but she is still carefully let out. Voices and the crying of workers are heard behind the doors of the room. Alan can't forget the faces of his family after they saw the letter. It looks like some kind of will. Mihai knew he was going to his death. The Lord talks to Cecile. He talks about the noble duty they must fulfill. The girl is indignant that they must die for some duty. The father tries to convince her, but she runs away. It looks like Cecile is going to suffer the same fate. The Lord is forced to send his 15-year-old children to their deaths. He can do nothing but obey orders. Alan and the butler knock on a girl's door. They brought her dinner and ask her to try at least a little. The Lord thinks they should let the girl be alone. He will talk to her tomorrow. After some time, Cecile fell asleep. Thomas is angry because he was left in the dark. The boy will find out everything when he becomes the next head of the Granville house. Morning comes. The butler is worried that the girl has not eaten anything since the evening, and it is unknown whether she will agree to have breakfast. One guy says he heard about the sad fate of the Granville family before he came to work here. In fact, Mr. Granville's parents and brothers suffered the same fate. But to think that he would die at the age of 15, the boy remembers how Mr. Mihai always helped him. Being born an aristocrat is the worst thing that can happen to a person. Suddenly, panic breaks out. Cecile was not found in the room. Cecile feels that no one needs her except Alan. Then the girl starts screaming, telling the boy to go back where he came from. There is a growling sound in her stomach. It's because Cecile hasn't eaten anything since yesterday. Alan turns out his pockets and takes out everything he has, some fruit and a potato. At first, the girl looks at all this with disgust, but then hunger takes over and she begins to eat. After some time, Cecile begins to cry again, remembering that Mihai promised to return. The girl asks Alan if her brother was strong. The boy agrees without hesitation because he has never managed to defeat Mikhail. Cecile is hysterical. She says that she will definitely die. Alan understands what she means. The girl, burying her face in her knees, says that this country, it seems, has not fought for a long time. It will be able to raise worthy soldiers. Alan realizes that his purpose here is to decide the fates of people. After thinking for a while, the boy suggests that Cecile leave the city with him. Just forget about everything and start traveling together, especially since Alan has some savings. The girl starts to get indignant. After all, it's beyond her comprehension. And who does Alan think he is anyway? The boy says that he thought about waiting until he was 12 and joining the Adventurers Guild. Cecile claims that they will study at the academy, and that the cartridge case is just some kind of stupidity. The boy asks if it is even necessary for a girl to study at this academy. He hints to her that only she has the right to choose what to do with her life and how she wants to live it. After thinking for a while, Cecile decides to go back. Alan understood her. The girl asks the boy to carry her, as she is very tired. When the boy picks her up, she buries her face in his shoulder and thanks Alan for everything. He is grateful for her kindness. Sometime later, the boys return to the estate. The worried parents rush to their daughter. Cecile begins to cry and ask for their forgiveness. The Lord is very happy that the girl is safe. He asks her forgiveness for everything he said then. Then, taking her face in his hands and looking into her eyes, the man tells Cecile not to worry about anything anymore. They are about to resume mining mithril, and with its help they will free the girl from her noble debt. Now Alan understands why Boron was in such a hurry with this. The boy thinks that if he had worked with the Order together from the very beginning, perhaps Mihai would have remained alive. But Cecile insists that grief speaks in her father. The girl assures that she will fulfill her noble duty just as her brother Mikhail understood. She refuses to run away or hide. So, half a year has passed since Mihai's death. Life in the Granville household is back to normal. The Knight's Order has completely destroyed the Goblin village. In truth, it was Alan who did all of this. People are gradually rebuilding villages near the mithril mines. Mining is expected to begin in late summer. The Baron is not worried about anything, as everything is going according to plan. He only thinks about what Carnell will do, having lost his income from the mithril. His affairs are in complete disarray. Therefore, the Granville family must be on guard. March comes. Alan climbs the mountain. The boy is sure that Cecile would not come here, because climbing this mountain is very difficult. But the girl asks to hunt monsters. The boy understands that she wants to become stronger, but the Baron will never allow her to do so. Although the sorceress's help would not hurt him, Alan reaches his destination. In front of him are monsters that interfere with the extraction of mithril, as well as a source of experience. Sea crank monsters, armadillo ants. The nest contains over 1,000 individuals. Their queen is the boss. She lays eggs and replenishes the colony with new ants. Alan has much less information about the enemy now. 1,000 individuals sounds very dangerous. The exact number of monsters is not visible from the sky. But they have only one exit from the nest. It is very huge. Even though it is inconvenient, the ants still have a greater advantage if Alan gets inside. To do this, the boy must first reduce their numbers. Alan plans to use the same tactics as before. First, the boy will summon 6 bears. It was this world that taught Alan how to fight. However, time is of the essence. The battle begins. Alan's creatures have a lot of experience, so they attack weak points. But the opponents are overwhelming in numbers. The boy placed 3 bears on an ant in order to suffer as few losses as possible. The intelligence of bears is 130 units. However, they do not have access to strategies and tactics due to their low intelligence. And, therefore, they make many mistakes. Hawk has a higher intelligence, 50 plus to 200. Alan combines the bear and the bird. This will make things go faster. A whole month has passed and the boy still hasn't cleared out the nest. Twice a week, 200 individuals. If you think about it, he should have killed more than 2,000 opponents by now. If what they said was true, then he should have cleared out the nest by now. If what they said was true, then he should have cleared out the nest by now. But the strangest thing is that a few days after the ants are killed, their corpses simply disappear. There is a possibility that the queen eats them. In order to produce new ones, Alan gains a huge amount of experience. The ants come out of the nest one by one, so the boy can't even take them. The boy has no choice but to change his tactics. It's May. Alan gets permission from the Baron and can change his schedule. He decides to fight 2 days in a row to finally clear the lair. After 2 months, 5,000 individuals have been killed. Alan does not waste time returning, so he kills 300 individuals at a time. Finds herself foe. There is silence. This means that the boy has cleared the lair. Although the lair is mostly cleared, the queen ant is still alive. Alan decides to conduct avian reconnaissance and sends Hawk and the other birds on this mission. The cave has many rooms and tunnels. One of the birds dies, so Alan has to summon another one. He also deactivates the bears. But there is a problem, because the bears can't see anything in the dark. Alan finds a solution. He will control them with the eyes of Holo. The animals find themselves in the room for young animals. 8 passages are explored at a time. The boy decides that if any bear gets hurt, he will call a new one. And to that place he will send a flying biting brigade. Alan calls Holo back to the map. The boy's head is already spinning from their ancient RPG maze. It's already evening. It's time for him to return to the mansion. But he can't miss such a chance. After some calculations, Alan finds the queen ant. There shouldn't be any mistakes, so the boy confidently moves towards her. Alan tries to remain calm. This is a B-rank opponent. With his intelligence, he can only use exchange with B-rank creatures. The queen's chambers are 5 kilometers from the entrance. She is guarded by 10 ants. The boy must use strategy again. Alan relies on Hollow and asks the bird to guide him to his destination since the cave is very dark. 2 months have not passed in vain. The boy has prepared as he should. Having seen the Queen of Ants, he cannot help but notice her enormous size. But her head is about the same size as he is. They will act according to the old tactics. The bears begin to get rid of their minions. Some time passes. Alan loses several of his creatures in the battle, but they get rid of the minions. The losses continue, but there are still survivors. The Queen Ants simply won't be able to deal with them that quickly. Since she is clumsy, Alan orders the creatures to aim for her stomach. They seem to be winning. A little more time passes and the queen is defeated. For her, the boy receives 45,000 experience. He spent only 20 creatures to deal with her. It always took at least 100 to deal with the Orc King. It looks like Alan will have to spend the night here, since at this time he simply won't be allowed into the village. The boy hopes that no one will be angry with him here, because this time the head of the order won't be able to cover for him. Therefore, he needs proof of victory. The ant nest smells really bad. It took Alan 2 months to clean out one nest. During this time, he killed 5,000 ants. It seems that the queen had managed to lay 4,000 eggs. Perhaps that is why she was so weak. Monsters also need food and energy to build up their strength. Did they really expect to simply overwhelm and defeat Alan with sheer numbers? After the boy has collected all the magic stones, it is time to move out. Suddenly, Alan's attention is drawn to something glittering. Looking closely, the boy notices another stone. But this stone has never been seen before. But after examining it in even more detail, Alan suddenly had an idea. The next day comes. The Lord scolds the boy for not returning on time for the second time. The Baron was about to send the Order of Knights to look for him. The man says that if the boy has anything to say in his defense, he can begin. Alan apologizes and says that he was cleaning out the ant nest on the White Dragon Ridge. Yesterday, he finally managed to kill the Ant Queen. The boy says that he did it for the sake of the prosperity of the Granville lands. Cecile is furious. The girl is angry when she finds out that Alan deceived her. Now she is even more disappointed in him. The boy remembers that they don't know that he single-handedly destroyed entire villages. In this case, he decides to give them proof. Alan shows them the huge shell of the Queen Ant. However, the reaction of the Lord and his men seems a little strange to the boy. He expected that this would at least please them. The Lord says he heard that the queen has a strange color of shell. The man asks Xenoff if it is really her shell. The knight captain apologizes and says that he cannot answer this question, as he has never seen an ant queen before. The Lord asks if he is right in Xenoff's previous statement that the queen cannot be destroyed. The man confirms his words. Unfortunately, even the Order's forces are not enough for this operation. Alan is very surprised. Cecile thinks that the boy cheated and painted the shell. The boy tries to justify himself. Besides, he is sure that the Order of Knights would cope with the queen. Xenoff says that there are over 1,000 warrior ants in the nest. Even if they manage to defeat them all, they will get lost in the dark tunnels. This task will require many victims. Even adventurers do not take on this task. The Knight Commander has never heard of anyone managing to clear out such a nest. Their goal was only to destroy the villages of orcs and goblins. Cecil asks him if the boy really wants to say that he dealt with all the ants and walked through the labyrinth. But that's how it all really was. After all, the boy cleared out the nest with the help of his summoned creatures. Alan is about to show another proof. He takes out the stones and says that he found them in the head of the Queen Ant. Most likely in his. This is the same mithril ore. Everyone is shocked. They understand that you can't just find something like that. The boy smiles contentedly and asks if they will believe him after that. Xenoff says it's hard to believe, but it looks like Alan really can handle him. The Baron tells the boy that they will discuss this point in another place and a little later. Now Cecile looks at her fellow servant and feels proud of him. Now the girl believes that the boy can cope with a B-rank monster. A little later, Alan comes to the Baron's chambers. The man asks him to show where the ant nest is. The boy points to the right place on the map. Xenoff says that they have found the 5th mine, so he will send the knights there immediately. Alan asks permission to provide a complete map from the nest. Now no one has the slightest doubt about the boy's words. The Baron says that he will not punish Alan because he tried very hard. In addition, he was able to find ore. Therefore, the Lord declares the boy the discoverer of a new mine. This entitles him to 30% of the ore produced in that mine. Half of the income from the mine mithril belongs to His Majesty. The profit received after deducting all expenses and taxes is called the mining right. In other words, 70% goes to the owner of the land, and 30% will remain with Alan. But no one can say exactly how much they will get and how much. So, you have to be patient. The boy feels that all this smells like a very profitable business. Therefore, it is safe to say that the boy has made a huge step towards success. October is coming. Alan turns 12. Mithril has begun to be mined in the lands of Granville, something that has not happened for 100 years. Also, starting next year, work will begin in the caves that Alan found. The boy dealt with all the ants without any problems, and now he feels no danger and has no problems with money. But Alan somehow feels like something is wrong. He wanted challenges, not simple obstacles. It's time for a new challenge to arrive. The boy is informed that the royal envoy has arrived again. It seems that he has some business with the Baron again. Viscount Carnell, whom they had not seen for so long, appears. People gather around the table. The Lord inquires about the reason for the guest's visit today. They say that the mining of mithril, led by the Granville family, is progressing very well. The king's envoys congratulate the Baron. The White Dragon has been ravaging the lands of Granville and Carnell for a long time. His Majesty wants to solve this problem. The Lord is given a document proposing to share power on the White Dragon's Ridge. The rulers must share power among themselves and put an end to the sad history of these lands. Therefore, the king's envoy asked the vice-chancellor to prepare a treaty. Viscount Carnell has already signed. Now the Lord only has to sign this agreement. A nasty smile appears on the Viscount's face. There is no doubt that he was the one who planned all this. The Baron humbly apologizes, saying that he needs to go to the capital. The envoy is indignant, believing that the man doubts his words. He says that the Lord became too proud when he resumed mining mithril. Not intending to listen to anything more, the messenger and Carnell leave the room. The Baron believes that His Majesty could not decide and accept something so absurd. The man asks the butler if the order of knights is already set out for the White Dragon's Ridge. He is told that the group will return in 2 days. The Lord decides to wait for their return, after which he will immediately go to the capital to the king. Young Thomas will be reported about this to the House of Lords. Cecile approaches her father. The girl is very worried. The Lord tells her not to worry. The father assures that he will not allow anyone to take away their property. Alan realizes that it won't be easy to quit this place now. If they share the dragon's spine, both domains will no longer suffer from the White Dragon's attacks. No one knows when he will fly back. To some extent, this measure can provide stability. It would be good if it did not concern Viscount Carnell, because he is a pure traitor. If the Baron refuses, he will not have a quiet life. Alan thinks about the options that might suit the Lord. Suddenly, there is a crash and panic sets in. Everyone runs excitedly to the second floor to check if Cecile is okay. When Alan runs upstairs, he sees that a large dent has formed in the wall. A little lower lies the body of one of the butlers. When the boy goes a little further, he sees that Cecile, some group of people, are kidnapping a girl. The boy draws his sword and rushes to save his mistress. The bandits are about to escape through the window. Alan strikes one of them. He deflects it. They begin to fight. The sound of swords echoes throughout the room. Since the enemy is very strong, Alan will have to use a summon. But first, the boy uses a magic fruit that restores 1,000 units of mana. Alan also heals the servant with a healing herb. This way, he also restores 1,000 units. The bandit begins to provoke the boy, but he doesn't need to be asked twice. Alan begins to strike at high speed, which surprises his opponent. At this time, the Lord is informed that they are being attacked and that someone is trying to kidnap Cecile. One of the bandits throws a smoke bomb. The boy thinks that this bomb is poison. The alarm starts to sound and people start taking up arms. Alan notices Cecile. The girl is unconscious. He hopes very much that she is okay. The boy feels his consciousness begin to fade. There's someone in the room, and that someone is kidnapping Alan. The boy's mind starts spinning. He can't assess the situation clearly. If only he could stand up. The boy's strength has completely left him. Alan thinks he's incredibly lucky that they just didn't kill him. Summoned can fight with closed eyes. This time he summons Chappy Birds with the following characteristics. Strength, 7. Mana, 0. Attack, 5. Endurance, 6. Agility, 10 plus 200. Intelligence, 10 plus 200. Luck, 8. There is also a bonus. Agility, plus 2. Intelligence, plus 2. A special skill is voice imitation. Alan exchanges consciousness and now controls the birds. The boy begins to assess the current situation. There are 3 people in the room. This room looks like some kind of kitchen. Suddenly, someone's voice is heard. A man enters the room and asks why there are 2 children there. One of the bandits says that the dark one is quite good with a sword, so they could somehow use it. But the man approaches his comrade and without further ado, stabs him in the stomach. As it turns out, the man does not tolerate arbitrariness. If his orders are violated, they can say goodbye to their lives. The commander leaves the room and says that if the boy suddenly causes any problems, he should be gotten rid of. Alan realizes that the big guy is even worse than the other 3. When the man leaves, the men begin to discuss what is happening. As it turns out, the boss always wants to kill someone. This is most likely due to the fact that he was a soldier. Even though he only spent a year in the war, these events had a strong impact on the man. The bandit group also claims that without their boss, they will not be able to defeat Zenov, the knight captain. Zenov has been a captain for 10 years now. Of course, it won't be easy to deal with him, but most likely, the bandit leader can do it. There are rumors that Zenov has destroyed entire armies. Some believe it, and some think it's complete nonsense. One of the bandits believes that only fools go to war. So, Dagla did the right thing when he ran away from there. Alan doesn't quite understand what they're talking about, but it sounds like there's a war going on somewhere. After this conversation, useless chatter begins. But the boy is sure that there are more than 4 enemies. Someone must be leading them. It was he who gave the order to kidnap Cecile. Since Alan has no one to wait for help, he has to do something himself. Suddenly, the boy remembers that he dropped his mithril sword. The only weapons left are Drago's dagger and 3 iron balls. But this is not enough to provide himself with full protection. One of the men decides to leave. Alan does not miss this moment and flies out of the room in the form of a bird. First, he decides to explore where the exit is. A man notices this bird. He asks his friends where this bird came from, to which they answer that, most likely, it is a parrot of some rich man. Alan assumes that they are on a ship. Are they really at sea? But the boy has not heard of any sea near Granville. The boy flies on. He realizes that the ship is very big. Suddenly, a window is visible. Alan flies up to it and looks out. It is very dark outside. Judging by the fact that the whole sky is strewn with stars, it is not difficult to guess that night has come. The ship begins to rock on the waves. The loudspeaker says, "Thank you for choosing Bahan's company. We have entered an air current zone. This will not affect the route of their magical vessel, but there may be some shaking." It dawns on Alan where they really are. They can't even escape from here now, because they're in the air. They're flying above the clouds. Of course, if they get closer to the ground, they can try to escape. The boy decides to look around a little more and flies on. The most important thing is not to catch the eye of this Daglak. While Alan is scouting the area, he meets people. There's even a restaurant on board. There are a lot of guests, but will they be able to save them? Suddenly, Alan hears a disgusting and painfully familiar laugh. Leaning a little closer, he recognizes Viscount Carnell. Alan didn't expect to meet the Viscount here. He, as if nothing had happened, was chatting pleasantly with the king's envoy. The men were knocking out and discussing business. It was about the kidnapping of Cecile. Among them is the king. He got into trouble because he announced the academic faction for the post of prime minister. The prime minister should be theirs, the minister of justice. But this is a little different. Next to the men, in a wooden box, lies the academic coalition. Speaking of the deputy minister of justice, he wrote a contract for joint management. At the same time, they need to distribute the money according to the prime minister's decree. However, it is still unknown whether the tiger has started moving. The Viscount thanks the king's envoy for the hard work he has done. Now, thanks to this, the lower aristocrats are already well versed. For Carnell, seeing the Baron's disappointed face was pure happiness. The envoy is sure that everything will be fine. But if the Baron makes a fuss, they could get into trouble. The Viscount says that this is precisely why they kidnapped the Lord's daughter. The Baron dotes on his daughter. Besides, he recently lost his son. They will send him a warning saying that they will do nothing bad to the girl. But if he still doesn't want to sign the contract, Carnell believes that as proof of their determination, they can do something with the girl. Hearing this, Alan becomes furious. He simply hates this nasty Viscount. The messenger adds, if the Lord decides to enter their territory to rescue their daughter, they can sue him for crossing the border. So even if there is trouble, they have an ace up their sleeve. The Viscount didn't think they would do that. It would be easy if they got the mithril. Alan doesn't know if he can use the money that way. The Baron is in a difficult situation. Now the boy needs to quickly save Cecile. At this time, the girl is just coming to her senses. The girl makes a small noise that attracts the bandits. One of the big guys starts talking. Alan thought she was still asleep. They used a very strong substance on the girl, which causes a person to enter a short-term antibiotic state. The man guesses that Cecile cannot use magic. He tells the girl that they are already in the city of Carnella. Cecile begins to cry, but she cannot speak because her mouth is bandaged. This makes the man angry. He rises from his seat and, making threats, comes closer. Alan realizes that they have no choice but to move. It's time to attack. The boy prepares himself. Then, he summons a butterfly and orders it to attack the enemy. The bandits are scared. They have never seen summoned creatures before. Therefore, this butterfly is perceived by them as a demon monster. But Alan realizes he made a mistake when he realizes that the butterfly's ability to stun and put to sleep does not work on people. While the bandits are distracted, the boy manages to free himself. Thus, he is ready to resist the enemies. The men try to intimidate the boy, saying that they have his weapon and that Alan has no chance of winning. But what they don't know is that he has a summoning skill. Alan summons bears and orders them to attack his opponents. The bandits do not understand how the animals ended up here. They are trying to escape the attacks of the predators. At this time, Alan also enters the battle. The second enemy is already ready. The boy's strength is gradually returning. There's one big guy left. The boy needs to get rid of him as soon as possible, otherwise reinforcements might come. Alan is very serious. He will do everything in his power. The boy calls on Braun, who provides him with body protection. Since the enemy defeated the bear with one blow, Alan realizes that this will be a difficult enemy. The summoner uses a worm, a spider, and a salmon. The boy orders the salmon to scatter. When the bandit aims at Cecilia, Alan orders the worm to use force and the spider to hold the enemy. The big guy is shocked when he learns that the child can control monsters. Not everyone has such a talent. While the enemy is distracted, Alan chooses the right moment and jumps towards him. At first, he aims for the scruff of the neck, but it does not cause much damage to him. It seems that his stamina is greater than that required for the blade. The boy jumps up and decides to use all his strength in the blow. Thus, he defeats the opponent. The loudspeaker announces that the ship will be arriving at Carnell very soon. Passengers are asked to exercise caution during the descent. Alan runs up to Cecilia and takes off her handcuffs. Suddenly, someone appears in the doorway. It turns out to be the killer Douglas. He starts laughing at the boys. Alan tenses up and is about to call Braun a name, but he doesn't have time to do so, because Douglas delivers a blow that sends the boy flying and hitting the wall. The enemy is very fast. The boy only had time to look back, and the other had already struck him. At some point, the enemy disappears in 1 second, and then appears in another place. Alan understands that this must end. He shouts at the girl to save herself, and uses the Herb of Life, thanks to which he restores his physical health by 1,000 units. Douglas immediately noticed that the boy had used the grass. Suddenly, Corneille began calling the boy, demanding that he stop at Cecile's as soon as possible. But it turned out that Alan had used Chappie's skill, voice imitation. Chappie is able to imitate the voice of any object he knows the name of, and has heard before. To the boys, this is a chance for salvation. The boy orders the spider to use the entangling thread. It works. Alan quickly grabs the girl and runs away. Douglas starts to get indignant. The web stops him for a while. The boy needs to stop him, so he asks Braun to turn into a wall. Since the spider's thread will soon break and Braun is destroyed, the boys have little time left. Alan runs to the window and opens it. He tells Cecile that there are about 100 meters left to the ground, as the landing has already been reported. He tells the girl that they will have to jump. Thanks to the creatures, the boy increases his stamina from 570-605 to 570-605 to 570-845. If the status is true, the junk shouldn't be a problem with that much stamina. The girl is indignant and protests, but she has no choice. Alan grabs her tighter and jumps out the window. Upon landing, the boy breaks both of his legs. He starts screaming in pain. He also uses the Herb of Life, which restores not only 1,000 units of physical health, but also broken bones. With a wild and joyful face, Alan shouts to Madame Cecile that they are returning to Granverge. Alan immediately asks if the girl is in pain. Cecile is fine. She also asks how the boy is. Thanks to the grass, he is safe. The sound of a landing ship is heard. The girl remembers the animals that Alan called. As soon as she is about to ask for details, the boy immediately tries to change the subject, saying that, most likely, they were sent out to pursue them, so they need to hurry. Here, the ship reaches the ground. The guys immediately start running away as fast as they can. Alan warns that he will run as fast as he can, and Cecile's main task will be to hold on to him very tightly. It would be good to find a way out of the enemy territory of Carnell. The boy uses birds to reconnoiter the situation. Thus, he learns that the Viscount is talking to Douglas, whom Alan thought was killed. The guy talks about the boys. It's too dark outside for them to see the fugitives. Douglas doubts anyone could survive a fall from that height. Carnell suggests searching for the children's corpses. Alan understands that the Viscount wants to make sure they are dead, so if they find out that the boys are alive, they will certainly put people on their trail. Running into the kingdom, the boy shows the Granville family emblem. The soldiers ask what the children are doing here without guards. Alan says that it was Lady Cecile's wish. The boys are lucky because security lets them in. Cecile notices that Alan is a master liar. Since the airship was flying in that direction, that meant the White Dragon's ridge was in the opposite direction. Alan doesn't know exactly where they are, but there should be a customs post on the ridge between the holdings. It's probably safest to go there. The girl asks how many days their journey will take, especially since it is so dark here. Cecile can't see anything at all, and she is scared. The boy reassures her, saying that he has the ability to see at night. The most important thing now is to get away from the city. If the boys can get to the designated place, they will be safe. After a few hours, they decide to take a rest. Alan puts Cecile on a rock and they start talking. They will have to run for a long time, so the boy warns that if she needs to go to the toilet, it is better to go now. Alan also took care of the food. He hands the girl a very appetizing sandwich and a bottle of soda. She asks where he got all this from, but the boy simply told the girl to take it and start eating, without asking any questions. During the meal, Cecile asks if Alan knows the language of animals and birds. He only understands his cuties, the summoned creatures. Saying this, the boy carefully strokes his bird, and it croaks contentedly. The girl is a little scared by the very fact of the presence of summoned creatures. But when Alan asks if she is afraid because of this, the girl does not show it, saying that she is not afraid at all. Cecile begins to pet the bird and says that over the past 4 years she has become accustomed to his antics. Alan once again transfers his consciousness into the bird's body to scout out the situation. The boy sees that Carnell and his retinue have guessed that the children are alive. The group talks about something, after which Douglas runs off somewhere like a bullet. The boy doesn't have time to follow him, as he assumes the man has moved away from the city. Most likely he is moving straight towards the guys. Does he have the skill of a tracker? Alan warns Lady Cecile that they are being pursued. They must leave immediately. The girl asks how he knows this, and Alan replies that he saw it all with his own eyes. There is no time to explain the details. It's good that the boy has increased his agility. He decides to try to break away from the enemy. First, he needs to figure out how his skill works. Alan picks up the girls and runs as fast as he can. She still doesn't quite understand what's going on. Douglas turned in one direction. He seemed to be running right on the children's tracks. Alan thought the man had some talent as a scout, and he was very good at tracking people. In this case, the boy decides to get rid of the tracks and jumps up a tree. This tactic works perfectly and Douglas loses the boys. Now he is unlikely to find them. Cecile asks the boy if he's going to fight, but he says no. Alan has already faced this enemy on the ship and realized that he cannot defeat him. Cecile asks what they should do then. Alan explains that he threw Douglas off the trail. Now they need to get to the White Dragon's Ridge as quickly as possible. The boy orders Braun to raise his shield. The shield is a stone. Its strength is +20, and its endurance is +20. Alan jumps on the shield. Braun smoothly lowers the boys to the ground. The girl is delighted with such a descent. Alan has gained a few kilometers on his opponent, so now they have the opportunity to slow down a little. Alan also decides that they will have to do this again later. Today, the boys will have to spend the night in the forest. The journey will take 3 days, so the boy advises Cecile to rest as much as possible. She does not object and goes to bed. She asks if Alan will go to bed too. The boy says that of course he will go to bed and rest. After these words, he bids Cecile good night. A little sad, she closes her eyes and goes to the kingdom of Morpheus. After some time, she wakes up and sees that Alan never went to bed. To start a conversation, she decides to ask if it is true that the boy also has talent. And if so, why didn't he tell her about it earlier? Alan sits and stares at one point. A blanket is thrown over his shoulders and a bird is sitting next to him. After a short silence, he says that no one would have believed him anyway. The girl thinks about it and agrees with him, but she doesn't bring up the subject again. Alan continues to sit silently. Various thoughts are spinning in his head. If they are caught, they will simply say goodbye to their lives. They will have no other choice. The boy has a very strong sense of déjà vu. Even Douglas has to have a limit. The boy keeps thinking that maybe he's already given up and left. Of course, that would be great. But Alan knows that such a development is unlikely. Suddenly, the boy runs up to Cecile as fast as he can and starts waking her up. It's time for them to move. Alan had a feeling that the enemy had decided to look for tracks in the trees, so he decided to adjust and move on. The most interesting thing is that the boy tried not to leave traces for several kilometers, but it seems that this does not bother Douglas. The man realized that Alan had figured out his skill and decided to change tactics. Douglas turns on his tracking skill and continues to search for the guys at very high speed. Alan shifts his consciousness into the bird again and flies towards the enemy. He realizes that Douglas will run in circles until he finds tracks. The boy thought that this was completely impossible, but as it turns out, the man is very serious. The guys can't relax. Suddenly, there is a creaking sound. Douglas immediately catches the sound and begins to move in its direction. Alan has to remove his tracks much more often, which makes it difficult for them to move. It's the morning of the second day after the escape. Cecile and Alan reach the White Dragon Ridge. There is a customs checkpoint there. As soon as the knights see the boys, they immediately recognize that it is Lady Cecile and Alan. The group is very glad that the boys are okay. The boy is running to the post with all his strength. His whole body is shaking. His muscles are clogged. Sweat is running down his face. Cecile is also very tired, despite the fact that the boy is doing most of the work. They are back, and although you can't tell by their faces, they are happy inside. Running up to the gate, the boys are offered to change to horses. But Alan refuses and says that he will run further, since it will be faster this way. The guard doesn't quite understand what the boy means, but it doesn't matter anymore, since Alan runs on as fast as he can. Cecile asks what is going on. The boy replies that his birds have lost sight of Douglas. He has used the skill he used on the ship again. Even with Hawk's eagle eye, the boy couldn't keep track of his enemy. Had he noticed his birds? The boys decide not to stay with the guards so as not to endanger them. Douglas is one of those who is not afraid to stain his hands with human blood. The girl asks why Alan doesn't leave her and save himself. But he says it's all right. If he runs fast, Douglas won't be able to catch them. Besides, he promised Mihai to look after the little lady. That's why they'll come back together. After these words, tears come to Cecile's eyes. Any mention of her brother is like a blade to the heart. She thanks the boy. Sure, Alan plays the daredevil, but better safe than sorry. He sends the birds after Douglas. It's the morning of the third day after the escape. If they don't lose speed, they'll be back by tomorrow morning. The boy gives the girl the herb of life so that she can recover. They will have very little time left. But suddenly, they meet a Mardargash on their way, and most likely the same one, whose eye Alan deprived of 3 years ago. It's hard to run away from two enemies at once, But there's nothing to be done. Alan will have to kill the monster. The boy won't let him interfere with them. Cecile believes in Alan, especially since he recently killed the Ant Queen. And here he stands before his old adversary. They haven't seen each other for 3 years. Alan never thought that such a meeting would happen. But now he will deal with the monster in no time. The time has come for that very revenge. Cecile hides behind a tree, and Alan stands in front of a huge Mardargersh. The girl is very worried about her friend, but she remembers what Alan told her, to always remain silent and not let the monster find her. The boy must deal with this monster before Douglas catches up with him. Alan's strategy is simple. He will take full advantage of his large army. The battle begins. As usual, the bears attack. The boy cannot sacrifice his entire army. He calls Braun at the moment when the monster attacks the animals. With the help of the bronze, the boy creates a siege of Mardargersh. Alan really hopes that this will be enough. And it works. The boy orders the bears to seize the moment. They jump on the monster and start biting it. Now the Mardargersh is afraid of this attack. Cecile watches all this. Now she understands how the battle of magical creatures takes place, and how Alan acts in it. The boy is strong enough to defeat the Orc King. Mardargersh is simply a B-ranked monster. So, Alan will deal with him very quickly. Brong activates his shield as the monster strikes again. But something goes wrong and the monster grabs Alan. Things are really bad. Cecile can't take it anymore and screams at the boy. But he assures her that everything is under control and that the girl should stay where she is. But in his head, the boy tells the monster that if he wants to enjoy himself, then let him kill him slowly. Alan uses the Herb of Life and restores 1,000 units. Then again, the monster scratches the boy, causing him to bleed. It flows right down his legs. Then the Mardargersh grabs him by the body, throws him up and chews him up. Cecile is horrified by what is happening. She cannot believe that this is happening, but the boy will remain alive. He takes the blade and stabs the monster's second eye. Finally, he can take his second eye. In an attempt to somehow defend itself, the Mardargersh begins to close and open its jaws, trying to bite the boy. But it has no effect on him. As soon as the monster grabbed him, he changed the cards. Strength, 1040 plus, 960. Endurance, 570 plus 960. Endurance, 570 plus 960. It turns out that the monster had already played when he decided not to kill Alan right away. And now, it's time to go to hell. The boy doesn't know what the monster's status is, but it beat the Bronovs and couldn't defeat them, which means its power is less than 2,000. Alan uses the Grass of Life again. The boy created 100 tons of the Herb of Life because he was preparing for a mortal battle with Douglas, and he will continue to use it until he gives up. This is somewhat nostalgic. In the game, you constantly use potions when fighting a strong boss. Here, Mardargersh dies. The boy descends to the ground. For the monster, he gets 82,000 experience points. Finally, after 3 years, his revenge is complete. An agitated Cecile runs up to Alan. She asks if he is okay. The boy reassures the girl, saying that he has a lot of healing potions. The girl starts crying. She was very scared for him. She already thought that Alan was dead. The boy apologizes for making her worry so much. Most likely she saw how he was almost swallowed. But Alan also says that this is not the end, and that they can't relax. Not the best news, but Douglas finds them. He is very angry and will not spare anyone. So, this is where their 3-day race ends. Douglas never thought that Alan would beat the Mardargersh, but the evidence is there. The man approaches the boys. They start to back away. The problem is that Alan spent all his iron balls in the Mardargersh, and his dagger got stuck in the monster's eye. And none of the summoned beasts can stop the opponents now. Alan has no more options left, but he asks Cecile to stay behind. The boy promises her that he will defeat the enemy at all costs. Douglas notes that Alan is such a devoted servant that he is even willing to sacrifice his life. This makes the man feel sick. He cannot stand people like Alan. The man accelerates and strikes the boy. He flies back. He didn't even notice the enemy's movement. Besides, the boy's magic power ran out. Douglas takes out his sword and asks Alan if he wants to call his beasts, since that is his talent. The man also notices that his magical power is running out. But he is only amused by this. Douglas begins to move forward, brandishing his sword. He walks up to the boy and holds the sword out in front of him, saying that time is up. But suddenly there is an explosion. It turns out that Cecile used magic. But will she be able to save Alan? Alan has no powers, and his magic power is exhausted. The girls need to save him. She remembers her father telling her that magic is very dangerous. She can't use it until she enters the academy. Alan starts screaming at the girl not to use magic, but she is determined to save him. Putting all her power into her fireball, Cecile launches it at her opponent. But the girl doesn't have time to dodge Douglas's blow. The man swings and hits the girl. She flies off and falls to the ground. Alan becomes furious. Smiling, Douglas asks her if she really thought he wouldn't touch her just because he was ordered not to kill her. Then the man turns to the boy. He asks him if it is really so unpleasant to watch his beloved mistress being offended. He also tells the boy to get up and help her. Alan knew what kind of person Douglas was back on the ship. He ran away from the battlefield without serving even a year, and now he makes his living kidnapping children. There's nothing to call him other than a degenerate. This makes Douglas very angry. He runs up and hits the boy again, knocking him back. This is what Alan needs. The man says that, although the boy has no magical powers, the flow of words, as he understands, is endless. Douglas realizes that the boy has spent a lot of money on this surveillance. Doesn't he want to save some for the return trip? Alan tells the man not to worry, as he has enough of the restoration potion for a dozen of his kind. Alan shows a tactic that would let this stupid opponent tell everything about himself. He already knew that Douglas consumes mana when using skills. Thus, another small piece of the puzzle comes together. There are 3 types of skills. First, the skills that the boy learned from a book a year after birth. These skills are summoning, creation, synthesis. Second, the skills that Alan acquired in his childhood through training. These include fencing and throwing. And finally, extra powers, which the boy does not have and will not have. That's right, before his reincarnations, Alan had already seen something like this. Normal mode, class skills, and random extra skills are available from birth. Hard mode, class skills available from birth, and random skills are also dropped. Hellmode, only class skills are available from birth. Everyone here is at the normal level, and of course they have additional skills. This is talent, an innate skill given to a person, so scouts like Douglas will already have the scouting skill. And he also has an extra skill, a tracker. At one point, the man lands another powerful blow on the boy. A sharp pain shoots through his entire body. There is no way he could block this series of blows. Douglas notes Alan's stubbornness. The boy uses the Herb of Life again, thus restoring 1,000 health. Despite his opponent being so strong, his potential is only 1 star. Alan has 8 stars. The boy wonders what heights he can reach. Douglas looks at his victim and finds the sight disgusting. He is sure that Alan is worth ridding this world of. The man takes out his sword and delivers a powerful blow to the boy, which knocks him back. The boy begins to bleed, but he doesn't give up. Alan continues to use healing potions. Douglas is irritated. The man is already tired. He wonders how many more healing potions the boy hides on himself. This is exactly what Alan needs. He says that in a little while, Douglas will have nowhere to run. The man doesn't quite understand what he means about the boy. The moment he hits Cecile, he signed his own death warrant. There is a noise. A bird flies in the distance. It is the same bird that the man saw on the ship. Besides this bird, there is someone else running in the distance. A column of dust rises. It becomes difficult to see. After some time, the silhouette appears again. A man is running straight at Douglas. He is dressed in armor. As the man runs closer, Alan recognizes the captain of the knights. The man has come to save the children. The boy's cut bird is sitting on his shoulder. The captain sees the state of the young hunter. The boy asks him to hurry up, as his supply of healing potions is running low. The man laughs it off, saying that he is hurrying as best he can, as such runs are not for his age, especially when he is dressed in armor. Douglas realizes that Alan was trying to buy time, but the realization came too late. When the boys approached the border outpost, the boar sent 2 birds into the mansion. Poor Alan is writhing in pain. The monster has cut him too much. His entire body is pierced by a very sharp pain, from which his vision begins to darken. Any trick will do to defeat such an enemy, so the boy is very serious about winning. He's suffered too much. Zenoff approaches the enemy. They bare their swords. The commander looks at the poor children and understands that if he had stayed a little longer, they would most likely not be alive by the time he arrived. With his confident gaze, he assures Alan that the rest of the work is his. The man turns to the deserter Douglas. As a knight, commander of an army, he says that he will cut the enemy to pieces. Douglas now understands what the reward is for 10 years of impeccable service in some wilderness. He keeps throwing out barbs and says that even from here, he can smell the scent of country gentry. Zenoff doesn't quite understand what he's talking about, but the opponent explains that he's always enjoyed crushing noble parasites like him. In an instant, Douglas uses his skill and runs away somewhere at full speed. It is difficult to detect him, as the speed is very high. He thinks that the Knight Commander should know who scouts are, since he was in that war. Heed and then strike from behind. Is that really what scouts do? Zenoff stands still, while the enemy simply runs around in circles. The man insists that Douglas is still alive only because he fled the battlefield. But he believes that only fools sacrifice themselves in vain. They all fought for the damned nobles, and all died, except him. The man's behavior shows all his hatred for the nobles. That's why he also hates the Knight Commander. He already feels sick just thinking about them. When he chooses the moment and is about to strike Zenoff, his sword cannot penetrate the armor. There is a slight silence. The man does not understand what kind of skill his opponent has, but the Knight Captain claims that it is endurance. It turns out the armor was pierced, but Zenoff was still unharmed. He says, "Does Douglas really think he's the only one who lost loved ones? His comrades sacrificed themselves so that the Knight Captain could live. War is a game in which life is at stake, and he will not let the enemy escape his destiny." The Captain Knight uses the Blade of Aura. The battle begins, even broken trees enter. There is a huge column of dust from which nothing can be seen. But gradually, Alan notices that Zenoff is winning. Thus, the main opponent for today has been defeated. The boys rejoice and thank the Knight Captain for his help, after which they all return to the palace. The worried lord and his wife run out to meet them. They are horrified when they see the boy's wounds. The Baron asks where all these wounds came from. The boy puts the seal down, goes to the lord, and tells him everything that happened to them. That was the end of the 4-day cat-and-mouse game between the boys and the scout Douglas. Alan managed to get a B-rank magic stone, as well as a rapier. All this belonged to their opponents, Mardarj and Douglas, and the boy is immensely grateful to the commander of the knights. Finally, the time came for Alan to take a shower. It was so good to be in a real bath for the first time since his reincarnation. Alan feels like some kind of aristocrat and still can't get used to it. A little later, the boy begins to think about everything that has recently happened to him. He remembers the kidnappings and understands that it was a miracle that he survived. Despite this, he had a lot to learn. He needed to analyze it carefully so that he could plan for the next time. But for now, it wouldn't hurt him to find his clothes first. Come to think of it, the log didn't reflect how much experience was gained from fighting the scout at all. Alan doesn't quite understand what that means. Perhaps the gods of this world don't want humans to swing on top of each other. The boy understands that it is time to go to the ram, as he's already tired of waiting for his report. Having dressed, Alan goes to the room where everyone is already gathered and is waiting for him. The boy tells everything, with special details. The Lord understands that Viscount Carnell was behind all this vileness. Alan confirms the Baron's guess, saying that he undoubtedly started all this in order to achieve joint management of the mithril mines. And for this purpose, he entered the school with the royal envoy. The Lord's wife cannot believe that he would do such a thing. The Lord himself is furious at such news. He is very angry at the Viscount. The man believes that such actions are unacceptable for representatives of the noble class. We must go to the palace immediately and report everything to the king himself. Alan feels that he has succeeded. But the boy understands that the vultures won't even let the Lord into the king's presence. If he starts demanding justice, he'll only make things worse for himself. The Baron seems to understand this himself. No wonder his gaze is filled with despair. Spite must be punished anyway. Alan turns to the Lord and asks him to listen to his proposals first. The man allows him to speak. The boy begins by saying that he, Rodin's son, is giving up his share of the profits from the newly opened mithril mine and humbly handing it over to the Lord. And this news surprises everyone. But in return, the boy asks only one thing: that the man make every effort and all these means to achieve justice for Alan and Lady Cecile. The Lord asks if the boy is really being advised, almost in plain text, to bribe the royal officials. Alan thinks the man has an advantage, and that advantage should be taken advantage of. But the Lord thinks that in that case, he would be no different from Viscount Carnell. Alan understands how the noble baron is disgusted by using dirty methods. But if everything is left as it is, the Viscount will recover from defeat and bear a new blow. Alan's father always had his hands up to his elbows in mud, holding a spear or a hoe. He fought for his family as best he could, even as a slave farmer. Now the boy wants a lord to fight for his family, and one who won't be afraid to get his painted cuffs dirty. The butler asks how the boy dares to speak in such a tone to his master. But the Lord stops the butler, saying that he will punish the boy later for his insolence. The man's head is spinning with thoughts. He would like to tell Alan the story of how his father died when he was the same age as the boy now. His mother, unable to bear the grief, went after her husband. The Lord's elder brother inherited these possessions, but died a few years later. He taught his nobility how to be honest and fair. The dollar intended to remain on this path until the end of his days, and now he has lived to see a young boor teach him treachery. The baron agrees to take up the boy's offer and says that he will fight for his family as befits an aristocrat. Alan is very happy to hear this. Cecile approaches his father and hugs him. The boy still wants to tell the man something, but at the same time, so that he does not perceive it as another condition. Alan asks him to tell him about Lady Cecile's noble debt before leaving for the capital. The girl picked up and said that she also demanded this. The boy was right. The Lord's daughter also knew little. The baron agrees and says that her teacher will explain everything to the children. Alan thanks the Lord for his trust. The man says it's time for him to prepare for departure. He asks the boys to take care of everything in his absence. Several days pass after the Lord's departure. A large number of guards are placed in the house. Cecile asks the teacher why they have so many soldiers in the house. He replies that her safety is paramount. The man also adds that he is very glad that the children returned safely. The girl says that it's all thanks to Alan, but the boy says that she helped him a lot too. Then they start a dialogue. Cecile is tired of being in constant ignorance. The boys want to know everything about the noble duty. The teacher asks to mention first that nothing said here should reach strangers' ears, and no one will ask about this at the exam for the academy either. The children understood everything. They have a long conversation ahead of them, so before they start, the teacher hands them a world map. The teacher notices that the boy is very erudite. The largest continent is their continent. It is located in the center. This does not mean that they are the largest and greatest. Their kingdom of Ladash is just one in a row, and to the north they are bordered by the huge empire of Jayamut. Alan notes that the Lord's holdings aren't even on the map, and that's because the empire is so big. And once there was an invasion of the empire on the lands of the kingdom. But it was a long time ago, and all the warriors ceased. But this history of the kingdom, the same one that teaches schools, well, in this story they will not learn anything about the noble debt. For that, you need to study a completely different story. This is the story of a demon lord who once appeared on a forgotten continent. Alan remembers that before the game started, he was asked to choose his class, and among them was the demon lord. It turns out that he was in this world too. Exactly 112 years ago, he announced his arrival and sent messages to all earthly rulers, ordering them to submit. But no one had any reason to listen to him. And then, 62 years later, when his existence had already been forgotten, a cataclysm occurred. Those who were E ranks became D ranks, and the A rank monsters turned into real S rank monsters. Many people who had lived a quiet life before this became victims in the year of cataclysms. Millions died in 1 year, and all this was done by the Lord of Demons. However, the teacher will not claim this, since it is simply a theory that is held by the majority. It was also the beginning of the era of fear of the Demon Lord. The cataclysm marked the beginning of the era of despair. In that year, numerous hordes crossed the seas. They attacked the central continent. The rest fell and were wiped off the face of the earth. No one survived. The embodiment of evil does not need human subjects. It is enough for him to command monsters. Alan finds this story terrifying. The teacher continues the story. The Overlord did not limit himself to the central continents. His other hordes invaded the two neighboring ones. To the northwest lies the continent of Waukese, the land of the dwarves. Incredibly advanced in technology, they repelled all attacks with the help of giant warrior golems. On the other side lies Rosenheim, in the northeast. This is the land of the elves. Having called upon the spirits of Rosen, the elves fought the demons, led by their queen. In the face of advancing threats, on the eve of imminent destruction, all the rulers of the world united, creating a commonwealth of 5 continents. The immediate transfer of people and soldiers was established, but even after that the situation did not improve much. At that time, people without talents were sent to war, hoping to defeat the enemy with numbers, but this only resulted in a bloodbath. It was then that the father of their current lord died. Only after a series of terrible defeats did people come up with the idea of creating an academy on each continent. These academies trained talented children to then go to the front. But even so, there was not enough strength to hold off the invading armies. As a result, a quarter of the Geomet Empire was turned into a desolate wasteland. The time had come for the teacher to stand up for their peace and well-being. He returned, but none of his comrades could survive this bitter war. And so the decades passed. No one believed that it would be possible to stop the Lord of Demons. But the god, the founder, the Lord, Thelmea, did not abandon people and sent them hope. Her name was Hermios. He had the talent of a hero. In the Empire of Geomet, such a talented child was born for the first time. Hermios entered the academy at 12, and at 15 he went to war. He confidently recaptured all the lands captured from the Empire, and at 22, he confidently holds back their onslaught. Alan understands that these are absolute unique individuals with 5-star talent, and it seems that such talents have an impact on the entire world. Since the demon army had not entered the lands of their kingdom, they had to support the front with all their might. So an order was issued to cultivate new lands to supply the troops with food. It turns out that the boys' village was not created by chance, but to protect the world from the demon lord. Now it is clear why the lord demanded an increase in the boar meat harvest, but did not even try it himself. All supplies went to the warriors at the front. This was the whole story of the demon lord, which cannot be told to children in ordinary books on the history of the kingdom. The teacher remembers that the boy asked what the duty of a nobleman was. This is one of the founding acts of the Commonwealth of the 5 Continents. Every talented member of the nobility must undergo compulsory military service for 3 years. Even the royal family members do not have the right to refuse, although, in the places where the hero appears, the situation is generally good. However, half of the young people still die on the battlefield. Cecile guesses that her brother died somewhere in these fields. There is a chance that she will also go to serve on the border of the Empire. 50% is too much loss. The teacher regrets that he had to say such threatening things. But accepting the noble duty has its advantages. After 3 years of service, one can get a good position in the kingdom. After retiring, the teacher worked in the royal castle, and since he is the same magician as Lady Cecile, he was chosen to be her mentor. The man swears that he will teach her everything he can until she enters the academy. The girl is very grateful to the teacher. Alan raises his hand and wants to ask another question. The Demon Lord was born to destroy the world in its original normal mode. And so, 10 years after the hero was born, the boy chose hell and came to this world. As if the world itself was waiting for someone to appear who would choose Hellmode. The Demon Lord, his army, the hero and the alliance of the 5 continents, and the appearance of a boy in this world. A balance that is in an eerie equilibrium. But all secrets eventually become clear. November comes. Aaron returns from the capital after a month. Now everything is in order. The Viscount is exposed, and his plot is revealed. Now he won't bother the Lord's family for a long time. The wife thanks her husband for his hard work. The Lord urgently calls Alan. He finishes his business and runs to the master. The boy enters the room and sits down in front of the man. The man says that it may be a little late, but he apologizes to the boy because he was not himself last time. The Lord knows that Alan saved his daughter from Carnell. As Lord Granville and as a father, he is very grateful to the boy. He gives him 230 gold coins. That is how many coins were given for killing the Margarsh. He also gives another 200, a reward for saving his daughter. Alan thanks the man, but he also thinks that the Lord is up to something, because he has a strange expression on his face. The boy also notices the third bag of gold. He doesn't understand why it's there. A little later, the man says that, in fact, he is ashamed to admit it, but he asked His Majesty to relieve Cecile from fulfilling her noble duty. Alan understands that he wants to free his daughter from hell with all his might. Maybe from the Lord's point of view, it would be right. But the girl's talent is a magician, and nothing can be done about it. Even the king can't change anything. Cecil has a special talent. It will be a powerful force on the battlefield. The man begins to tremble. He says he has one request for the boy. He wanted to hide the fact that he had talent all the time, but in 4 years the Lord was able to see that Alan was a trustworthy person. The man hands over another bag and says that there are 200 gold coins in it. That's all he can give him. The Lord wants the boy to go with his daughter to the academy, follow Zhenya everywhere, and protect her on the battlefield. In total, it comes to 600 gold coins, a round sum for an aristocrat who can't afford meat. First he made him his hunter, and now he wants to transfer him to bodyguard. After thinking for a while, Alan answers that his talent is summoner. The church considered him without talent, so he hid it. He gratefully accepts the troll escort of Lady Cecile. This pleases the Lord very much. But the boy asks to change his reward for this task. He returns 400 gold to the man, and he cancels all duties and taxes of his family. He also asks to include Cyrene's family. The Lord agrees to fulfill this request. The boy thanks him. Now he can go to the academy and to war, and not worry about anything. But also, he no longer wants to remain a servant of the Lord, and a servant of Cecile's going to the academy. He wants to be a simple, free commoner, and only in this status will he accompany her. And Alina is given a blade. This is proof that he is a welcome guest of Viscount Granville, and the boy does not quite understand what is happening. It turns out that thanks to his advice, the Granville family received the hereditary title of Viscount. In fact, he simply bought the title. Okay, I had to transfer all rights to extract mithril from the new mine to the crown. This was the only way to achieve justice. Alan thinks that, with just a little help, the newly minted Viscount has become quite skilled in the art of intrigue. The boy congratulates the man and asks what he means by the word guest. The Viscount knew that the boy dreamed of becoming an adventurer as soon as he turned 12. But he was sorry to part with him so easily. The word guest means, at the very least, that the family of the Viscounts Granville will always support him. The dagger is proof of that. Alan has served them faithfully for 4 years, and now the man asks permission on his behalf and on behalf of his family to welcome the boy as their guest. Alan is very happy with this news. He thanks the Viscount. January comes. The action takes place in the village of Kiri, and the boy in the image of Titson flies back to his family. They are happy to see the bird at home again, but they still have no idea who is actually flying to them. They think it is an ordinary parrot, but there are no such birds in their village. Well, suddenly the bird turns into Alan. The boy surprises his family members. He says that the bird's name is Chappie. His family is incredibly happy to see the boy after so many years. The parents hug their son and say how much he has grown. After all, 4 years have passed. The boy looks at his brother and sister and notes that they have grown up too. Mayura hides behind Mash. She was only 1 year old when her brother left. Most likely, she just doesn't remember him. Alan decides to make a joke, saying that no monster has ever struck him in the heart like his little sister. The mother tells the boy not to stand in the cold and to go to the fire. The father offers him some soup to eat. The family sits around the pot and begins to eat. At first, Alan feels like their house has gotten smaller. His father laughs and says that he has simply grown. The boy learns that the family eats meat once a month. Well, they've been through this before. Alan's brother says he read his letter himself. The mother thanks him for sending them money every month. Well, the woman also asks if a gold coin is not enough for them. Alan also reveals that he has decided to quit serving his family and is going to enroll in the academy. This news shocks his parents. The boy also tells that the family is exempt from taxes. The father asks how he was able to achieve such success in 4 years. The boy says that since he will not be able to send money every month, he decided to give you a bag of gold coins. Alan explains that there are 100 gold coins here that they can do with as they wish. The parents unanimously ask where their son got so much money. The mother is also worried. Maybe it would be better for him to take this money for himself, since according to Kadima, it may be useful to him. But the boy assures that everything is fine. He sold the ant shell, but he still has 600 pieces left. The younger brother asks what kind of ants they are. Alan tells him about the armadillo ants. They are a sea-cranked monster that had a nest at the foot of the White Dragon Mountain. But there were others there, whole villages of goblins and orcs. The parents listen to all this and cannot believe that their son is so strong. They continue to chat nicely for a while, but then it is time to say goodbye. Alan says if he needs to contact them, he'll send Chappie again. The younger brother says that when he's 12, he'll go to the academy, but Alan advises him to grow up first. Myra also reaches out to her brother and says that she too will go to the academy. Mash says that she can't, since she doesn't have talent. The girl hands Alan a letter that she wrote especially for him. He is very sorry that he did not come home earlier. His sister hugs him, causing tears to appear in the boy's eyes. His parents ask their son to be careful and not to overexert himself. It's March. Alan is sweeping the estate yard. Cecile approaches him. The girl is not particularly happy about her new status as a guest. She says that the boy abandoned her without even consulting her, but still holds onto the broom. He says that this is until he goes to the academy. He doesn't understand why she's so angry. Then the girl starts talking. She asks if he's really going to the academy. After all, he could have returned to his village, since he was freed. Alan says that he himself wants to enter the academy. The girl indignantly says that after this he will go to the battlefield. But she does not understand why all this, because it is such a dangerous place. He has no obligations to her now. The boy regrets that everything happened so suddenly. Cecile says that he is behaving strangely again. Suddenly, the sound of a carriage arriving is heard. A joyful Cyrene runs out and throws herself on the boy's neck. Cecile is not particularly happy with this turn of events. The boy introduces them anyway. He feels that he will be offended again. Kirena obviously missed him, so for 4 years. That's how the meeting with long-awaited friends happened, and they stand and talk. Thomas joins them. He tells his sister that it looks like she's in the thick of it. The girl watches as her friend scolds Alan for not meeting them in all these 4 years, despite coming to the village. Drago says, jokingly, that after 4 years, he has remained just as small. The boy apologizes, saying he didn't want to distract them, as Karena was studying for his exams. The entrance exam is in 3 years. Alan asks if they are ready for it. Over the course of 4 years, the boys became much stronger. Drago was even able to handle the monster with just his left hand. Watching all this, Cecile asks Thomas what she thinks. Is it really true that in Alan's village, all the children are sent into the forest to hunt? The boy says that the strongest survives there. Alan understands that passing the fencing exam will not be difficult for them. But what about general knowledge? Kyrena looks away, embarrassed. The boy notices this. Without answering the question, she changes the subject, saying that she heard that Alan will also be taking the exam with them. The boy says the decision was made only 3 months ago. It started as quickly as it could. The girlfriend laughs and says if he is with them, then they are definitely safe. Drago always knew his friends had talent. Alan apologizes for keeping it from them. Karena laughs and tells Drago that Alan didn't hurt him half to death for no reason. He says that his girlfriend almost lost to him before leaving. Alan tries to calm the two down and says he wants to introduce someone to them. The boy introduces the son and daughter of Viscount Granville, their grace his master, whom the boy has served for 4 years. Cecile says she is very glad to see them. She says that the boy's words fly ahead of them. Alan notices that the girl has turned on the aristocrat. Thomas introduces himself as the girl's older brother. He says he is a second-year student at the House of Lords University. He asks the boys to take care of his sister. Kirena is very happy to meet the girl. She takes her hands and expresses her delight at their meeting. And for the girl, it doesn't matter whether Cecile is an aristocrat or not. The girl will be glad to meet anyone. A friend comes and the Viscount himself. He's glad to meet the swordmaster Kirena. The girl Mila shakes his hand and says that she was called to protect them. Cecile himself is already looking at what is happening and understands that the girl's manners leave much to be desired. The Viscount also greets Drago. The man assures that the Granville family will take care of them for 3 days. If the boys need anything, they can call the servants at any time. Cyrene runs happily into the estate. The girl has never seen such a luxurious room before, so everything here is new. Drago behaves more modestly, unlike his friend. He apologizes for disturbing the servants. At the table, the boys also behave inappropriately. But all this is justified by the fact that they are from the village. Cecile is beginning to doubt whether Cyrene is really who she claims to be. Alan assures her that she is undoubtedly the master of the sword. The girl has always been like that, the first swordmaster in the entire kingdom for many years. Special people have special relationships with themselves. Cyrene jumps on the bed and starts asking what this academy is like. The girl is sure that there is a dungeon and a bunch of monsters. She can't wait to fight them. Drago wants to become a knight. The boy is looking forward to finishing his studies. The boys are carefree and happy. Alan and Cecile watch them. They feel a little ashamed for the kids. Cecile says, is it really okay to keep kids in the dark? After all, they don't know yet that they're going to war. Alan says that they tell them everything in due time. For now, he asks the girl to be patient. So, no matter how much they would like to become knights and marquises after graduating from the academy, one thing awaits them all. Their time will come to pay off their noble debt together with Cecile on the battlefield. Drago can't wait to get started. But since they'll all be studying together, Alan wants everyone to at least become friends. 3 days pass. It is time to set off for the academy. Mother sends Cecile on her way. She asks her daughter to take care of herself. At this time, Thomas approaches Alan and asks to listen to his last whim. He wants the boy to help his sister fight on the battlefield. Alan didn't expect Thomas to know all the details too. The boy says he read the story of the Demon Lord in the House of Lords. The rest of the students learn everything at the academy, so Alan shouldn't tell anyone anything. Cecile has so much luggage that, noticing this, the boys offer to help her. But the girl refuses, saying that everything is fine. The Viscount says that the boy has good friends. The father also asked them to look after his daughter. That same year, a swordmaster was born next door to Alan. And in the family where he served, there was a real magician, also the same age. And now they are all entering the academy together. The boy feels that God's plan is buried somewhere here. But everything, as always, depends on the will of man. The boy asks the Viscount to rely on him. He will defeat the Demon Lord, together with Lady Cecile. But upon hearing this, the man becomes indignant because he asked to protect the girl and not fight with her. Well, it's already late. The boy ran to the carriage, happily waving his hand to the people seeing them off. He asks not to remember them with ill will. Joyful Cecile assures that she will definitely return. The Viscount tries to dissuade the boy from showing any heroism. He asks him not to leave their beloved lady for a single step. The boys climb into the carriage and set off. The whole city came out to see them off. Even the Adventurers Guild took part in this. That's how the 4 of them set off for the academy. In the imperial fortress of Gia, in the northern part of the central continent, everything is going on as usual. Magic ships are arriving from all continents. The Spirit King also made a strange prophecy. The hero who is the hope of humanity, a new hope will soon appear. Some people think something is wrong. One group of people is going to go and see this new hope for themselves. At this time, Alan and his friends fly to a huge city on an airship. This is a huge academic city of the Kingdom of Latash. It was created specifically to prepare a soldier for the war with the Lord of Demons. The boys get out of the ship. Drago can't believe that they were flying through the sky on those same magical ships that the dwarves make. In general, all the magic tools in this world are made by dwarves. It seems that the academic city is well funded. That is why it is easy to live in the capital. When the boys get to the station, a huge train is waiting for them. The train itself looks like some kind of miracle. Alan approaches the worker and says that they need to get to the academy. The boy is told that 1 ticket costs 1 silver coin. Cecile is outraged by this price, as she believes that future students should have free travel. The children get their tickets after some indignation and then paying. When they get on the train and it starts moving, they get a little scared. But Alan feels at home. How convenient that the dwarves are here. He almost feels the same as in that world. The town is home to huge, luxurious buildings as high as 5 stories. Now it's clear why some people call Granville a village. A loudspeaker announces that all applicants to the academy must come to the gate. A large number of people gather at the destination. As history says, 20,000 people come here every year. Cecile thinks that this is an exaggeration, but still, there are a lot of talented people of the same age here. Cyrene wonders if there are any really strong fighters among them that she could fight. 3 years, and they will go to the battlefield. But before that, they need to pass the exam and enter the academy. In addition, they still need to raise the level to 7 and get everything that can be obtained in this city. Students are welcomed into the academy. In order of queue, each one approaches and registers. Before taking exams, their talents will be assessed. Thus, the guys will face another obstacle. Now everyone will have to go through an evaluation ceremony. Cyrene had already gone through such a ceremony in the church when she was 5 years old. Drago decides to go first. He is asked to place his hands on the crystal, which will show the results on the panel on the left. Cyrene is eager to find out how strong her friend is now. The owner of the axe is shown the result. His strength is B, magic attack is D, endurance is B, attack is A, agility is C, intelligence is D, luck is C. These are excellent results. Drago is admitted to the academic exam, but the boy's nose is not happy with the result, because they are the same as when he was 5. Alan notices that his friend is upset. It turns out that the grade does not change due to age and level. Next comes Cecile's turn. Her strength is C, magic attack is A, attack is D, endurance is C, agility is B, intelligence is S, luck is B. The girl has no problems with talent and parameters. Alan did not know that her intelligence is off the charts. Next comes Cyrene. The girl is a master of the ball. Her strength is S, magic attack is S, attack is S, endurance is A, agility is A, intelligence is C, luck is B. The girl is very happy to see her at the academy. But she herself is upset because she hasn't changed a bit since she was 5 years old. It's Alan's turn. He has a bad feeling about this, but there's nothing he can do. As soon as he puts his hand on the crystal, everything lights up with a bright light. People close their eyes, don't understand what's going on. When the results appear, the boy is very surprised. All categories are equal to rank E. They tell him, unfortunately, that there is no place for people like him in their academy. Here, the incomprehensible set of symbols was corrected, but the characteristics remained as they were at birth. The boy doesn't know what to do. Maybe write a letter to the rector on behalf of the Viscount. Cecile is indignant. She is confident in the boy's strength and thinks that this is some kind of mistake. Alan tries to calm her down, saying that if it's not the place, then it's not the place. It's okay, because he can accompany her to the battlefield without any academies. The rector comes to the noise. His skin is pale. His ears are like a donkey's. By all appearances, he is an elf. They look at the result and are disappointed. The rector ran to this light almost skipping, and the boy has all the characteristics on E. Moreover, no one has heard anything about the summoner. Next to the rector is also Hermios. This is the name of the heroes who are said to be the hope of humanity. The rector has been managing the academy since its foundation. Despite the passage of so many years, it still looks young. Coming closer to the boy, Hermios starts to guess what his stats might be. Attack, 570. Intelligence, 630. And the hero is sure that Alan's stats are close to those of a great mage. But he has no magic skill. Yes, the boy realizes that the hero is looking at someone else's status without his permission. The boy's strength is 1040. Magic attack is 1620. Endurance is 570. Dexterity is 1065. Intelligence is 1630. Luck is 1065. Intelligence is 1630. Luck is 1065. The boy's skills include summoning, creation, synthesis, strengthening, subjugation, inventory, exchange, destruction, fencing, throwing. The boy's stats are fine, but the hero wants to know what a summoner's talent means. He wants to assess whether the boy is fit for the academy or not. Cecile puts in her 2 cents, saying that he should show all his skills. Alan shuts her up in time, so she doesn't say anything extra. Alan thinks that he shouldn't show anything to anyone. The hero thought that every dog knew him. Despite this, he decides to introduce himself. The guy says that his name is Hermios. He is an ordinary hero. Alan decides to pretend that he has never heard of such a thing. Despite this, he saw his characteristics and skills. The boy asks him to show him his characteristics too, so that he knows who he is dealing with. The hero says that this will not be a problem. Alan does not know what Hermios is here for, but to reveal its characteristics is clearly a success. The guy puts his hand on the crystal, and everything is illuminated with light. His strength is S, magic attack is A. Attack is S. Endurance is S. Dexterity is S. Intelligence is A. Luck is A. Judging by the characteristics, Alan understands that the hero is a close combat fighter. Hermios says that it is the boy's turn to show his talent. Alan summons Torasuke, a small mouse. The boy says that this is his entire talent. Now the hero understands why Alan is called a summoner. He is indeed worried about the skill of hero evaluation. But he does not see any magic book, or spells, or blessings from animals. Therefore, even if he is a hero 3 times over, the boy is not going to show him more than necessary. As the boys pass through the academy grounds, they discuss a little what just happened. Alan is glad that they got valuable information. Drago thought that his friend deliberately decided to fail the test. At the academy, every 3rd fails. But that doesn't mean they won't go to the front. At this time, the rector and hero are discussing Alan. The boy seems rather strange to them, but they still have a lot to learn about him. The written exam is mathematics, the national language, and the history of the kingdom. They resemble the college exams of the boy's previous life. Also, as an exam, there is a test on knowledge of floods and monster weaknesses. Alan passes the exam better than everyone else. Despite this, all the guys get into the academy. Congratulations to all who passed on successfully passing the exam. Uniforms will be issued later, so everyone is asked to line up. Alan suggests that his friends rent a house and live there together. The guys don't object. But first they need to get adventurer cards, since they'll need them anyway to enroll in the academy. They won't look for a house after that. The guys come to the guild, where their adventurers create their ID for them. To do this, you need to wait for some time. Alan has a question. The boy says that they urgently need D-rank magic for me. At least 10,000 at a time. At the price of 1 silver coin, only 100 gold. The guild commission will be 10 gold coins. There is a dungeon in the academic city where you can get them. Alan will need about 2,000 of these in 3 years. The stone is not only a source of energy for powering magical artifacts, it is also a valuable resource for a summoner hoping to defeat the demon lord. The boy hopes that he will be forgiven if the prices for them jump several times because of him. The boys are given cards by adventurers. They even have names on them. The boy is asked if he would like to register his group if they are going to go underground. He decides to do so. Alan asks Cecile if she has a suitable, beautiful name to call their group. The girl trusts her friend and says that he can name the group himself. The boy calls the group Hardcore Player. The boys wonder why there's only one, and what that even means. Alan explains that it's all so that no one would guess anything. He, as the disinherited, the title of the one who put everything on the line and got what he wanted. The guys are happy with this title. Although in his past life, Alan could not be called such a meticulous player who forgot about everything. But in this world, he has a talent of 8 stars, which surpasses all heroes. Whether he wants it or not, now he will have to become the best. Because that's the only way he can defeat the Demon Lord and his horde. After visiting the Seekers Guild, the boys start looking for a house. They are matched with the perfect mansion that meets their requirements. There's enough space for groups of 20 people to easily accommodate here, which is more than enough to capture dungeons. There is also a dungeon station nearby. The rent for the building is 10 gold coins per month. The boy is happy with everything and decides to sign the contract without consulting his friends. Everyone wonders why the boy is throwing money around. Well, after a while, they just agree. The guys settled in the dining room on the first floor. Now they are having a meal. Alan says that they did not find the base, and now he would like to share some information with them. The guys listen to him attentively. Cecile says that this is related to what will happen in 3 years. Alan reveals that he and Lady Cecile are going to challenge and defeat the Demon Lord and his army of minions. Cyrene immediately agrees to fight alongside her buddies. Half of the soldiers on this battlefield are hybrids, so Drago is given the opportunity to think about the offer. If he wins, he himself will become a hero. This was an interesting story for him, so the boy agrees to join his friends. And suddenly they find out that the friends see a magic book that belongs to Alan. And now the boy understands what it is like to become members of one group here. Cyrene says that Alan wouldn't just go fight the demon lord without a plan. The boy says that they have 3 more years to become stronger in the dungeons, prepare equipment, and find some healer for their group. It was a bit personal at first, but since they all now have everything in common, Alan decides to share his story. He says he was born with a difficulty of 1 in 100, and now his skills and stats develop 100 times slower than everyone else. To overcome everything, he will need a whole sea of magic stones, and also magic power. The boy could really use a ring of mana restoration. They should look for it while they are still in the city. Now the guys understand why the boy bought so many magic stones. In short, they're all going to be very busy in the coming years. And as they usually say, welcome to hell. April is coming. The kids are going to first grade for the first time. Dressed in school uniforms, they proudly go to class. A total of 3,000 applicants were admitted, who were divided into 100 classes of 30 people. Initially, there were about 20,000 applicants, so there was a major dropout of students. Alan sees a picture of something that looks like it was in first grade at high school. A teacher walks into the classroom. His name is Cardiff, and from that day on, he will be the kids' class teacher for the next 3 years. He usually manages the Adventurers Guild in the royal capital. His special talent is swordsmanship. But this year, he was assigned to their class because they have a sword master with them. The children's eyes immediately fall on Kirena. The girl feels a little awkward. Friends joke and are happy that they know a walking celebrity. Alan points out that the guild is affiliated with the 5 Continents Alliance. The teacher says that in their class they're both serfs and commoners, as well as a few aristocrats. But in the academy, it doesn't matter who you are or who your ancestors are. From now on, no titles. Only mutual respect. From now on, they are students of the academy. That is their title. Alan laughs at Lady Cecile, saying that they are now on equal terms. The boy also suggests that the girl switch to informal address. She doesn't appreciate this joke and starts to pat the boy's head. The girl trembles with such force that he has to use his endurance. At this point, all the students are looking at the couple. In any case, Cecile will have to put up with this, so she is asked to be friendly. They have 4 classes daily, 5 times a week. General knowledge is tested in the morning, and after lunch, they are divided into different groups for talent classes. Of course, there were no summoner groups yet, so the class teacher asked the boy for an exemption. Now Alan has the right to be a free listener in all courses. And now, finally, the long-awaited day off comes. The guys are going to challenge the dungeon of class C. The dungeon of this class includes minimal difficulty. There are monsters of ranks from E to C. There are as many as 10 such locations in the academic city. Everyone is excited about the upcoming trip to the dungeon, except for Cecile. And in the Adventurers Guild, the guys are given room number 205. It is on the 2nd floor. Cecile thought they would go underground. The girl doesn't understand anything at all, since the entrance to the caves looks more like a hotel. Thanks to Alan, the boys were well prepared. All the equipment cost 150 gold coins. Cecile wonders where her friend got so much money. Does he really have a gold mine in his pocket? The boy says he still has about 200 coins left. The boys get to the right number. When they open the gates, everything starts to seem pointless to them. The room doesn't look like a cave at all. There are some Rubik's Cubes flying in the air. The system tells us that it teleports the guys to a dungeon in another dimension. The children stand rooted to the spot and don't know how to react to this. Each room can be transported to a separate dungeon. Participants from other groups are not allowed. Alan, all this reminds him of a separate server. This means that they will have their own dungeon on a separate server. The boy no longer has to worry about anyone seeing his animals. He has questions again. Friends have already gotten used to this state of his. The boy is simply overexcited, and this will take at least half an hour. After the system answers all of Alan's questions, the system offers to send the boys to the dungeon. It asks the hardcore gamers to do everything they can. A huge entrance to the dungeon opens up before the guys. It is very spacious inside. The ceilings are quite high. It is difficult to imagine how many generations of Masons guilds have worked here in full force. For Alan, this is all just a game convention. The boy can't wait to get started. First, he launches birds for reconnaissance. The place itself is mysterious. There are no windows or other sources of light, but it is still as bright as day. Alan warns that there will be a fork in the road ahead. Using birds is a very useful way to scout. There are only low-ranking monsters around, so the boy plans a route to catch them all. He also warns his friends not to fall for the treasure chests, as they are usually traps. Alan notes that once he became their party mate, their status became available to him. Cyrene wields a large mithril sword. Drago wields a mithril labris, and Cecile wields an ancient tree staff. The boy can admire this picture forever. The boys notice that he's staring at the book again. The boy warns Cecile that the enemy is right at the front. The girl takes this information into account and launches a fireball. Thus, she kills one slime and gets 8 experience points. Cecile is happy that she defeated the demonic beast for the first time. She really enjoys using magic skills. Alan also warns the other boys that they have skills that they can test. But it turns out that they didn't even know that they had special skills. The boy is surprised that they weren't told about this at the academy. There is no time to waste, so they need to go fight. Right in front of the guys, there are 2 enemies on whom they can try out their new skills. It turns out to be an easy victory. Not a single wet spot remains of the opponents, only magic stones. Cecile feels her power growing. She has already reached the 7th level. Because of this, mana is restored and the person becomes stronger. The group spent the entire 10 hours fighting monsters, but next time they can continue from where they left off. But Alan personally uses this dungeon differently, and as many times as he wants. The boy comes to the dungeon alone and prepares his creatures for battle. He launched the summoned beasts into the dungeon and went to his lessons. Up to 200 magic stones can be collected per floor per day. So the more dungeons they capture, the better. Well, the guys need 5 more days to get to the very end. And finally, they get to the 6th floor. On the 6th floor is the guest of the dungeon. It seems that it is just some kind of sleeping monster. There is only one C-Crank monster and his 10 A-rank subordinates. Cecile has seen her friend's strength once before. There is no need to show it to her a second time. Cyrene hasn't seen Alan's skills yet, so he is going to show them to his friend. And 35,000 D-rank magic stones. The boy squeezes juices from 7,000 magic fruits, which increases the skill by 6 points. Alan is going to show his friends the power of summoned beasts. Having prepared himself, the boy approaches the enemy. The boss opens his eyes and immediately becomes furious. In the old-fashioned way, Alan first sends the bears into battle to deal with the boss's minions. Cyrene is delighted. The girl jumps on the bear and hugs him. Drago is attracted to Braun. The boy is interested in what is under his armor. For defeating the boss, the boys are given a reward. A treasure chest appears in front of them. Their first dungeon is cleared. As a reward, the boy receives a steel sword. Alan is going to sell it at the first shop. After some time, the boys exchange the sword for 1 gold coin. Cecile doubts that this will be enough for food, but she's wrong. The boys have some goodies. They discuss that dungeons appear every day, so they will turn boss subjugation into a daily routine. Cecile suggests taking over 3 different dungeons, but the boy refuses. Dungeons are such a wonderful place. It's all very convenient to use. Whoever created the system of other dimensions was a real genius. Surprisingly, the guys do not feel any fatigue. The tests are passed and they feel satisfied because of this. They are also pleased with the growing numbers of characteristics. While the girls were eating, Drago no longer saw any difference between them. Alan had anticipated a problem, but if they could enjoy the process, that was great. It's May. The class teacher attracts the attention of the students. He says that in 3 months, during the summer holidays, they will all have to capture the dungeon. Otherwise, they will be expelled. Conditions: capture of a dungeon by a group of up to 8 people. It is forbidden to involve those who do not study at the academy, and also high school students. It's a difficult task. Last year, 20 students died trying to do it. Listen to this. The kids are scared. They're in shock. Alan believes that this task is difficult for a child who does not know about the Demon Lord. All the boys throw their swords to the master of the sword and ask the girl to join them. Panic begins. Everyone frantically looks for someone to join or someone to take. Alan, of course, is unfamiliar with all this etiquette, but even he understands that you have to be polite when recruiting. He asks his buddies to fall into line. They don't quite understand what he's doing. The boy finds it all reminiscent of a school club activity. He starts an advert for the hardcore gamers looking for new members. They raid the boss. The boy says that they are looking for people who specialize in restoration magic, such as monks. The four of them have already captured 2 C-class dungeons. The students listen to this attentively and are surprised that the guys have already managed to do such work. Alan continues, saying that they go dungeon capturing 2 days a week. Participating in at least 1 capture is a must. Conditions that cannot be changed are announced in advance. The dungeons are a dangerous place, so the boy wants everyone to trust the talent of their comrades. They will split the reward they receive equally. The share is large because there are few people. They will also offer bonuses, incentives, a social package, and the opportunity for career growth. All the boys immediately become inspired and calm down. They ask the boy to give them advice. Everyone is delighted with him. Cecile is upset that no one has wanted to join them. Is it because there are no monks among them? Lunch break begins. The students are sitting in the cafeteria and eating. Meanwhile, someone approaches Alan. The boy apologizes for disturbing him during the meal. He explains that he is in the same class as the boy. He assures that he is a monk. The boy asks if they need another healer in the group. Alan happily accepts the boy, inviting him to discuss everything at the dinner table. He thanks him, but says he prefers not to eat at noon. It seems that he is not only a monk, but also an ascetic. Alan says that it will be awkward for them to eat while the boy is watching them. So he advises the boy to forget about his abstinence and go buy something tasty. Alan places 2 silver coins in the monk's hand. Thus, a little later, the monk joins them for dinner. He asks how to quickly earn money in the dungeon. Alan figures out, not very quickly, but at the moment they have somewhere between 40 and 60 silver coins per brother in the dungeon. This is a very large sum for the boy, so when he hears this, he chokes on his food. He asks permission to take part in the repair. The boy also introduces himself and says that his name is Jim, and the guys greet him warmly. Thus, they agree to go to the cave next Saturday. The first raid with Yia's participation begins. The boys come to a sea crank dungeon. When the boy's level increases, he feels as if he has passed the test of the gods. Well, it just turns out that comrades from the same group who fight demonic creatures become strong at the same time. G is still not very familiar with the image of his comrades. The boy notices that the guys work together. Some cover the rear, some attack the enemies. But the most important thing is that they are a single whole. The guys successfully clear the dungeon. Basically, what was expected from a campaign led by a sword master. Another 2 weeks pass. The boys capture the dungeons, already on the 3rd day. Now they are in the Class C dungeon on the bottom floor. Boss Alan's minions leave the boys. Cecile launches a flaming spear at them. After that, Alan releases his summoned animals. One C-Crank opponent is really too weak for these monsters. During the fight, Draco gets injured, but G heals him. The wounds heal like a dog. Alan asks the academy if the boy has managed to learn magic. But he says that before he came here, he treated the wounded in the church. They paid him 10 silver coins a day there. Alan considered it a decent job. G earned as much as a servant of a noble house. It took the monk 2 months to learn the skills. The kids won't be taught this until next year. When the guys are given a treasure chest for defeating the boss, Gia is extremely surprised and delighted. There, they get a mithril butler. Alan gets 15 gold coins for it. The guys split the reward in half. 3 gold coins and a fifth of all the magic stones. After clearing the dungeon, Gi asks the guys to join the group on a permanent basis. The guys are only too happy to accept the guy. Now they can see his characteristics too. Besides this, Alan says that they are renting a house as a base. The boy offers the monk to live with them. Well, here he coldly replies that he has a place to live without them. After that, the boy turns around and runs away, saying that they won't see each other tomorrow. Cecile says that he is another one without a clan or tribe. He did not have a noble family name next to his name, so he is not obliged to go to war. But Alan thinks that it's not that simple. Besides, healers are desperately needed on the battlefield. And at the academy, he's always alone, like a hermit. Despite this, Karina still wants to be friends with him. Cecile is glad that at least he got money and can now eat normally, otherwise it hurts to look at him. June is coming. Alan now has 60 slots of cards of another branch of prizes. and the boy now has the skills of awakening. Now it remains to find out what it is. The new creatures are much larger and more powerful than the previous ones. The boys spend most of the money and magic stones, but it was worth it. And now they will meet new characters for the first time in 2 years and 11 months. Alan also got a new talking doll. Her name is Marika, and this doll has magical powers. She is like a ghost. She can fly through walls. Now the boy wants to test a new skill. He summons Denku. The creature's stats remain the same, but a new line with awakening is added. With this skill, the creature summons a whole swarm of its own kind. After that, Alan decides to test the awakening skill of each one. Yes, my boy is coming back with a new girlfriend. He introduces Marika to his friends and says that, from now on, she will live with them. The doll girl says that she is pleased to meet mortals. The boys greet her joyfully. Alan is eager to use all the new things in the dungeon. He can't wait for the next time he goes into the cave. 2 more days pass. Today, special guests arrived at the academy. They were invited to raise the fighting spirit of the students. They are Swordmaster Dober from the Kingdom of Latash, Hero Hermios from the Empire of Giamat, and Swordmaster Sylvia from the Empire of Giamat, and Swordmaster Sylvia from the Empire of Giamat. Ollie doesn't treat Yoroi Tom very well. This is all because their first meeting was not very pleasant. Suddenly, Cyrene jumps up and asks Dober how to finally start using the skills. The girl is told that the skills will be studied next year. I have already said this many times, but this is not what she wants to hear. Dobert asks her why she is asking about skills now. The girl proudly replies that she wants to become stronger. If Alan can use them, then she can too. The man asks who this boy is. The hero explains that this is the black-haired boy he was talking about earlier. Doberg. A small noise rises in the hall. The class teacher asks everyone to remain quiet. The man says that if anyone wants to ask a question of any of the guests, now is the time. At this time, Dober takes the sword and also gives the sword to the girl. He asks her to hit him. If she concentrates, she can use the skill. The man on the front line is already 30 years old, so Cyrene can learn something from him. The girl is about to use the cut skill, but then she throws it away, saying that it is not a skill. After that, he asks to remove it with the skill. This has been happening for several times. No matter how hard she tries, she can't do it. Doberg asks if she wants to stop. If she spends a year, she can teach it. The girl says she can continue. The others can only envy her willpower. Alan and Cecile can use skills, so she tries to catch up with her friends. The other guests watch this, and the hero suggests that Alan have a training fight. But the boy seems to have nothing better to do than to do this. 8 hours have passed like this. Hirena doesn't give up. Alan is indignant. Does this old man really want to kill her? After all, he was going to teach her. Already exhausted, the girl does not want to give up, because Alan has been practicing this for a long time, and all she does is chatter. She then gets up and starts screaming about how Alan has a goal he's working towards, and she will help him achieve it, but only if she gets stronger. The teacher tells her to concentrate and hit him with her skill in that case. The girl swings her sword and finally manages to use the slash skill. The man is very pleased. Now he will never forget this fight. Cyrene stands on her feet for a while, but then falls to the floor, exhausted. Alan runs up to her friend, uses the Herb of Life. Doberg plans to continue to work with her. The hero approaches Alan and asks what his goal is, but the boy says that he will tell him when he can fully trust him. The boys are planning to clear the Sea Crank dungeon on the 3rd floor. This day has finally arrived. The boys have been waiting for it for a long time. Now Alan will show everyone his new monster. The boy calls some overgrown turkeys. They can be saddled and ridden. The boys climb onto the birds, and the boy orders them to move toward the quarry. Enemies are starting to close in. It's time for Cyrene to check her new tax. The girl uses a flying sword that cuts the enemy with a whirlwind of air. This is considered a single attack, and with such skills, the girl will defeat anyone with her left hand. Marika helps the boys collect stones. All this reminds them of some kind of ostrich, not cavalry. They don't even need to learn to ride. The boys go down to the lower floor. It's only morning. They've already passed 2 floors and defeated the boss without getting off the birds. Alan looks at the monk. I think that the only thing that will make him happy is a bag of money. No matter how long they give him, he will still fast. Now they can easily clear 3 Kank dungeons and forget about them forever. Alan suggests that the guys celebrate this event, and at the same time, G is joining the team, as is customary in all normal corporations, but she says that they should do it without him. He hasn't shown his face to his family in a long time, and they are probably worried. Alan asks if his parents live in the academy town, but the boy says that after he entered the academy, 7 people from his family moved in with him. No connections, no recommendations, no good earnings. He just can't swallow when he thinks about his parents. It turns out that the monk is the breadwinner for 7 hungry mouths. Alan says they're looking for someone to do housework at their base, so he offers to transfer the guy's family, and him along with them. But the boy doesn't understand why there is such a sudden manifestation of concern. Ellen tries to explain that they are comrades, and he also promised a social package when recruiting them to the group. The boy begins to hesitate. Suddenly, Cecile suggests an idea that if they divide the reward for the dungeons, not into 5, but into 6 equal parts. Additionally, a 6th part will go to the upkeep of their house and the boy's family's rent. But in exchange, Alan will be given his share of the magic stones. G asks why Alan in particular. The girl explains that he needs these K-Amni to level up. Cyrene has been giving him everything since childhood, so the monk shouldn't think that this is some kind of charity or something like that. After some thought, G.I. agrees. The boys say that they live near the station. They ask the boy to bring everyone, and then they will have a welcoming family party. After some time, G returns with members of her family. They are all young, most of them even children. But it is not clear where their parents are. The first girl to introduce herself is Nina, the younger sister of her brother Gia. The girl thanks the guys for inviting her today. When everyone sits down at the table, the guys raise a toast. Cecile advises the guests to eat and not to rush, as they have plenty of food. G notes that this house is quite spacious. The boy asks Alan to address him less formally, since he is also his comrade, like the other boys. He agrees. G tells the story of how he was stripped of his title. Since then, he lives with servants who have nowhere else to go. The picture is quite sad. But the boy has already gotten used to the life of a commoner. However, his younger sister Nina has not yet fully settled in. The sister says that she will do everything possible to help them. Cyrene is quite easy to talk to. She does not care whether a person is an aristocrat or a commoner. The girl prefers to communicate with everyone, and she does it very well. Alan explains to Nina that although she and Kirena are now commoners, they were serfs not long ago. Gia has a hard time imagining the boy being someone's property. Drago adds that Alan has been told that kind of thing ever since he was a child. The monk had previously wondered if Alan and Cecile were aristocrats. As it turned out, he was right about the girl. She says that they shouldn't pay attention to it, since she's already gotten used to everything. After all, it's impossible to do otherwise with Kirena. This behavior confuses the boy a little. He wonders where all 4 of them came from. Aling explains that they are all from the same small town, which he has hardly heard of, but when the boy says that they are from Naval, G is very surprised. It turns out that Cecile is Granville's daughter. The other boys immediately ask Madame Nina to hide behind their backs. For a moment, Alan doesn't understand what's happening, why the friendly mood suddenly changed to aggressive. The G's are furious. He says that this is how they decided to take care of his family. How dare they? They were the ones who destroyed the Carnell family. Cecile asks what the boy has to do with it. He replies that the former Viscount Carnell is his father. Drago asks if Alan did it, and the boy admits that last year they had a territorial dispute with Carnell over the ownership of the mithril mines. G shouts and says that the boy will not get away with words. He received news from the king's messenger. He asks what they did to them. That royal envoy again. Did he really get away with it? Alan would never have thought that Jim was Carnell's son. Carnell himself told them that he had no talented children. His daughter passed the evaluation ceremony and turned out to be completely talentless, to her father's delight. But it turns out he also had a very talented son. After this, Granville dealt radically with his old enemy. At the same time taking away the vacant title of Viscount, Cecile now understands everything. The girl decides to explain everything herself. But she would like to talk to G alone. She asks if his companions could leave the room for a while. The boy fulfills her request and is left alone. He's eager to know what happened. The girl begins her story. Ji says that his father, Carnal Denel, the famous murderer Douglas, in order to take away the mithril ores with his help, he kidnapped her and her servant Alan for the purpose of vile blackmail, and only thanks to Alan, she managed to escape. Her father appealed to the king about the incident. Viscount Carnel and those involved were imprisoned. Carnel's title was abolished, and the estate was confiscated. The girl had heard that Mrs. Carnel was imprisoned in one of the royal castles. It was true that her father had participated in the death of the Carnel family, but there was nothing to be ashamed of. The girl says that if G doesn't believe her, why doesn't he go to the royal capital and find out for himself? She doesn't have to give him proof. G stands there in confusion. He never thought his father would do something like that. Now the boy knows what really happened. Alan had no idea that Carnel was a caring parent. G says that until he was 5 years old, he was well looked after by servants. Everything changed after the evaluation ceremony. That day, the boy saw his parents for the last time. He was separated from his family and sent to another city with several servants where he lived until his last days. He did not receive an aristocratic education and was given a very meager allowance. But they sent a teacher when the boy turned 10. He was happy to know that his father had not forgotten about him and was concerned about preparing him for the academy. So he realized that he was still a member of the Carnel family. But last October, his service was cut off. The money for living stopped coming in, and the boy was thrown out of the house, and he didn't know what to think. G began working in the church, and soon Nina, who had lost her parents, came to him. At the end of the year, the royal envoy came to the boy, who said that the Granville family organized the destruction of the Carnel house. But if the boy fights monsters, fulfills his noble duty, for 5 years instead of the required 3, all their sins will be atoned for. His Majesty the King will restore the House of Carnel with him at its head as the new lord. That is the whole story of the boy. He has not seen his talent for a long time, but he has his destiny. And even his family needs a place to call home. In these 5 years, he will do everything to clear their good name. Now Alan understands that Gia has also been saddled with a noble debt. The boy explains that the 4 of them will go to this war. The destination is the same, so he offers to fulfill his debt together. At first, the Gias refuse, because they are from different families, especially families that were at odds. Period. But Alan says it doesn't matter. They need him. That's why they formed the group, so that their talents would complement each other. That's why this duty is dangerous and difficult. Cecile says her brother died 3 months after he was sent to the front lines. Behind the rampaging monsters is someone who calls himself the Demon Lord, and they become stronger to defeat him. The boy calls the monk with them and offers him to fight together. Then he says that he will use Alan for his own purposes. Well, the boy thinks that's okay. Gia should strive for Gia's goal. The boy screams that he doesn't care about their stupid Demon Lord. He just wants to become a nobleman again. Well, the guys suggest that they strive for nobility together. It doesn't matter who he was before the academy. What matters is that they have a friend now. Cecile says that it looks like she will be the first Granville to live under the same roof as Carnel. Guy wants to say something. Tears are flowing from his eyes. Alan says that there is no need to keep everything inside and fight alone. After that, he also says welcome Guy to them again. After this, the atmosphere changes to a friendly one, and the children happily drink hot tea, telling interesting stories to each other. The next day comes. Gia's family members apologize for their behavior yesterday. They also thank the boys for their support. A small doll of the boy flies out to them and greets the new mortals. She seems very cute to everyone. The boy looks at all this and understands that somehow they will get along together. He has no doubt that Jaya will be happy if he gets his nobility back. But these are just the words of the royal envoy, taking advantage of his weakness. Alan needs to find out if the revival of the Carnel family is true and even possible. The boy is also interested in what interest Somov, the envoy, has in this. Gia's sister asks him if they are going to the dungeon again today. The girl's face shows that she is worried about her brother, but he assures her that everything will be fine because he's going there with his comrades. The boys gather together at the entrance to a B-class dungeon. Monsters of ranks D to B are found there. There are about 10 floors in total, and if 3 of these dungeons are cleared, A-class dungeons will be available. The minimum time was 12 hours. At the entrance to the dungeon, the inspector asked if there were only 5 guys and then told them not to be reckless, since there were deadly traps. Alan said he understood that. Drogo noted that this maze looked no different from the last one. Alan agreed and said that it would take much longer to complete it, as there were 12 floors, and he hoped that they could finish it in a month. Alan said that they had to move very carefully now. It was not for nothing that they warned about the traps. He gave them small jars of antidote and told them to drink it so as not to get poisoned. Opening a small map of the dungeon, Alan said that his flying brigade was currently surveying the area, and after that, they would follow their hot trail. Together, they set out to capture a B-class dungeon. On the 4th floor, Gia found a large chest and happily spoke about it. Cecile asked him to stop, saying that greed would be his undoing. The girl said that the chest was not just there, and it was most likely a trap monster disguised as treasure. Alan ordered Marika to figure out what was there and how. The fairy agreed. She slowly flew towards the chest and opened it. As expected, the chest turned into a huge monster. Alan realized that this monster was a B-rank mimic. Alan quickly ordered Marika to hit the monster with Schizo. The fairy raised her hands and then, wishing for death, sent strong spells at the monster. The mimic was quickly killed, for which the guys received 20,000 gold. Drogo did not understand at all how it was possible, because it was a B-rank monster. Alan explained that it was because the power of magic depends on intelligence, and Marika Alan improves quite well. The fairy smiled and said that the spell has a 6-hour cooldown. Gia said that it doesn't matter, because they should look at what they got. From the mimic, they got a mithril spear. Alan noted that this weapon could be sold for about 50 gold. The guy turned to Drogo and said that the monster behind was approaching him. The boy immediately turned around and used the whole body technique. He struck with the axe, cutting the monster into 2 parts. Everyone looked on in amazement. Right after that, Drogo exclaimed that this was how it was supposed to be activated. He shouted loudly, saying that now he too had the skill, like everyone else. The guys praised him, because better late than never. Drogo was genuinely happy, saying that he was now so elated that no dungeon was a problem for him. He shouted that he didn't want this feeling to end. Alan noticed that the guy's skill seemed to have an additional effect. In the 7th month of the same year, the boys also visited the Class B dungeon on its lower floor. Gia was surprised that the boss of the Class B dungeon was himself a Class B. Cyrene noticed that the boss had large boars, like the ones they slaughtered in the village, instead of piglets. It was a Class B monster, Sphintus gradiosus. They noticed that it was about 5 meters at the shoulder. Drogo, amazed, asked if it would be possible to take the meat out of the dungeon. Alan thought that they shouldn't relax too early, although if you look at the numbers, the monster won't cause any problems. The guy's stats were not bad. Alan thought that receiving blessings from summoned beasts and increasing stats was unique to summoners, but it turned out that everyone had similar skills. As expected from normal mode, he thought they would catch up to his level 42 in the blink of an eye. Gia used his high defense, which increased the stamina of all party members by 3%. Cecile said that in that case, she will begin. The girl raised her hand, using the flame spear. A lot of attack projectiles flew at the monster. The skill Awakening can only be used once a day. Alan exclaimed to his bears to eat these boars. The skill Devour deals 3 times the damage compared to a normal attack. Alan then ordered the Ostracholaria to move forward. The boys rushed to attack using their skills. The wounded monster squealed. Alan shouted for Cyrene to hit the pig and cut its neck. The girl agreed. When the boar fell to the ground, Cyrene swung her weapon. She used a cut, thanks to which they killed 1 Sphintus gradiosus. They received 24,000 experience points. The happy boys were saying that now even the B rank was not scary for them. Kierna exclaimed that they could chop everyone into pieces. In an instant, Gia used group healing. This greatly restores the health of all party members within a 10-meter radius. Effective for summoned beasts as well. Suddenly the boys saw a chest of silver and exclaimed that they should take it with them. There they found a knuckle duster made of oriconchum. Alan noted that the alloy was as hard as mithril. Jaya asked if anyone would be willing to equip it, and then said that they could sell it. They would get 100 gold pieces at once, no less. Alan said he had previously thought that Gia was trying for the sake of the family, and their boy simply loved money. Cecile said that there are monks who are not money grubbers, but he, on the contrary, is a money grubber, a golden saint. Alan thought that the first capture of the B-class dungeon was brilliant. He also noticed the frightening growth potential. Alan thought that in normal mode, he could strengthen himself quite well. However, the demon army was still something beyond them. Alan was sure that he had to continue to raise everyone's level. And most importantly, he must rise on his own. But from one B-class dungeon, you can collect about 200 magic stones. He decided that they should split the core of summoned doors into 3 teams, and then they would collect 600 each. If they continue like this, they can collect a whole bunch in a month, for 740 C-grade magic stones, and for a treasure chest, 425 gold coins. He would like to buy 310,000 D-grade stones from the guild, but the guild told him that there were only 50,000. In order not to waste time moving around the city, he thought that he needed to buy a carriage. He also needed to take a watch so as not to lose track of time in the dungeons. And so the 8th month arrived, when the entire academy went away for the holidays. The bird with a small basket flew to its native village named after Cyrene. At this time, Alan's family was relaxing at home. The guy thought that he was finally home. But to be more precise, no, he was far from there. The boys were surprised to hear Alan's voice. The boy noticed that Uncle Gerda was there too. He said hello, and said that he was speaking to him through the bird. This was Papo's special skill, transmission. Alan's voice within a radius of 3 kilometers can be transmitted directly to the brain. And it can also receive any information, including imagination. Father asked if Alan could see what was going on. They said it was an amazing ability. Alan's younger brother exclaimed that he would read the letter. Alan said that there were also letters from Drogo and Cyrene to their families. Uncle Gerda awkwardly said that Alan knew that he was not yet strong in letters. In response to this, the guy said that he could then ask Masha for help. My father said it was good that they were all so friendly there. My uncle exclaimed that Alan's talent had always been something outrageous. The little sister sadly said that Mura had no talent and she couldn't help him. Alan noted that she could help her mom and dad, while he always had to disappear somewhere. After these words, the girl smiled and said that she would always help them instead of her brother. The father said that he was appointed by the elders of the new village of pioneers. They'll start laying it out next year. Alan congratulated his father sincerely. Alan thought his father had been leading the hunt for 10 years, so it was a natural choice. Uncle Gerda said that he would go with them too, so Alan shouldn't worry and pass on the news to Karenna. The boy agreed. He thought that his parents were in their 30s, so it was high time to start founding a village, closer to the hunting grounds. Alan said that since his father had become an important person, he would have to learn his letters now. Later, the bird arrived in Granville. He knocked on the window and apologized for disturbing, saying that it was Alan. The man thanked Alan for the message and asked the boy to continue to look after Cecile. Alan said he would like to explore the possibility of clearing the Carnell family name after 5 years of impeccable service. The man said that if His Majesty the King says so, then it is possible. He didn't know if this promise was true or not, but if Carnell's son was a healer, it happened from time to time. If he survived the battlefield and returned home, he and his family would receive significant benefits. So many nobles are ready to give their children to war, and, of course, many have someone with a rare talent as a healer. But among the serfs and commoners, such are almost never born, and those who are, as a rule, are closely connected with the church. There are so few of them that the elves, by agreement, send their healers to their continent. But the elves care about the front waking up, not about satisfying the needs of their aristocrats. The aristocrats should not use healers on the battlefield only for their own needs. An understandable argument, but not for the aristocrats themselves. Therefore, it is not uncommon for a healer to remain on the battlefield for various reasons, and after fulfilling his duty, until his death. Alan was shocked. The man said that Carnell had torn his child away from his family, only he had such a talent. He must have thought him lost of family and life, in no need of love, care, or proper upbringing. Alan said it was a nasty story. But now he realized that the king's messenger had sent Gia to the battlefield because he could. Gia had been a convenient healer. The man had agreed. He thought that Gia was a good boy who cared about his family. He saved on everything so that they would not need anything if something happened to them. If the royal envoy had deceived him, Alan would still get justice. The man asked Alan if the boy could leave the matter to him. Alan asked what his lordship had in mind. The man asked if the king's messenger had mentioned him as the culprit in the death of the Carnell family. Alan thanked him and said that their fight was still far away, so they could wait for a while. Afterwards, Kirina asked how they could help Gia. Drogo asked if the king's messenger was their enemy. Alan said it was not necessary, since they did not know if his promise was true. Cecile thought they should wait to see what her father found out. Jaya turned pale and thanked the guys. He said that he needed money for his family, so he would do everything possible to conquer the dungeons. The month of autumn and the end of summer holidays began. The boys gathered to challenge the dungeon of Class A. Karena asked if there were ever any queues. The guards said that only one group in 10 ever got there. He was surprised to see that there were only 5 of them. He asked if they were the same group as the Swordmaster. He told them that they were spoken of as monsters, but he told them to be careful. Alan thought that the last boss, the one at the bottom, was an A-class monster, which Alan was not familiar with yet. Everything was new there. He noticed that Gia was walking around very sad lately, but he knew what golden ringing would bring him back to his senses. They went to capture without prisoners. Such a labyrinth had never been seen before. Alan sent scouts, but no one returned, and monsters and traps did not let them breathe. For 2 nights, their snoring did not allow Gia to sleep to pass the first level, but Kairena did not cuddle with her beloved. Alan was glad that he only had those who didn't need sleep with him, and he didn't have to worry about it. As we advanced, there were more and more B-class monsters, so they met the Orc King and the Cyclops. With their skills, the guys quickly dealt with the monsters. For one orc, they got 20,000 experience. Next, they had to kill the Cyclops. He tried to hit Drogo, after which the guy flew back. Gia grumbled and healed the guy. Drago didn't even understand what happened. Suddenly, the ostrich. Cecile stepped on something, activating the trap. Gia screamed loudly, but Cecil and Drogo were already gone. It was a spatial trap. Gia apologized to them. Alan asked Cyrene to calm the Cyclops down, which she did. Alan began to leaf through the book, thinking that the disappearance of those 2 was disadvantageous. There were 3 more units nearby, but that was not enough. Alan thought they needed to be found as soon as possible. He called his division there. He gave Marika a few items and told her to find them and give them to the 2. The fairy immediately rushed to search. Only half an hour later, Alan learned that they had been found. They were surrounded by monsters. Drogo was bleeding, protecting Cecile. Alan ordered all the sisters to go to them faster. He told Kieran and Gia to hold tight to the ostriches. Alan used the divine wind, with which they rushed to help. Cecile shot at the enemies with her skills, while Marishka asked if the girl would take the life leaf. Cecile said that she needed mana more. Drogo screamed that he was fighting with all his might. Immediately after that, the monster fell to the ground. Alan and the others arrived there and asked if they had left anything. Cecilia was glad. Drogo knew Alan was close when so many fairies appeared. They thanked the fairies. Gia was nervous. Alan turned to him and told him not to stand aside. Gia said, "Big deal." He almost killed his comrades. He turned to the boys and apologized, because Alan had to save them. After that, they decided to move on. Alan told them to be careful with the traps, because they could end up on the moon. And so September came to an end. Today the guys were ready to get to the lower floor and the boss himself. Only now did Gia recover from his failure, for which he had to thank his little sister. On the lowest floor, the guys were terrified of the A-rank monster. Alan noticed that the monster was at least 10 meters tall. Drogo asked if their attacks would reach the monster. Alan noted that they were lucky that their first A-monster was an armored monster with a huge amount of physical defense. Its attack was not bad, but it could not compare to a dragon. If there was a dragon, they would have left immediately. But this monster could be challenged. The boys' statistics were getting better and better. Alan leafed through the book, thinking that they should wait until he figured it out. Special skill substitution. Alan takes over all targets within a radius of 50 meters. He also took the special skill Shark Oil and the awakened skill Spread. Alan apologized to Cecile and said that today he would attack first according to the plan. Today, he was introducing them to a special new technique called Power Explosion. The affected monsters didn't know what to do when they saw these small fluttering objects. Alan said that they deal maximum area damage. After the meteor shower was activated, the entire battlefield was engulfed in explosions. Alan killed 10 Orc Kings at once, for which he received 200,000 points. He said that one of them had almost killed him once. Cecile was as shocked as G. The next moment, the boss emerged from a cloud of smoke. Next came Cecile and Drogo. They ran forward, but the monster almost killed them with one step. The boss suddenly turned to Cyrene and began to attack her. The boys were shocked. Cecile asked if this was a plan and if Alan had forgotten to use the substitution. They were afraid for Graina, but she rose from under the boss's hand. She said it was like a grain of sand to her. Alan exclaimed that she was a real Atlas in a skirt. Gia used the cure, while the others were amazed. At this point, Drogo managed to tell his ostrich that this was their chance to get closer to the boss's head. With a loud cry, he ran straight towards him. When he got close enough, Gia used Burst Attack, followed by Cyrene, who used Red Flower on the monster. Alan exclaimed that he and Cecile would also attack, but they must not touch Cyrene and Drogo under any circumstances. Cecile said that she knew about it without the guy. Together, the boys used an all-out attack on the monster. As a result, he lost all his strength and fell to the ground unconscious. They killed one great wolf, for which they received 480,000 experience points. The guys joyfully exclaimed that they had won, and it couldn't be better. Alan picked up the A-grade crystal and noticed how impressive it was. Gia noticed the treasure chest. He didn't understand why it was just made of wood. After receiving the orichalcum halberd, the boys wondered if they had been tricked. Alan said that it was okay, since they now had equipment for Drago. Cecile agreed and said that the mithril axe was no longer effective against such monsters. Drogo thanked his weapon and said goodbye to it. Alan thought that something like this would happen in the war, and he needed to level up even more and get better equipment. Suddenly, a cube appeared in front of them. They were congratulated on successfully completing the Class A dungeon and given a certificate of confirmation. Alan was surprised and asked what the mark on the certificate was. It looked like a guild card. The cube said that after clearing 5 A-class dungeons, they would gain access to the Y-class. The boys were surprised. They wondered if there would be rank monsters. Gia hoped that the treasures would be different from the current ones. So, the summer holidays with fun exploring dungeons with friends came to an end. In October, Alan turned 30. On the very day when the holidays ended and it was time to sit down at his desk again. At the academy, the kids said that thanks to Alan's advice, they cleared high-level dungeons. Others noticed that only 3 were missing. It was thought that they were simply scared. Others were amazed that Alan and the others had conquered an A-class dungeon. They looked at Kyrena and said that she was a master of the sword, and not every graduate could clear an A-class dungeon. She was too special. Cecile asked what the great consultant would be doing after lunch, and whether he would be giving consultations. Alan said it was time to swing some iron, pumping up his swordsmanship. He hadn't done that for a long time. Cyrene offered to arrange a duel with Alan, but the guy refused because his summoned beasts were collecting rewards in the dungeon, and it was too expensive to change them for this. Suddenly, the swordsman took Cyrene away while she was saying that she wanted to fight Alan. The guy was greeted by Riffle, saying that they were partners today. Alan agreed. During the battle, Alan thought only about not remembering Mihai. 3 hours later, the swordsman told Kyrena that he was not surprised that she had closed the Class A dungeon. The girl was surprised that the swordsman was capable of something. Alan thought that the teacher would dominate this fight. The boy would also like a good opponent. Suddenly, the teacher told Kyrena and Alan to go to the rector, because he had called them an hour ago. The boys were surprised. Alan asked why Cyrene was looking at him like that, since he hadn't done anything. On the way, Alan noticed an elf he hadn't seen since the entrance exam. The teacher said that he had heard earlier that the boys had received a dungeon certificate. He asked what they would do next. Alan said that they would clear the dungeons of Class Y. The guy said that there are 4 such places in the academic city, and you don't have to go far. Afterwards, they will travel around the kingdom. Alan asked the teacher how far he had gone as a student. The man said that none of the teachers had gone past the A grade. No one had gone into the Y dungeons in the last few decades. Dobrik himself was the last. To repeat his record would be a historic achievement. Alan said it would be easy. The teacher pointed to a tower that was emerging from the fog. The children were surprised by the interesting architecture. The elf said that he was glad to welcome the most determined and friendly in their game. He told him to try to outwit the wise man and get the key for the right answer. Cyrene asked him if he was a real elf or if he just had glued on his ears. Alan yelled at the girl. The man said that he understood her curiosity because he was thousands of years old, and only 43 of those years he had ruled the city and the academy. Alan said they looked like bugs to him. He wondered if that was why the man had such an inscrutable expression. He wondered if the building was an example of elven culture that predated any building in the city. The man said that he had a task for those who had cleared the A-class dungeon. He wanted them to participate in the Academy's martial arts tournament in a week. Cyrene was happy, but Alan was not. The boy asked what this news was, which he was hearing for the first time. The teacher said that it was because only second and third year students were allowed to participate in the tournament of 16 swordsmen, only on a steel. There is no place for magicians and scientists there, but paying tribute to their merits, they decided to make an exception for them. There will be distinguished guests from different countries, and also the royal family of the Kingdom of Latash. Alan said that Drogo's attack power is higher than his, and he should participate, and he also passed Drogo's dungeon. The man said that the axe owner could not participate, and the tournament was only for those with 2 stars or higher. Alan thought that he had many stars, but at his level it would be a shame. The man said that he recommended Alan to participate because he would be able to use his skills. Alan noticed the cunning of the man who wanted to see his skills. He thought that for a 1,000-year-old elf he was too curious. The guy said that only fools should participate, and he would rather sit nearby. Alan said that it was too expensive to show off his summoner skills, and with his swordsmanship alone, he would be defeated in the first round. If skill improvement was not the goal, then it was a waste of time for Alan. The man said that if he won, he could challenge Doberg. Alan said that for that, they would have to give Cyrene better equipment. The man said that they were registering the girl. The day before the tournament of 16 swordsmen, important guests arrived at Clan Hall. It was Cecile's father. Noticing Gia and Nignon, he said that they reminded him of Viscount Carnell in some way. The man said that on that occasion he had cautiously inquired of His Majesty about the possible revival of the House of Carnell. Because he promised that he would take care of this matter, he gave Gia the king's answer in a box. When the boy asked, the man said that this was the highest royal privilege for the revival of the House of Carnell, provided that he served impeccably on the battlefield for 5 years. However, in case of military merit, the term would be reduced. That was all. The boys were happy. It also had the signatures of Granville and Hamilton. Then Riffle Hamilton came out, whom Gia had never spoken to, although they were classmates. He said he came on behalf of his father, who was a close relative of both the Granvilles and the Carnells. When asked if they were the eldest branch of the same dynasty, Alan explained that the highest feudal lords had no time for problems on the ground, especially in other people's lands. Riffle wondered if Alan was really a serf. The boy said that House Hamilton would take responsibility for their family while they performed their duty on the battlefield. Gia thanked them and asked why they were doing this. The man said that nobles are people responsible for their actions. He did what duty and honor commanded him to do, but he wanted the children to know that both royal envoys involved in this matter did not say whose orders they were carrying out, but they served the royal family. To be more precise, the Crown Prince, Dauphin Imbol de Latache. He is the king's nephew and next in line to succeed him. Even the king can do nothing without proof of his crimes. Alan thought that the mastermind behind Cecile and Gia's kidnapping might just go away. The king is old and sick, so it's possible that in 5 years, a prince will ascend to the throne. He did not know what he would do and whether he would fulfill his privilege. Gia thanked him and said that he knew the chance was small, but it was there. He promised to do everything a worthy nobleman should do. Cecile told Nina that she had a good brother. The man said that tomorrow was the tournament of 16 and they had better focus on that. Cyrene agreed. The next day, the martial arts tournament among the academy students who would soon be going to fight the demon lord was in full swing. The man pointed to the crown prince for Alan. Cyrene was quickly defeating her enemies. The host said that it was no surprise that a swordmaster could defeat a spearman and become the winner. People noticed the girl's rapid growth and rumors that she had already passed the Class A dungeon. Cecile said that only Dober remained. They told her to remember all the lessons. Cecile challenged Doberg. People wanted to see the results of the battle. The man said she had come far. Cyrene noticed that she had become stronger. The man said he was a monster hunter, demon slayer, and more. He told Cyrene to hit him if she could. The girl rushed into battle using her skills, but Doberg reflected everything. Kirena could not respond. Sue's swordmaster's skills met. Doberg threw Kirena away and asked if that was it. She was shocked by the powerful blow. Dober asked if that was the end. She cursed and charged. They used their skills again. Suddenly, an explosion was heard on the field. Cyrene said that she would not fall and then collapsed on the floor. Dober won. He told her to become stronger for his friends and people. Many expected this. Cyrene was brought to the infirmary. She had fatal injuries. Alan used the life leaf on her. She stood up and said that she fought with all her might, but not a single blow ever reached him. Alan said that his skills and equipment were stronger. He told her not to worry, because a year ago no one could have imagined that she would become so strong. He told her to get stronger and beat Dober next year. Cyrene agreed. Suddenly, someone appeared and said that there had been a wonderful fight and the guests had enjoyed the fight. It was the Crown Prince of Imbil. He wanted to talk. The Viscount said he was honored. Imbil praised him, wishing the Alliance faction would be the same. The knights told the teacher that they would take charge of the guard and that he could wait outside. Imbil said that their meeting was informal, so the Viscount could sit down. The man was nervous. Suddenly, Alan turned to the Viscount and asked him to take the place he had prepared. Imbil asked a servant where the boy had come from. He said that everything was correct, and the Viscount could sit there. Then the man sat down. Alan thought about the sudden invasion. He thought that Cecile and the others were under the commander's protection, so everything was fine. He thought about what the prince wanted from the Viscount. The prince said that the Viscount seemed to be doing a great job with the Granville domain entrusted to him. He had a swordmaster born, and the Mithril mine had been expanded. All rivals had been eliminated, and the Viscount's case had gone down in history. The man remarked that he would not speak of physical destruction. The prince agreed and said that now, this inimitable maneuver with the revival of the House of Carnell, about which His Majesty signed some impersonal document. Imbil said that he fully supported him because there was a fierce battlefield where the Geomit Empire ordered to send the finest fighters. He said that this place was perfect for the Master of the Sword and the Son of Carnell. There is no better option for the kingdom. Alan was silent. The Viscount hurriedly asked the prince to stop. Imbil asked what the Viscount could be worried about, since he was from the Alliance faction. He said that a man should be happy with the king's decision. But here they were, the Kingdom faction, proposing to cut their presence on the front lines in half. Alan saw that there were some factions operating in this country. The Alliance faction had the guilds, the king, and Granville, while the Kingdom faction had the Crown Prince and Carnell. The Viscount could not say anything. Imbil asked if the man was sorry to give up his daughter, and then said that he could not worry about the monk. Alan approached the Viscount and said that this was indeed a great chance to improve the situation at the front. The man was surprised. The prince asked sternly who the guy was to interfere. Alan said that he was the leader of the group in question, so he had the right to express his opinion. The prince asked if he was the leader and not the swordmaster. Anento confirmed and said that leadership does not always go to the strongest. The Viscount was nervous. The prince grinned and said that Alan was the servant called to protect the young lady. The boy confirmed this and said that he would do everything for this. The Viscount said that if that was the king's wish, they would humbly follow it. He looked at the boy, who thought he should thank him for going with his daughter to the front. 3 months later, Alan's enhancement skill finally reached 7. For this, he received a plus of 1,000 units to 2 characteristics of the summoned creature. Also during this time, the guys made serious progress in passing the second-class A dungeon and opened several treasure chests. Now they had weapons and armor made of orichalcum and adamantite. They also had rings that increased their characteristics. And so the first month of the new year arrived, and with it, the day of farming, the last boss of that dungeon that they had been clearing so hard. They stood at the entrance and were nervous. Alan asked what they were so afraid of. This was their 76th boss, after all. Drogo said that this monster was very fat. In front of them was the strongest boss of the lower level, rank A. It was a heavy dragon. It was slowly snoring while the guys were discussing. Gia noticed that the monster was alone, so he asked where his assistants were. Drogo assumed that the monster ate them, because its belly was noticeably jiggling. Cecile turned to Alan and asked what they would do. The guy said that they would, of course, accept this challenge. He assumed that this was the critical moment of the entire passage. He thought that before a serious fight, he should check the composition of his cards. Having opened them, he also looked at the statistics of the guys from his team. Alan said that he would be the first to attack. The monster would respond by breathing fire, so the boy should be prepared. They agreed with Alan. The boy thought that, in the end, Cecile had clearly explained to him that the name of her spell should not be used. He said that now, these were not false meteorites, but real ones. After that, he created many small objects above the monsters. When he called them energy bombs, they exploded, causing damage to the monster. After a while, the smoke began to clear, and the monster looked sternly at the guy who attacked him. He looked at them and asked how only 5 pathetic human children dared to challenge him to a fight. The guys were very surprised. Cyrene was surprised that the dragon could speak their language, while Cecile assumed that with high intelligence, automatic translation was activated. The dragon asked if it was ignorance or lack of knowledge, but they were lucky to be burned in the dragon's flames at such a young age. Alan looked sternly and repeated, "Energy bombs" again. The explosions were loud again, and the boys told the dragon to attack because the battalions were asking for fire. The monster emerged from the smoke and asked how they were not ashamed to interrupt his speech, and it was time for him to teach them some good manners. Alan explained that this was what they called collective responsibility, and the boys needed to get used to it, because they were cogs in the machine. Then he ordered Fran to turn on the jog so that he could get straight to the base. In an instant, the ostrich began to run across the field. Alan praised his ostrich. The dragon attempted to eat the ostrich that Drogo was riding on, but he quickly dodged, causing the dragon to become angry. At this time, Cyrene swung her skill hard, but it only managed to scratch the monster. Alan was surprised that Cyrene's attack did not go through, which led him to the conclusion that the monster had strong physical defense. The dragon asked if it was a joke. At that moment, a light appeared in its mouth. Alan exclaimed that a flame would burst forth, and the boys should turn on the protection. The next moment, the entire battlefield was covered in flames. Cecile worriedly called out to her comrades, who were shielding themselves from the attack with their hands. Alan managed to use the awakened skill, self-sacrifice. The dragon noticed that it was an interesting technique. Cyrene asked the boy if she wouldn't take damage from direct attacks either. Alan confirmed this and said that a second hit would easily kill her. At the same time, the dragon had already begun to gather a second similar attack. Cyrene at this time ran at the dragon's feet and hit them, wanting to break his iron paws. Cecile stretched out her hand with her staff, calling for a fire spear. Maria was floating in the air, and Alan ordered her to use Shiza because it could work. The fairy agreed and said that she would drive him crazy. Gia noticed tensely that this time the dragon was gathering flames much longer than the first time. Alan tensed and thought that this couldn't be happening. He assumed that the monster was gathering strength. He cursed and said that he wouldn't have time to create his warriors, so the guy should run to the corners. At that very moment, the dragon created a huge fire attack. He swept away all of Alan's creatures. The boy was amazed that the dragon killed 4 Tekka with just one blow. He realized that after his next breath, Cecile and Gia would instantly die. At this time, the monster was already gathering its next breath. Alan exclaimed that he simply did not have time to summon after him. He looked at Cyrene and Drogo and wondered what was wrong with them. Suddenly, the dragon looked at them sharply, after which he attacked them again with great force. The boys' ostriches instantly began to fly away across the battlefield. Cecile turned to Gia and asked why he stopped. This brought the guy to his senses, and he was able to use his tripment. Drogo said that they killed Fran. Alan exclaimed that they would avenge him, and the main thing is that they survived. At this time, the dragon laughed, gathering his breath again. Gia exclaimed in amazement that it was breathing again. Drogo told Cyrene to get up, asking why she was lying down. Cecile also told the boy that she could not do it anymore. Alan exclaimed that everything was fine, because he had already calculated the time, and he would be able to catch up with the monster. But it would be a very long battle. The dragon looked at them and asked if they were sure. Cecile tensed up, and Drogo quickly agreed. Alan turned to the boys and told them to gather behind him. He noticed Cyrene had moved away and asked what she was doing. There was no answer to his question. Alan looked at the girl, around whom there was a rather gloomy atmosphere. The guys were surprised. In the blink of an eye, Cyrene jumped up and ran straight towards the dragon. Alan screamed, and the monster asked her if she was so eager to die. He then aimed his attack straight at the girl who was running towards him. Gia was shocked and said that it was a direct hit. Alan picked up the clover and said that it should be eaten. Even this couldn't stop Cyrene, who flew straight towards the dragon and cut off one of its legs with her sword. She landed when a dragon's paw fell next to her, desperately screaming in pain. The girl's eyes were completely empty at that moment. Alan asked if she had activated an extra skill. She had exceeded her limit. The monster squealed loudly as Cyrene turned back. Cecile told the boys to look at the girl. She wasn't fighting. She was dancing. Drogo said that when she was 5 years old, she did something similar. Alan agreed and noticed that it was her extra skill, so he didn't understand why they were so surprised. Suddenly, Alan was as surprised as the others. At this time, the guy was looking at Cyrene's characteristics. He didn't understand at all where this strange boost came from, which gave 3,000 units to her characteristics. He also noticed with surprise the unfamiliar regeneration. He understood everything when he read that it restores 1 health point every second. The dragon screamed loudly, asking who she thought she was, being only a human child. He hit her hard with his tail. Cyrene flew to the side, after which she successfully got to her feet and raised her sword. The girl pushed off the ground and rushed back to the dragon. Her eyes were completely empty. The monster began to gather breath, wanting to burn her to ashes. Before he could finish, Cyrene punched him in the gut and then kicked him in the jaw. The monster couldn't do anything about it and screamed loudly. Afterwards, it fell to the ground and burst into flames. The boys managed to kill 1 potbelly dragon, for which they received 1,600,000 experience points. The boys could only watch in amazement as the dragon they had just killed disappeared. Drogo asked in surprise if this dragon really had a heart in its belly too. Alan thought that this was the strongest boss, and they received 3 times more experience points than from the others. Alan turned to Cyrene, who stood silently, and asked if she was still with them. The girl turned around with a smile and said that she had killed the dragon, and therefore, she was now a dragon herself. They were surprised. G said it was an amazing extra skill. Alan noted that everyone had one except him. Cecile asked how the girl was able to activate it. Kirena said that she herself did not know, because it happened by itself. Gia noticed that a chest had appeared there, and they needed to open it before anyone else got there first. The chest was pure gold, and incredibly large. Alan exclaimed that he had never seen anything like it. Opening it, Cyrene noticed that such a large chest contained such a small ring. Cecile said a little nervously that the size was not important, because it was possible that this was the ring that Alan needed so much. The boy enthusiastically put on the ring, hoping that it would restore his mana. Despite his expectations, he was disappointed to notice that it only gave simple regeneration, just like Cyrene's skill. Drogo said it was still better than nothing, and Gia agreed, saying it was especially true if you unlock the skill that lets you convert health points into mana. Cecile asked Alan if they killed the dragon. The guy said that Cyrene killed it, but in general it was true. Then he asked why she wanted to do that. Cecile said that since they had killed, she wondered if it was time for them to take a swing at their white dragon. Gia asked if Cecile was talking about the same one that had flown over to them, the Carnels, from Granville. Drogo said enthusiastically that he could already imagine how happy everyone would be. Cyrene said that she was dreaming of sticking a piece of iron between his ribs. Alan sighed and said that they would not kill the white dragon. Cecile asked if they were really going to set up a reserve named after him. Alan said that they had barely won just now, and that was only because Cyrene's skill had activated. He said that besides, if they killed him right now, he didn't know if they would give Gia his long-awaited possession. The guy was a little surprised. Alan explained that these lands were now included in the royal domain. However, this is a completely useless territory, and no one will hold on to it. He asked what would happen if mithril mining resumed there. He said that when they gave this territory to Gia, they would show the white dragon who was boss. He smiled cruelly and said that they would get the most out of this operation. Cecile was amazed at how thoughtful Alan was. Gia thought that his father had chosen the wrong opponent. The boy exclaimed that they would go there without relying on any chance, so they would not even leave the dungeons during the spring break. Thus, 3 whole months passed. The boys were still clearing their 3rd dungeon of A rank. In it, they defeated one of the monsters, who fell dead at that very moment. Cyrene was a little surprised to see that her level had been raised. She said that she was now 4th and her life was now over. Alan said that the buildup was quick and that only made the disappointment greater. He looked at his book and didn't understand how this was possible, because they were all only 13 years old. Cyrene and the rest of his companions had already reached the maximum level. They were all level 60. Drogo said that if they couldn't level up anymore, he didn't see how they could get out of this swamp. Alan said that there were actually other ways. He said that, firstly, you can use extra skills to become stronger. You can also get stronger weapons and rings, although they only got the golden chest once. Drogo didn't understand why they couldn't level up anymore. He was so used to it. Cyrene agreed and exclaimed that it was very unfair. Alan thought there was still hope. Online games in his past world would occasionally have updates that raised the max level. It couldn't be that in all these years there hadn't been one. He figured he just needed to know how to activate them. He wondered if the hero Doberg was also level 60. 2 years until they would go to the battlefield. He simply had no choice. He needed to know how to make the group even stronger. School holidays ended in what would be called April in Alan's world. 2,600 brave students of their academy were becoming sophomores. The teacher told the class that they would be the same class this year, but they had 3 empty seats so they could welcome new students. At this time, several students were walking down the hallway, heading straight to the classroom. All the kids were excited about the new students, while Alan and Cyrene were sitting in the back. Suddenly, Cyrene exclaimed that one of them had donkey ears. The teacher told the children to be quiet, after which he told them that all 3 students had come to them from other continents. Now he asked the new students to introduce themselves to the class. The first to come out was a sweet elf girl. She said that her name was Sophia Luna, and she came to them from the elf kingdom of Rosenheim. The girl asked the guys to call her just Sophie with a smile. The next one to come out was a rather stern guy who was an elf. He said that his name was Formal, and that he was the personal bodyguard of Princess Sophia Luna, the heir to the throne. The whole class was amazed that a real heiress had come to them. They admired her pale skin, also saying that they had never seen elves before. Someone noted that this was an interesting paradox, because their rector was also an elf. During this time of general delight, Sophie just silently looked at the guys, when suddenly her gaze fell on Alan, who at that time also looked at the girl. Noticing this, she noticeably became more courageous and surprised. Seeing such an unusual reaction, Alan wondered if she had never seen people with black hair. Alan looked at her and his thoughts got a little excited. He thought that if she was going to fight, she should do it, because he would twist all her ears off, even if her bodyguard was far from 13 years old. Suddenly, a girl of not very tall stature jumped out from the new students. She asked if she could introduce herself. The sweet, slightly dark-skinned girl said that she came from the land of gnomes, the Baki's empire. The girl's name was Merle. She said that she was also 13 years old and was very pleased to meet the class. Looking at the girl, the students were delighted with her sweetness. Alan thought that he would like his daughter to be like her. The teacher clarified that Alan had the fewest people in his group, after which he said that he was the least busy, so the guy would take care of all the new students. Sophie said with a smile that they were asking him about it. Alan agreed and said that they could discuss it during lunch. He thought about adding 3 more people to the group. Whether there were 5 or 8 of them, the experience points gained would still not change, but he didn't know if these 3 knew about the Demon Lord. After a while, the lessons ended and the boys met in the dining room. After exchanging pleasantries, Alan introduced himself, also naming his comrades. He said that they go to the dungeons every day and everyone knows about it. He asked if they still wanted to join them. Sophie agreed and said that she conquered the C-class dungeon in the academic city of Rosenheim. Her talent is Spirit Wizard. Formal said that he is an archer, so his talent will be useful in the group. Merle said that she has a slightly rare talent, Demon Stone General. Alan was a little surprised. He had never heard of such a thing. He thought that racial characteristics might be involved. Cecile asked if the Spirit Wizard used spirits in combat. Sophie asked if this was true, to which Elaine replied that it was personal, and he was not ready to tell yet. Merle said she wanted to join, but she had her own circumstances. She would help in any way she could. She needed to be as strong as possible in 2 years. Sophie was of the same opinion. Alan realized that they knew about the Demon Lord. The boys were happy that they would become stronger. They accepted the newcomers into the group. Alan thought that they had the same goal, so it was good. So they settled in with the boys. Alan thought that what he and Sophie had in common was that they made decisions very quickly. One day, someone approached Alan. The guy noted that the rector is rare to meet. He said that his concerns are about Sophie, because he is also a representative of the royal family, but much older than her. He asked Alan to take care of her, and then he would gain the respect of all of Rosenheim. Alan agreed. 4 days later, they met again. Alan was glad that he had rented the mansion, since their number had increased. He asked everyone to sit down, since the rules of the academy were in effect, so there should be no lords or commoners there. Sophie ignored the remark. Cecile noticed that they had met quickly. Alan confirmed this and told them to eat before the food got cold. The boys started eating while the elves prayed. Alan noticed that they were very religious. Sophie said that it was the prayer of the Spirit King that gave them powers. Spirits are beings who will become gods from the point of view of humans. They pray for their king to become a spirit. Cecile asked if Merle prayed. The girl said that de Grag said that he does not need their prayers. De Grag is the master of the dungeons, and they believe in him. He created all sorts of devices, and the gnomes use them in magical instruments, without which they can no longer live. Sophie asked Alan who they believed in. The guy believed in no one. Gia broke them and said that he believed in Almesha, the goddess of creation. She gave healing magic, and she also heals the suffering of the church. Drogo asked if they were going to the B-class dungeon. They didn't know what to do about the fact that they had overtaken them. The boys were surprised that they had come so far and said that they would be a burden to them. Cyrene said she wouldn't mind going through it again with her eyes closed. Alan said they didn't have time for that and needed to finish the 8 dungeons by July and close the dungeons again at the same time. Cecile asked where they would find so much time. Alan said that they would split their group and they would go in 2 teams. Since their regiment had grown, they decided to split into 2, albeit uneven, parts. Cecile, Jaya, and Cyrene headed to conquer the A dungeons. Alan, Drogo, and the newbies were stuck on the B level. Alan and Drogo had been through the B dungeons for half a year now, but now they needed to catch up with the stragglers. Alan had made a smart plan, considering that the summoned creatures were more than enough for both groups. Their youth team, Alan, Drogo, and all the newbies. The transfer students were taken into the group and added as friends. Alan equipped them. Merle said summoner sounded interesting. Sophie was surprised that you could see your strength in numbers. Drogo was amazed to see that Sophie and Formal were 48 and 67 years old. The girl laughed and said that elves live a long time. Now Alan solemnly accepted them into the ranks of the Ostrachalaria. Sophie told the guy that he had a simply wonderful talent. Alan thanked her. Now, according to the developed strategy, they went forward. Alan told Merle not to go forward, but everything was fine. The girl awkwardly agreed. At this time, Sophie asked the water spirit to send healing. In the blink of an eye, they were healthy. Merle was amazed. Sophie said that spirit magic was excellent in recovery and auxiliary magic, but it was inferior to the monk and mage. At this time, Formal shot a bow using skills, so he quickly killed the monster. Sophie said that if they need support, they can provide it to them. Drogo said he would count on the boys. Merle was worried she hadn't helped. Alan said she shouldn't worry. She couldn't take her golem. Merle said that if she had a golem, she would defeat anyone, even a dragon. The boys were surprised by this. Sophie said that the Bokis Empire is the strongest military power and will show the Demon Lord how to invade their land someday. Alan said that importing golems to other countries is still prohibited. Sophie told the boys that they had incredible abilities and it was an honor to stand with them on the same battlefield. Alan said that the country itself decides who gets sent to which battlefield. He asked her why, since he was not special. Sophie said that he was the new hope that the Spirit King had predicted. Alan asked what he predicted. The girl said that the Spirit King usually does not talk to them and sleeps. But about 10 years ago, he began to say that a black-haired boy would be born, and he would have the worst characteristics. Alan noticed that he was just talking in his sleep. Sophie said it was a prophecy. A man with hair the color of night would disperse the clouds that obscured the light and cast the darkness into the abyss, and there would be peace without end. Sophie is convinced that it will come true, and she will see this future with her own eyes. The boys were surprised. Alan thought that this was the end of the game. It was an extremely useless prophecy. because everyone already knew it. Alan remembered that when he entered, both the rector and the hero knew about the prophecy. He told the guys to quickly go through the V dungeons and forget about them. The guys agreed. In mid-April, somewhere in the Gramgill household, a bird appeared again. The father asked if it was Alan. The boy confirmed it. Marika came up to them and said that she was Alan's personal fairy and had come to help them with everything. The boys were surprised. They greeted the fairy awkwardly. The children approached the boar and admired it, because it was even bigger than the boars they always beat. One of the children asked if they could eat it. Alan exclaimed that he eats his comrades. The father asked the boy what kind of luggage was on the boar. Alan said it was all sorts of junk like weapons and tools. He, Cyrene, and Cecile bought it all together. The parents were surprised that Lady Cecile bought it too. Uncle Gerda cried, saying that Cyrene cared so much about her father. Alan's dad was surprised why the weapon was red. The boy explained that it was orichalcum. Father was perplexed while Uncle Gerda shouted that he had a mithril weapon. Alan said that the boar hunt starts in the fall, and they have no business going there with their antediluvian equipment. The father thanked Alan and said that he was tormented by the thought of how much it all cost. The boy said that he should not worry. Alan thought that when they earned 2,000 gold pieces a month, they would also forget how to count money. By this time, Alan already had 20,000 gold reserves. People were surprised when the boar destroyed the tree. Alan thought that since Marika had come, it was time to feed their fellow villagers. He told the fairy to kill a wild boar and a fat one. Marika obeyed the order immediately. And so it was the end of July, according to the calendar of Alan's world. During one of the battles, Sophie told the boys to retreat because she was going to use her extra skill. When they did so, the girl summoned a great spirit. He was many times bigger than the girl. The spirit said that he was a great spirit of the earth named Noichi. He gave Sophie power based on a contract with the King of Spirits. Thus, the great spirit entered into a fight with the dungeon monster. He used shrapnel, which allowed him to strike the monster many times. The monster crumbled, and the boys were amazed. Drogo exclaimed that it was a real stone thrower. It was Sophie's extra skill, manifestation of great spirit. The girl smiled and said that this time she succeeded, probably because she had become stronger. Drogo noted that these were skills that were used once a day and were indeed very powerful. Sophie said that Formal had one too. Myrtle kept talking about what it would be like if she had her golem. Alan agreed. Formal said he would only use the skill if Princess Sophia Luna was in danger. Drogo said sadly that he wanted the same skill. Alan said he would never have one, and he was already strong. And so, on the eve of the summer holidays, Alan and Cyrene were called to the rector again. Alan wondered if he would really persuade him to participate in the tournament again. Cyrene smiled silently. The rector told the boys that he wanted Alan to meet someone today. Suddenly, someone came out from behind the shadows. A middle-aged guy with a sweet smile came out and greeted the boys. Cyrene exclaimed that it was the heroic hero from the picture. Alan recognized Hermios and noticed that he was still alive. The boy approached Alan and said that he was still as kind as ever. He said the guy could just call him Hermie, like all his friends. Alan wondered why the man had come. He said he couldn't even remember when their friendship began. Alan wasn't too worried about that. The principal said he wanted to recommend the boys to a martial arts tournament. He asked if they wanted to participate. Cyrene immediately agreed and asked to sign her up. Alan said he thought one of Cyrene's groups would be enough. The rector wanted to know the reason Alan refused. The guy said that he didn't need to prove anything or measure himself with anyone. He already had a pretty busy schedule. The rector asked if Alan had heard about the Spirit King's prophecy from Sophia Luna. Alan exclaimed that he hadn't heard. The rector said that he didn't know the true meaning of the prophecy. But Alan could save the world from the demon lord. They were on the same side. So the rector said that they had to find out what the summoner's power was capable of at all costs. Alan was surprised that the rector suddenly changed his strategy and told everything. He thought he should change his mind to avoid his wrath. Alan said that the prophecy was probably true, but he didn't know if it would be reckless for him to give away valuable information about himself. Alan said that the rector himself understood that even the walls had ears. It was like killing himself in the bud, and Alan did not even mention that participating in the tournament did not promise him any benefit at all. The rector asked if this meant that Alan put profit first. Hermios was playing with his ring when it suddenly slipped out and fell on the table. He exclaimed that his charm had escaped him. Cyrene recognized the power of restoration in the ring. She exclaimed that this was the ring Alan had been looking for all this time. The boy told her to shut up. Hermios said that he was scared, because it would be stupid to just go and almost lose the ring of the King of Spirits himself, which was given to him for saving the elven army. Alan was silent. Hermios noticed that the boys were always in the dungeons, and he wondered if they were looking for something. He said that the elders could give him advice. Alan thanked him and said that he did not need such advisors. Hermios said that his ring was truly unique, as it could not be found in any dungeon. Alan asked how he knew. Hermios said it was a secret because Alan wasn't telling anything, and he shouldn't either. The guy got angry. Hermios said he was kind and would tell. It was because the dungeon master was bad at this area, and he would never be able to create a ring of magic power. He asked him himself, so Alan could check. He said that finding weapons made of aurichalcum was easy. That's what dungeons were for, but they should stop there. Alan thought Merle would be squealing with envy at the conversation with Diagrag. He thought that everyone in the guild was talking. He asked why they had to stop. Hermios clarified that there were 8 of them, also saying that some might not return from the wide dungeons. He asked if Alan was willing to sacrifice them. The boy thanked him for the information and asked what Hermios was getting at. He said that the rector had made him an offer. Since the master of the sword, Doberg, was busy this year, he would be the winner's opponent. If he is defeated, he will give him the ring. Cyrene was surprised. Alan asked if he could check the ring. Hermios agreed. Alan saw that his mana was recovering very quickly, and he already wanted it for himself. Hermios asked if the boy knew how much power he had. Alan thought that the boy had already collected a lot of information. Alan thanked him for the opportunity to try on the ring and said it was real. Hermios asked if that was enough for Alan to participate. To get the ring, you have to defeat the hero or ask the sleeping king. Alan didn't have much choice, because he doesn't like to wake up sleeping people. He said that the preamble is withdrawn and he joins. Alan immediately started asking about the details of the battle. Hermios said that the guy could do anything. Alan thought he was using the infinite recovery herb. Hermios said there were 2 months left and he would have already started making a plan. Cyrene said she already had 10 plans. Alan said that Hermione should prepare to give the ring. He thought that Hermione would not cry without the ring, and when he humiliated him in front of the whole kingdom and guests from abroad, Alan said that was how they signed him up for the tournament with Cyrene. He didn't want to, but the hero was convincing. Drogo asked if Alan was telling the world the hope of humanity. Cecile was surprised. Sophie said it was a good opportunity to show Alan's strength. The guy said he only got involved for the ring. Gia asked the boy if he had a plan to defeat their side's greatest warrior. Alan confirmed this and said that it would take some effort. That's why he'll be alone for the next 2 months. Everyone was surprised. Alan said he'll improve himself because he needs a new level of summoning. Cecile noticed that summoners need magic stones and wondered where he would get them. Alan said that they could not be obtained from the dungeons of the academic city or purchased from the guild, so he decided to go to all the cities and buy all the magic stones and find valuable equipment. The guys were delighted. He told them not to waste time and close the 5th A dungeon. He would leave the summoned beasts to protect them. He wanted to be fully prepared for the assault on the Y dungeons. There are only 4 A dungeons in the city which they have passed, and the guys need to prepare for the journey. Sophie said that it will be there first. Cyrene asked what Alan would do since he also needed to take over the dungeon. He said he would do it himself. Alan told Cyrene not to relax and to remember about the additional skills. The girl said that she would definitely defeat the hero. Drogo asked if they had forgotten, because the hero would not fight both of them. Alan said he had a small obstacle to overcome first. Cyrene said she heard it from an obstacle of her own. She was looking forward to fighting Alan more than the hero. Alan said goodbye to them and said that they would meet after the holidays. 2 months passed. The guy did nothing but collect magic stones. He had 28,000 gold, and he spent it all on 1,000,000 E&D stones. They also went for 100,000 C stones. He collapsed the entire market, and when the vacation ended, his skill rose to 7. Now he could summon B-rank monsters. He himself was scared. October came and he turned 14. When he returned, the boys met him. They asked if he had completed the 5th dungeon. He confirmed it. Gia noticed that Alan wasn't so small anymore. Sophie was surprised that Alan had defeated the dungeon boss by himself. Cyrene was nervous. the tournament awaited them. But first, a new special course at the academy. The History of the Demon Lord. Horrors told in the history of the kingdom, about the hero and the lord, and the eternal battle between good and evil. Of their class, 4 will fulfill the noble duty, 3 because they are hereditary nobles, and Cyrene because of her nature. Their confidants will decide for themselves whether to follow them or not. There will be those who will not go to war. They will remain adventurers and knights. However, people think that they want to help their comrades and overestimate themselves. Bones still turn white on the battlefields, no matter how hard the strong try to keep talented youth. The Academy has a special course for those who have decided to devote themselves to the fight. Alan understood how Mihai had not died. After that, the news of the tournament was not received with enthusiasm. Kirena and Alan were representing their class, and they hoped for the support of the class. A few days later, everyone gathered in the stands. Alan won the first fight. Everyone was surprised that he defeated a third-year student so easily. Cecile noticed that Alan hadn't drawn his weapon in a long time. Many hadn't even seen it. Drogo wondered if Alan had gotten something to go after the hero with. Hermias noticed that Alan was holding back and did not want to show his skills. The hero was bored. He did not expect this anytime soon, so they reached the final. Cyrene came out onto the battlefield. People were whispering about how strong Alan was. Alan came out against Cyrene. Everyone was amazed. The girl told him to get his beast and she couldn't wait to see it. Alan thought, why not? It made him nostalgic about their battle 8 years ago, when they played knights. Cyrene said she wouldn't lose. Alan shared her opinion. They rushed into battle with their skills. Cyrene said that he wouldn't have time to summon the monsters. She tried to use an extra skill, but it didn't work. Alan regretted advising her to use her extra skills. They fought, and Cyrene dominated. She was his superior swordsman, but he was stronger and more agile. She told him that she had become much stronger. Alan was trying his best, and she was having fun. People were amazed at how Alan was holding up against the swordmaster. Cyrene asked where Alan's pet was. She wanted to chop it into pieces, which the guy had no doubt about. She attacked him while he was leafing through a book. She said it was too late and used a skill. The boy saw that she had hit him right in the face. This attack defeats A-rank monsters. Kirena was surprised that he was holding on. When she wanted to approach him, he pulled his sword straight to her neck. He said that the game is not over. Cyrene was angry, but gave in. Alan won the Academy tournament. Everyone was shocked by the swordmaster's loss. Cecile asked the others if they had seen it. Drogo asked if the attack could be stopped by the summoned beast's skill. They did not know what he had summoned. Gia said he thought he saw someone when Kirena hit him. The girl congratulated Alan. The guy said it was a good fight. Alan told the girl not to get depressed, because Dober had agreed to fight the silver medalist. He asked if she wanted to pay him back for last year. Cyrene confidently agreed. He said that if the spies were not lying, then he was also level 60 and had exactly the same sword. He did not know whether this was good or not, but Cyrene was too straightforward. Her attacks are easy to read, but her additional skill will be the key to victory. Cyrene was surprised. Alan asked why she was upset again. The girl was upset that she would no longer be able to become stronger, since Dober had not increased his level for so long. Alan confirmed it. She wanted to answer him, but he suddenly came up to her and hit her forehead. He told her not to worry, because they would definitely think of something. He told them to see it as another wall to overcome. He looked out into the stadium and saw Dober and Hermios there. He told the girl that he would show her what the real top was. Hermios smiled and said that he thought that it was also the responsibility of adults to put little children who thought too much of themselves in their place. The host told the citizens of the academic town that they were presenting a special duel. The swordmaster Doberg had kindly agreed to fight the finalist of the current tournament, the excellent Cyrene. Together, Dober and Kirena climbed into the stadium. All this happened under the loud shouts of people watching what was happening. While in the group, Cecile was very worried about whether their Cyrene would be able to win in a fight. One of the men covered his mouth and said that no student had ever won a special match. Cecile and Alan were worried. Alan said that he even gave Cyrene his ring to increase her agility. As a result, the girl had 2 rings that increased her agility by 1,000 units. Doberg raised his sword and sternly said that he was the protector of the oppressed, the destroyer of tribes, and also the eater of fire. He exclaimed to Kyrene to show him what she had achieved this year. The girl was trembling. Alan assumed that because Dobert thought his opponent was just a student, he would not use his extra skills. This was a great chance for Cyrene. At that moment, the girl called out the name of her skill. Limit Break. At that very moment, Cyrene began to shake. Seeing this, Alan wrote that things were bad. At that moment, Cyrene rushed at the enemy with her weapon. Dobert blocked the girl's attack with the Thunder Sword. Cyrene used Slash over and over again, but Dobert easily dodged each of her attacks. Alan didn't understand how he could be faster. He assumed there was something they didn't know. Dobert noticed that Cyrene had become stronger. He kicked her and exclaimed that it was still not enough. The girl flew back, but the Herb of Life restored her health. The guys were worried. Alan said that Dobert was just starting to calculate her movements, and it couldn't get any worse than that. The moment Cyrene opened, the man used Earth Push and knocked Cyrene down. The girl flew back and cursed. When she was lying on the arena and not moving, Dobert asked what was wrong. He told her to get up, otherwise she would just die in vain on the battlefield. Cyrene coughed, and then an aura appeared around her. Alan was delighted. At that very moment, Cyrene activated the Limit Break. Her eyes went blank. Dobert was taken aback, asking what was going on. Light as a feather, Cyrene rushed forward and began to attack the man completely randomly. In shock, Dobert asked if this was really her extra skill. The boys in the group joyfully shouted at the girl to defeat this hero. Drogo exclaimed that the moment of revenge had finally come for her. Hermios was surprised to see how well she was doing it. He said that in addition to increasing her stats, she could also restore her health. The girl launched a flurry of attacks at Dobert, which he only managed to dodge. Dobert, amazed by the power of this girl, did not understand at all what kind of power this was. Ultimately, Dobert was unable to dodge one of Cyrene's 1,000 attacks. The girl's sword sent Dobert flying backwards, sending him tumbling around the arena until he finally came to a stop. He lay on the ground while the dust settled around him. The spectators were amazed. They shouted that the great Mr. Dobert seemed to have fallen. A group of boys were also happy. Sophie, shocked, asked if Cyrene had won. Suddenly, Alan noticed something unusual. Lying on the ground, Dobert was quietly whispering something. Alan did not understand what he was muttering. At this time, the defeated hero did not believe that he could lose. He turned to the ancient gods and said that it was not too late yet, so he simply could not afford to lose. Holding on to his sword, he slowly rose from the floor as a dark and incredibly powerful energy began to hover around him. Alan was genuinely shocked. He immediately realized that Dobert was now using his extra skill as well. He noticed that Cyrene's skill had not yet run out, so it was questionable whether she would be able to win. As Dobert slowly rose from the floor, Cyrene rushed towards him with incredible speed. She was about to attack, but suddenly Dobert screamed loudly and raised his sword above his head. Seeing this, Cyrene was a little taken aback. Dobert used a skill called Breaking Sword. Using only her instincts, Cyrene blocked the attack with her sword. To her surprise, she noticed that her sword began to crack rapidly until it broke completely. The girl was shocked by what she saw, but she did not have time to do anything about it. Dobert's sword passed through Cyrene's weapon, preparing to finally end this fight for both himself and her. Cyrene couldn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, someone appeared behind the girl and successfully blocked this terrible attack in one count. Alan looked at it from the side, amazed. With a smile on his face, Hermios asked what the man was doing. He wondered if he was really going to kill the students. At that moment, Dobert seemed to come to his senses and was taken aback. He said that it was not like Dobert at all, since he let the skill absorb him so easily. The man was amazed that he was absorbed in the fight against this girl. He slowly lowered his sword to the ground and knelt before Cyrene. The girl was taken aback and asked what he was doing. Dobert looked down and then said that it was her clear victory. Kirana was shocked by his words. She asked what he was talking about. Dobert merely handed her his weapon and apologized for her broken sword and said she could have his weapon. Cyrene held the sword close to her and asked what was going on. Suddenly, the host of the competition said that Dobert had admitted his defeat, and therefore the winner by points was the swordmaster Kiran. The girl was genuinely amazed, while the entire stadium applauded her. People in the stands asked how this was possible, since Dober had won. In response, they were told that at least a 13-year-old girl had beaten him up pretty good in that fight. People were buzzing about how they expected more impressive results from this fight. When the girl returned to the group, the guys were praising her and saying that it was just amazing. Despite all the kind words, Cyrene was upset. She hugged the sword that had been given to her just recently and sighed, because she had failed again. Alan wondered if it was because the fight hadn't ended normally. He thought it was no big deal, since a clear mind wasn't easily damaged. While Alan was looking at the stands, Hermios asked if the guy was that worried about his girlfriend. In response, Alan honestly said that he was, after which he thanked the hero for standing up for her so abruptly, because no one even noticed how. Hermios closed his eyes and said that he too could not notice much yet, and they should not worry about Doberg, because he simply did not know how to lose. Alan wondered if the only thing he was worried about was the reason he suddenly felt sick because of the extra skill. The host began to talk about how he was standing before them with golden weapons and golden armor. He said that he was introducing the citizens of the academic city to a hero who was also the hope of all humanity. Hermios was holding a sword in his hands and waving to everyone with a big smile on his face. People in the stand seemed to go crazy because of his person and the beauty of Hermios himself. Alan looked around and thought that there was nothing shameful about this because this was a completely normal reaction to the local golden boy. However, he knew for sure that Hero was something much more to this world. While thousands of people were being killed by the Demon Lord's army, a hero appeared, like a savior, or a messiah, as the people themselves wanted. At the age of 15, he went to the front lines, and he was still there, even though he was already 24 years old. That is why the common people called him the hope of humanity. Hermios adjusted his clothes with a smile on his face. Alan frowned, wondering if Hermios really enjoyed these praises so much. He tried to calm himself down, because very soon he would remove the smile from the hero's face, and at the same time, take the ring from the hero's finger. Looking at Alan, Hermios told the boy not to frown so much, because this tournament would make him famous. Alan sighed and said that this was the last thing he needed. Hermios reassured the boy and said that he would not escape his own fame, and he would still have time to get used to it. Alan calmly said that he hated useless movements, so if Hermios gave in right now and gave him the ring, then he wouldn't be harmed at all. Hermios laughed and said that it was a really funny joke. He said that he didn't know how many of these useless movements Alan had done, but he would have to do a few more because he couldn't beat the hero. Alan thought that if he had reached the maximum level, then any further movements would seem simply in vain. With eyes full of determination, Alan exclaimed that he had no wasted movements. After these words, Hermios grinned once again. Alan's group was visibly nervous as the rector waited for the fight to begin. Hermios changed his stance slightly, preparing for battle, then said that it was interesting and asked Alan to show them. In the blink of an eye, the ground beneath his feet simply gave way, leaving dents in the arena. With incredible speed, he rushed straight at Alan. The boy was a little taken aback, amazed at how fast it had just happened. In an instant, Alan also raised his sword, deflecting the hero's attack. A huge airwave appeared around them. Viewers were genuinely amazed that Alan was able to repel Hermios' attack. Others said that the hero should have been gentler with the guy, because that could have killed him. Alan was as amazed as the audience. The boy's sword shook as he thought about how Hermios had such infernal strength, even though he hadn't even used a single skill. The hero took a step back and said in surprise that this was all becoming quite funny. He began to examine Alan's skills and said that it was the same as in the fight with Cyrene. He really didn't understand how Alan could resist it all. He also noticed that Alan still had no extra skills, even though his kill count was truly incredible. He looked at Alan and asked what that meant. Alan smirked and said he had no idea what the hero was talking about. He noticed that Hermios' eye of appraisal did not allow him to see the buffs he received from monsters. This was quite useful information for the boy. Alan had his summoning cards in front of him. Hermios agreed and told Alan not to cry. At that very moment, he began attack after attack towards Alan, who was barely able to avoid this barrage. Hermios noticed that Alan was having such a hard time without even using his skills. He told the boy to think about what kind of hellish prospect he might have. The spectators did not understand why the organizers had arranged this, because a sword master would have performed better in a fight with a hero. Alan thought that they were about equal in speed, but of course, Fencing was on Hermios' side. This meant that it was time for Alan to actually do something. He picked up the card and summoned Dora. Hermios was surprised by this. The next moment, a huge dragon appeared on the battlefield and began to attack Hermios. The hero was a little taken aback. Alan, however, did not waste time. He rushed to attack from the side. Hermios was amazed. Alan wondered how the hero would appreciate it. The audience was horrified at the sight of the dragon. The monster was happy that he could finally eat. The spectators screamed in fear that a dragon had appeared in the arena. They called it a monster, while some even cried from horror and fear. Hermios spoke somewhat slyly about being wounded. At this time, he looked at his wound. Alan did not relax. He held his sword in front of him, thinking about how his injury had passed through the hero. For Alan, the only question left was how many more hits like this he would need to land to defeat Hermios. The hero looked at Alan and said how their little summoner had many friends. At this time, the dragon that stood behind Alan angrily exclaimed that he would not allow any mercy for his master's enemies. Cyrene gasped in delight at how big Alan's beast was. Sophie was equally delighted, and said that she always knew Alan had more to surprise them with. Gia was a bit confused. He asked if the hero versus the dragon was really some kind of subtle mockery on Alan's part. Cecile said that only he could allow himself to joke in such a situation. The hosts were trying to calm the audience down, because as their respected Academy rector explained, this is the summoner's skill. He explained that the summoner can summon beasts. Even the crown prince was scared. Alan thought that he still hadn't seen the hero's skills. He charged again, wanting to finally see those skills. Hermios easily fought off the boy's quick attacks. He said that Alan was a pretty good fighter. Suddenly, the boy shouted, ordering his dragon, Dora, to use the Awakened Party skill. The dragon immediately began to assemble the skill. At that very moment, Hermios froze, presumably realizing what he was about to see. The dragon's mouth began to flash, immediately after which it used an incredibly powerful attack called Fire of Rage. The hero covered his face with his hands in shock, wanting to avoid serious injuries from the fire. The spectators turned pale. They were very worried about their beloved hero. Suddenly, a man rose from the cloud of smoke created by the dragon's attack. Alan was a little surprised. At this time, Hermios was floating in the air. He coughed, then cursed quietly. Alan was genuinely amazed when he saw that Hermios could also fly. The audience gasped in admiration. They talked about how amazing the hero was. Hermios calmly raised his hand forward and cast a healing spell. At that moment, many faint sparks appeared around him. Alan was a little surprised that Hermios also had healing magic. This situation was good for him, because now he could see the hero's status. When Hermios finished healing, Alan was already looking at all the stats. He thought that in normal mode, there seemed to be 6 skills. He guessed that Hermios definitely still had something to surprise him with. At this time, the hero wondered why he couldn't see the status of the beasts Alan had summoned. He began to approach and said that Alan couldn't reach him anyway. The guy grinned, then said that right now, Hermios was in a very interesting position. At that very moment, he threw a small mat forward. Alan summoned many of his curlers, which surrounded Hermios in the air. While the hero was confused, Alan used his skill. At the moment when Alan said CPU overheating, a huge explosion thundered in the arena. The spectators turned even paler than before. They were very worried about the hero who was caught in the explosion. Cecile and Gia were amazed. The girl said that Alan chose the most suitable place to do this to the hero. Suddenly, a bright flash came from the cloud of smoke, and Hermios rose up. He cleared his throat, and then told Alan that it was very painful. The boy smiled broadly, pretending to be surprised by Hermios' words. He asked how the hero felt about the idea of repeating it. At that moment, curling irons appeared around Hermios again. The hero was surprised that it happened again. As if following his will, a loud explosion thundered in the air again. The spectators were raging. They were shouting loudly and asking others to stop this little monster. They were panicking, saying that Alan was going to kill the hero. Suddenly, the host turned to the citizens of the academic city and asked them to calm down, saying that they should give the announcer a chance to say something. After another explosion, Alan said that it was really impressive. His book had many cards for high-speed summoning. Alan noticed that before it took about 10 seconds to summon each new creature from the last branch. Now, one summon, or several with his new skill. It all takes about 0 seconds. It was enough to just imagine how many bodies were needed, as well as what state they would be in. And then all 70 cards could be updated in the blink of an eye. After that, he would be able to summon them at a speed that would be unnoticeable to his opponent. All that was required for this was to ensure that the magic crystals did not run out. Holding his book, Alan smirked, thinking that he was simply too talented. Such, after all, were the privileges of his hellish regime. After the second loud explosion, the hero rose again from the cloud of smoke. He sighed and with a slight smile on his face said that Alan simply left him no choice. At that very moment, Hermios charged at Alan from the air. His speed was incredible. Alan assumed that the hero had decided to dive straight at his head. Hermios quickly found himself on the ground. He tried to hit the guy with his sword, but Alan successfully dodged, causing Hermios to only destroy some of the arena. At that moment, Alan picked up a small card and exclaimed to Caroline that it was her turn to come out. Hermios looked away in some surprise when he heard that name. As it turned out, Alan had decided to activate a B-rank beast card. At that moment, a huge dog with 3 heads appeared on the battlefield. It said that if Alan wanted it, it would come. Together with the dragon, Caroline began to use many of her skills to defeat Hermios and bring victory to Alan. At this time, the audience began to rage again, because in front of them was a giant monster. Hermios, still smiling, said that he felt like he was fighting an entire army of the Demon Lord. With a light jump into the air, he attacked one of Caroline's heads, but he saw nothing. Hermios said, a little surprised that these monsters don't even have blood. At this time, Alan loudly shouted for Doradora to avenge Carrie's sister. The dragon at this time used its breath to attack Hermios, who was falling down. At this moment, the hero turned over and, using his sword, attacked the little Alan. The boy was very surprised and gasped. At the last moment, he managed to get the 3-headed dog card again. Hermios cursed while the monster tried to attack him. Alan jumped back. Hermios used the healing skill, easily recovering from the not-so-long battle. Alan was sitting on the floor and using the Herb of Life. The guy was really hurt. Hermios sighed loudly, noting how skilled the summoner was. He didn't even know what to do with it. Suddenly, Alan was surprised. The hero's sword began to glow. The smile disappeared from his face. He told Alan to give up if he didn't want to die, because Hermios couldn't hold back any longer. The rector watched this in tense silence. The guys from Alan's group were also very tense, because the battle was really gaining serious momentum. At this time, Alan's dragon and 3-headed dog were standing behind him. As if deliberately inciting the public, Alan addressed the people, saying that they themselves had heard that the hero was joking. Alan smiled widely, as he clearly understood that Hermios' 6th skill was an attack skill. He wished for the hero to come to him, so that he could show him exactly how to defeat someone like him. Hermios swung his weapon, activating the skill Finest Sword, causing his weapon to glow with powerful attack magic. He was heading straight for Alan when the boy ordered Dorador and Caroline to attack. Fortunately or unfortunately, Alan's summoned beasts were unable to do anything. Hermios' weapon easily destroyed the monsters that Alan used as a living shield. When Dorador was defeated and the hero was a few meters away from Alan, he exclaimed that the boy should not die. Alan was ready. He was nervous enough, but it wasn't like he wasn't confident in his plan. He just wanted the hero to hit with all his might. When Hermios was already a few steps away from the boy, Alan suddenly used his high-speed summoning, causing Alan and Hermios to be separated by a large shield. Hermios was very surprised, but he didn't have time to stop the attack. All his power went to the shield, which Alan used so well and in time. An incredible burst of magic was heard in the arena. The entire ground cracked, but Alan's shield held. It was shaking all over, but he was able to survive and stop Hermios' attack. The hero was amazed at how strong the shield was. Alan exclaimed loudly, praising his skill in his own words for holding up. He said that now it was possible to use the mirror. A large magic circle covered the shield, after which it began to shine strongly. Hermios could only look at what was happening on the field in amazement. In the blink of an eye, the entire area of Alan's shield began to glow. And then all that light poured out into an attack from Hermios himself, directed at himself. The arena was destroyed to its very foundation. When the attack was stopped, there was nothing left under Hermios' feet except the arena, destroyed by his own power. The guys from Alan's group were so shocked that they could only watch this with their mouths open in shock. At this time, Hermios fell to the ground like a rag. Alan raised his hand and said that only a hero can defeat a hero, or his own reflected attack. Mirror skill, double stamina, and reflects damage taken back to the enemy. It does not activate when defeated. Alan said that it was certainly a gamble in terms of characteristics, but Alan's favorite mirror did a great job. With that, Alan gave him the Herb of Life. At this time, Hermios was lying quietly on the ground and looking at the sky. Alan wondered whether they would continue the battle or not. Despite Alan's expectation, the hero just lay silently on the ground. His face was quite surprised. Alan looked at the hero silently. Hermione finally decided to say something. He smiled and said that it was amazing. He couldn't deny that he had been waiting for this for a long time. At this time, Alan asked if the hero was giving up or not. He wanted Hermios to say no, but he stated that Hermios should take into account that Alan was ready to repel any attack from him. At this time, the hero slowly rose. He smiled and said how scared he was. He quietly used the cure and concluded that the Spirit King's words were right. He agreed and said that it would be very good if it were true. Alan was puzzled. Hermios said that it meant that humanity still had hope for a bright future. Hermios never got close to the personality of the Demon Lord. The others told him that he had to overcome all the divine trials because there was no weapon more perfect than himself. He had to be what they all saw as a hero. However, this was an enemy that could not be defeated. By this point, Hermios had lost too many friends, those who trusted him and followed him to this battlefield. However, he was a hero, so he could not even give in to despair. This was simply unacceptable for him, although he himself could not save even 8 of his close companions. Once a man entrusted this ring to him, because meeting with him should become the hope of this poor hero. Hermios told Alan this right there in the arena, while they were standing in front of each other. At this time, the guy still had his favorite mirror behind him. Alan tilted his head in some confusion and asked what kind of hope Hermios was talking about. He said that it was the hero who was called the hope of all mankind. Hermios took a deep breath and said that it was true, but Alan didn't even know what kind of pain it was. He said that the boy himself would soon understand that copper pipes were a more terrible test than fire and water. With a big smile on his face, Alan raised his hand slightly and politely declined, saying that he would rather leave it to Hermios. He said that the hero was so cool and great that it made him sick. By this point, Alan was starting to lose his patience. He wanted them to stop standing on ceremony with each other. He wanted Hermione to just give him the ring and be done with it. Since this fight had already taken up a whole soil of his magic stones, Hermios smirked and asked if Alan really thought that was his last attack. Hearing this, the boy froze. In the blink of an eye, an incredible power enveloped Hermios. Everything around him darkened, and the hero's eyes shone brightly. Alan's group turned very pale. They immediately realized that Hermios was using his extra skill. The rector of the academy was no less astonished. He quickly came to his senses, not understanding at all what the hero Hermios was doing now. Alan began to get a little nervous, not understanding how Hermios could get up after that. He thought about how the hero himself had recently told Dober that he didn't know how to lose. He began to leaf through the book in a hurry, thinking that the mirror had managed to recover, but he could not know for sure whether he would be able to withstand it. This was very bad, because for Alan, this was an unexpected expense. He summoned dozens of his Tekos and wondered if it was possible that his awakened Tekos skill could stop the enraged Hermios. At this time, the hero was still smiling. The sword in his hands was shining brightly, while he himself was telling Alan that he was already coming. In an instant, he rushed straight at the guy. With a mad smile, he exclaimed that this would be humanity's strongest blow. Alan was alarmed. The Godslayer met Alan's Teko. There was a huge explosion and the ground cracked. Somewhat unexpectedly, Teko's shield broke and the hero was able to reach Alan. The guy tried his best to repel this attack. At the last moment, he used the awakened skill Self-Sacrifice. He takes damage from several allies and his stamina increases 3 times. However, even this could not save Alan from this attack. The incredible strength of Hermios cut off the boy's arms, after which he hit the stone wall behind him with all his might. The boys turned very pale. They screamed their friend's name, unable to believe their eyes. Alan, covered in blood from head to toe, sat by the broken wall without arms. Hermios approached Alan and asked if he was still alive. After that, he asked with a smirk how the boy had taken the blow from the hero. Alan suddenly opened his eyes, filled with rage. Tears of pain slowly flowed from them. Alan did not understand whether Hermios had decided to kill him. However, he knew for sure that it would be a long fight, but he would take the ring even from the hero's corpse. Suddenly, a small window appeared above him, and a small object fell out. It was Momoko's awakened skill, Blessing of Heaven. It is capable of fully restoring health and mana points. It can also restore lost limbs. It was thanks to this item that Alan regained his arms in the blink of an eye. Hermios was surprised. He couldn't help but notice that the boy had grown his arms before his eyes. He asked if Alan had had the Elven Restoration Potion with him all this time. The boy lied and said that Hermios could count it that way. Suddenly, from the same window created with the book, Alan's sword appeared, which he also lost from Hermios' blow. The boy easily stood up and picked up his sword, preparing to continue the fight. Hermios asked in amazement if Alan could really make swords appear out of thin air. He wondered if this was also a summoner's power. Hermios said that Alan himself clearly saw the difference in their abilities, so he was interested in the question related to why Alan did not give up. The boy exclaimed, asking what else this hero wanted. With a face full of malice, he said that Hermios had already torn off his arms, so he should prepare for a dirty and bloody massacre. He also did not understand the reason why he should surrender if the enemy was strong. He said that this was a strange logic, because the enemy had to be strong to begin with, and Alan had to do everything to overcome it. Hermios asked what the boy would do if he never got the strength he needed to win. He asked what Alan would do when despair came over him. The boy did not understand at all what kind of questions these were. However, looking at Hermios' face, full of some melancholy, the anger began to recede. He realized that the hero was serious. He fell silent for a moment. Alan began to sympathize, because it seemed that even a hero on the front lines could only face despair. And so he understood the reason why Hermios was always smiling. He understood that the hero was constantly wondering what people would think when they saw the despair on the face of the hope of mankind. This world was harsh for players in normal mode. He assumed that people would probably give up right away. There was nothing worse than losing hope. However, Alan had not come to this world for that. A look of determination appeared on his face. He confidently said that if the destination was beyond despair, then he could overcome that limit. Hermios smiled when he heard Alan's answer about what was beyond despair. He asked if it was even possible. He approached Alan and asked who he was. At that moment, the guy was deep in thought, which surprised the hero a little. Alan said that if the demon ward calls himself the Herald of the End, then by that logic, Alan is the Herald of the Beginning. He continued by saying that, in other words, he was just a novice summoner, Alan. Hermios was genuinely amazed. He said that in that case, it had a completely different meaning. Alan took a deep breath, thinking that whatever the question was, so would the answer be. At that moment, Hermios was even closer to the boy, surprising Alan. Suddenly, he handed him a small ring. Alan exclaimed, asking if it was for him. With a smile on his face, Hermios asked who else it could be. He explained that the Spirit King had asked that it be given to the Herald of the Beginning, Summoner Alan. The boy was amazed. He didn't understand if it was real or what the conditions of their fight were. He wondered if Hermios' charm really belonged to him. Alan assumed it was okay, since he would be in trouble if he accidentally killed the hero in the process of acquiring it. Hermios said he didn't have to worry. Suddenly, he took out an identical ring and said that it was his. He said that the King of Spirits was really very generous. Alan turned pale and asked if they were fighting for him now. He sighed loudly. Hermios said that if Alan wanted to continue, he would be here for him. With a smile on his face, the boy said that he did not agree, because now he saw no reason for them to quarrel. As expected, the great hero was great, and Alan could not compete with him. He was angry because Hermios had deceived him. In his mind, he sarcastically thanked Hermios for his hard work. The audience had no idea what was going on. The rector was tense, while the other students wondered if the boy had given up. At this point, Hermios laughed loudly, saying that he expected nothing less from Alan. The announcer announced that the special match was finally over. It was a clear victory for the hero Hermios. When the announcement was made, Alan's team rushed to his side. With tears in her eyes, Kirena hugged him while Cecile checked his arms. Gia sighed and said that Alan was truly an outstanding person. Drogo couldn't help but agree. He said that Alan always tried his best. And so the school martial arts tournament ended. Hermios and Dober jumped into the airship and then left for the front lines. A week later, the award ceremony was held at the town hall. Alan asked Kirena if this was her second time. The girl confirmed it and said that it would be her third time. As soon as they walked through the doors, all eyes were on them, like students in a major battle. People were whispering. Some were saying that Alan was just a boy, even if black hair was rare. Others asked why the Ratush Kingdom was still hiding him. They didn't understand. Weren't they supposed to inform the Five Continents Alliance about the most talented children? Cyrene noticed that Alan was now very famous. Noticing the boy, the heiress prince exclaimed to him not to move. The knight said that the prince should not provoke the boy. The heir said he understood, but he didn't believe they could be trusted. Alan was surprised that they already considered him dangerous, although it wasn't surprising, since he could summon a dragon. The prince said that it was a wonderful tournament, and they were happy to have such people. He added that the boys should continue to serve for the good of the kingdom. The boys agreed. Alan thought that he wanted the ceremony to end quickly. The crown prince was nervous. Suddenly, he said about the brave Alan that he fought with the hero himself. He said he would call it the best fight in the Academy's history. Alan thanked him for the praise and said he was glad to know the prince was watching his fight. Suddenly, the prince said that Viscount Grail was also a fine fellow, since such outstanding servants were growing up in his domain. He would like to know more about the Viscount's subordinate in advance. The Viscount was surprised. Alan apologized and said that the prince had been misinformed. He explained that he was an honored guest of the Granville family. Everyone was astonished when Alan raised a small blade. The knights did not understand where the boy got the weapon from, but it was simply a ceremonial dagger with a coat of arms. Alan said that during his childhood, the Viscount treated him well, and he owed him an unpayable debt. So he agreed to do one job. He said sternly that he would protect him and his family from any enemies, no matter how numerous. The prince and some people in the hall turned pale. The heir said that protecting the nobles of their kingdom was a worthy occupation. At this time, in the northern fortress of the Gier-Ambule Empire, a girl asked Hermios if he was home. The hero confirmed this, but noted that he had not been there long. The girl asked how the boy with all the E's was doing. Hermios said that he seemed to have found hope again. Time passed, and it was early December. The boys were on the last floor of the rank A dungeon. Drogo exclaimed that the hard game was becoming less hard. Cecile sighed and said that they had killed the bulky dragon even without Cyrene's extra skill. The girl hugged Guri and thanked the griffin for his help. It was also Alan's summon beast, a B-rank griffin. Drogo noticed that with the B-summon beasts, going through the A dungeons was a piece of cake. Dora had no doubt about it. Merle noticed that she had leveled up. Alan noticed that the two of them were the only ones who hadn't reached the limit. The girl noticed that Alan was raising his levels quite slowly. Suddenly, Gia exclaimed, pointing to the golden chest. He said that this was the first time in a year. There they found a magic ring that gave 1,000 points of mana. Alan sighed and said that it would be better if it was a weapon made of golden oracle cum. He wondered if he really had to clear a Y-rank dungeon for it. Suddenly, Cyrene noticed the cube. The voice congratulated the entire team on the fact that all members of the group had already completed 5-rank-odd dungeons. He said that now, with the help of their cards, they would be able to enter a rank Y dungeon. In an instant, the boys' cards changed. While Drogo and the others admired them, Alan asked where exactly this Y-rank dungeon was. Cube informed them that it was the Yampani Temple in the Bocas Empire. Cecile was surprised to notice that the Bacchus Empire was a country of gnomes. She immediately turned to Merle and asked if she knew anything about him. The girl confirmed this. She said that she had never been there herself, but it was a large temple in the northeastern part of the imperial city, which was the residence of the great Degrag. Alan was a little surprised when he learned that Degrag himself lived there. He thought that Degrag was the god of the dwarves and also the one who created the dungeons, and even this Rubik's Cube. Kirena sighed deeply and sadly, saying that it seemed like they wouldn't be able to get into that dungeon. Gia looked at her and asked if it was possible that they would go there during the summer holidays. Alan thought about it then asked why they didn't transfer to Bauca's academy. Merle was glad, because it was her home academy. Drogo wondered how they could do that. Sophie said that she could ask Rector Theodosil, because he, as her relative, would not be able to refuse such a request. The Rubik's Cube informed the boys that after they conquered the Y-rank dungeon, they would be able to challenge the dungeon master himself. Gia and Cecile were amazed to ask who it was, and Alan immediately became happy, thinking about the hidden boss. Gia asked the boys what they were happy about, since the dungeon master was Digrag. He asked if they were going to fight the god. Cyrene was scared, while Cecile asked what they would get if they won. The Rubik's Cube said that only those who win will be able to learn this from the dungeon master himself. Alan's eyes lit up. He realized that the cube itself didn't know this. He was really getting carried away. The educated Alan exclaimed that they would definitely conquer their first Y-rank dungeon next year. The guys supported the guy and swore to do so. Several days passed, after which the rather elderly King Latasha died. All events in the kingdom were suspended, and economic activity came to a standstill. The entire state went into silent mourning. After only 1 month, without any surprises, the crown prince was crowned as planned. After demonstrating his amazing summoning skills, Alan naturally suspected that he might now be in for some extremely difficult times, but for about 2 months, everything went on as usual. It was not a particularly remarkable day, and everything went on as usual. The sun was shining brightly while the teacher was explaining one of the new topics to the students. Alan leafed through his book, then summoned various beasts. Marika hovered next to him while the boy woke up Kyrena, who had fallen asleep while reading. The magic energy restoration ring allowed Alan to continuously expend it, and so he had already managed to turn into a real factory for the production of magic herbs. The boys were doing their own thing, while someone was walking towards them at a fairly fast pace. Suddenly the door opened wide. A rather worried teacher appeared behind it, calling Alan. He exclaimed that the boy needed to take all his guys and go straight to the rector immediately. The group was quite worried about such events. Alan asked whether to take the whole team. Alan wondered if this matter could be related to their desire to transfer to the Bauca's Empire. They arrived at the rector's office, led by a teacher, who immediately exclaimed that he had brought them. The rector was genuinely tense. There was a stifling atmosphere in his entire office. The man looked at them, then took a small sheet of paper and wished that the great Rosen would help them all. Suddenly, the rector turned to the boys with a small decree, after which he said that His Majesty, King Latasha, had recently sent an order that they should all go to the battlefield. The boys were very surprised. Karina asked what it meant, while Gia was puzzled by the fact that they were all only in their 2nd year of study. The man continued. He turned to Miss Sophia Luna, Mr. Formal, and Miss Merle, and said that the government of Rosenheim and the Bauca's Empire had recently sent an order that the boys should return. They were very shocked. The rector said that absolutely all transferred students had received such an order. Alan was reading the decree at that time. He said that the document said that their destination was Rosenheim. Hearing this, Sophia Luna asked loudly what it meant. Alan looked up sternly and noticed that the main theater of all military operations was the north of the central continent. For a moment, the rector hesitated silently. His face turned very pale, after which he said that this was classified information. But 10 million monsters had begun their invasion of all 3 continents. Cyrene couldn't believe what she was hearing. The number was too high. Alan wondered where the non-red numbers came from. He asked who was counting these monsters. The rector said he would explain everything in order. In the past, the central continent was attacked by the Demon Lord army as the weakest of the 3. Rosenheim was protected by the Rosen's blessing. The mighty golems did not even allow anyone to approach the Bauca's Empire. However, the man could also note that with the appearance of the hero Hermias, the weak became the strongest. A month ago, Rosenheim had been attacked by a 3 million strong army, causing the impregnable fortress to fall. Sophie turned very pale when she heard about 3 million demons, and also that it had happened a month ago. The man said that the elven army had never exceeded 1.5 million soldiers. It was less than on other continents, especially now, when a significant contingent of healers had been sent to the Jamet Empire. He said the capital could not stand against 3 million, and 70% of Rosenheim was already in enemy hands. Sophie, pale as death, turned to him and asked what had happened to Her Majesty. The rector said that they had no information on this matter, since this information was not in the message. Sophie was shaking with terror. She said that this couldn't be happening while Formal tried to calm her down. Alan was worried. He knew that Her Majesty the Queen was Sophie's mother. The rector said that right now the remnants of the Elven army are preparing for a decisive battle in the south. He said that if Rosenheim falls, the rest will not stand at all. Sophie was shaking with terror. Alan understood why they were being sent there. However, if the invasion had started a month ago, he didn't understand why they were asking for help only now. The rector said that he was ashamed to admit it, but they, the elves, were too proud, and that was why everyone only found out about the trouble now. Cecile didn't understand how this was happening. Merle asked what was happening to the Central Continent and the Bokus Empire. The man said that they had not yet become a large battlefield, but any day now they were all expecting 2 million demons to approach, and a reserve army of 1 million was targeting the Bokus Empire. Drogo was amazed that 2 million were going to them. Gia didn't know where so many demons came from. Merle turned pale and said it was a double whammy. Alan noticed that the monsters did not attack immediately and seemed to be waiting for something. He thought that they wanted to redirect their forces. Alan asked the rector if this information had been conveyed to the elven healers on the Central Continent. The rector confirmed this and said that they had received orders to return to Rosenheim. There were about 10,000 of them, and it would take time. Alan realized that the Overlord was waiting for the healers to leave before invading. Cecile asked if that meant the Central Continent had to fight without healers. That was completely insane. The rector said that he could not do anything, because the Geoman Empire did have a hero. Cecile said that there were 50 fortresses on the front line, and a hero could not be everywhere. Gia said that at least these fortresses existed and they could sit there. Alan interrupted them and said that only 6 million were left and he didn't understand where the other 4 had gone. The rector said that Alan was right, and the Lord had another 4 million in reserve. It was only now noticed off the coast of the Central Continent. The guys were shocked, because 6 million were moving towards them. Cecile asked if they should not then go to the Empire of Jamut, since if it fell, then Latash would be next. Jaya said that they did not know about the Overlord at all, and he had already foreseen panic. Sophie was horrified. She said she understood that everyone had a family to protect. Suddenly, Alan said he understood. Suddenly, he said that in this situation, he had to save Rosenheim, and it was their choice. Sophie looked at him in amazement. The rector asked if it was true, and then said that the airspeed ship would be ready tomorrow. The boys were silent. Cecile asked if Alan could tell why. The boy said that the Demon Lord probably took many years to prepare such an army, and still had to choose what to destroy first. He said that Rosenheim would come first, then the Central Continent, and then the Bokus Empire. It seems like they are dispersing their forces, but in reality, they will attack in that order. Cecile asked him why he was so sure, since the reserve army was already on their shores. Alan said that if the elves turned the tide of the war, the army would leave for Rosenheim. Besides, the Demon Lord is counting on something else. Alan said that the elves' departure from the Central Continent is a violation of the terms of the alliance. The rector agreed. Alan said that the demons are hoping for dissension among the allies and the collapse of the alliance. This could happen, and then everyone would be left to die alone. That's why they can't go north and wait for things to develop. They need to save Rosenheim. That's the only way to save Latash and the rest of the world. Drogo asked how they would fight 3 million. Cecile also did not know what 7 people could do. Alan said that many things could be done. Sophie exclaimed that Alan was the one spoken of in the Spirit King's prophecy, and after the duel with the hero, everyone realized that he was their hope. Alan thought that he shouldn't have put himself forward like that. He wondered if that was the reason the demon army had started to act. His equipment wasn't perfect. All that was left was his talent. He exclaimed that they should do everything in their power and strangle the demon lord in his lair. The boys agreed with Alan. Cyrene said that they would save Sophie's mother and Formal's homeland. Sophie began to cry and thank them. The rector and Formal bowed, while Sophie said that she was very glad to have come to them. She was grateful to them and loved them. Merle said she was sorry she couldn't fight them without her golem. Sophie hugged her and said they would do anything for their homeland. Drogo said the problem was how the Central Continent would cope with an army of 2 million and without healers. Alan had an answer. He asked why he shouldn't become the supplier of clover to their army. The rector was surprised. Alan said that Clover restores 1,000 units to all allies within a radius of 50 meters. The man noticed that the Clover could heal 2,500 in a tight formation. Gia said that the Clover was stronger than the healers. Alan said that he had 600,000 of them, so they could cover a small gap. The Rector asked if it was a summoner ability. Alan said they were grown with elven restorative medicine. Drogo asked Sophie why she didn't say anything, since they were in cahoots. The girl admitted that without Alan, nothing would have happened. She said that maybe this would serve as an apology for the departure of their healers and Alan's existence in Rosenheim. The guy praised her. He said he hoped that with this help, they would be able to preserve the alliance of the 5 continents. Saving Rosenheim and preserving the alliance was a good motivation. The Rector said that if they succeeded, they would greatly hinder the Overlord. Gia said that Alan could do anything. The guy said that he would try for a happy ending, or for a world without end. He turned to Merle and said that he would give her 10,000 clovers. The girl thanked him and said that she would treasure them. He thought that she would have to move the golems, and that it would not be unnecessary. He also said that their plan to go to the Balkas Empire in April was not cancelled. They would rather destroy the Demon King's army, and then nothing would stop them from conquering the Y-rank dungeon. Cecile said he was a storyteller. Merle cried and said that she would wait for them in the Balkas Empire, and they would finally know how strong her golem was. The teacher said that he did not expect them to part so soon. Alan thanked him for allowing him to study freely. The Rector said that he would remain to do his duty, but he would also like to fight for the people and the Queen. Alan thanked him. The teacher turned to Drogo. He said that with his talent, he was always at the forefront of the group, so he must be careful. The boy agreed. Now they had to perform a miracle. As their class teacher, he didn't want them to be on the battlefield so early. They were second years, but he didn't think they were weak. Cyrene was much stronger than him. His last lesson was that the battlefield was different from the dungeons, and they needed to be careful and come back alive. Alan said that they had nowhere else to go. The boys' classmates asked if they were going to Rosenheim. Alan confirmed it. The students gathered and said they would miss them. They thanked them and asked them to take care of each other. Alan thought that the students seemed to have not been told about the Demon Lord's advance. Suddenly, Alan noticed Riefel. The guy came up and told them not to worry about anything, and they could leave Gia's family to him. Alan said it was strictly business as expected from the son of a general. Gia thanked the guy. Cecile said they would be heading to the Bacchus Empire in April. They said goodbye to the academy, which had become their home. Drogo said it all happened too fast. Alan said they had to make sure the students weren't affected by this war. They had to rebuild the front lines. Cyrene said they would do it on the spot. Alan said that they would be leaving the clan hall tomorrow. They shouldn't take too many things, just what they could fit into their inventory. Cecile noted that it was important to buy food. Gia's sister was horrified when she heard about the battlefield. The boy said that all this was necessary to restore the honor of their house. The girl said that the most important thing for her was her brother's life. She began to cry and wished them all the best in their battles. Cecile handed the letter to the servant and asked him to deliver it. The servant agreed. Alan was interested. Cecile said she had decided to do the same. Her brother Mihai also sent word home before leaving for the war. Alan apologized to the boys and said that they were being sent to the front because the king didn't like him. His pride was to blame for everything. The boys looked at each other. They said it was too late to think about it, and he was going to defeat the Demon Lord anyway. Cyrene believed that he would take care of everything, and with him, the Demon Lord would not be a difficult enemy. The next day, Alan was in the suburbs of the academic city. Lilith said that they had gathered information about the demon army on the central continent. She asked if they should kill them all. Alan agreed and said that it would be difficult, so they had to be careful. She agreed. The dragons sighed tiredly and then went into battle. At that moment, the boys arrived. Cecile said that everything was ready. They came to the high-speed ship. Sophie thanked the servants for their work and said that she would find their families. They thanked her. The ship moved, and Cyrena asked what Rosenheim was like. Cecile asked how people were treated there, and if there would be any problems. Sophie said that it was better to wear hoods in the city. It is a beautiful continent, full of evergreen forests, and in the capital grows a huge tree called the World Tree. The inhabitants are gentle and refined. They revere the spirits of nature and hate conflict. The entire continent has a population roughly equivalent to that of the kingdom of Latash alone. The nest they are now heading to has always been a peaceful trading city. Drogo had said it would be nice if their families had already found refuge there. Sophie hoped so. At least the girl's mother had a reliable bodyguard, so she believed that her mother was safe. Alan wished they knew about the events in Rosenheim. He was a little worried about the fate of the elves, but they had received no instructions, so they had to act at their own discretion. 4 days later, the boys arrived at their destination, the port city of Nesdo. Cecile noted that she saw no destruction. It was mid-January. One of the guards recognized Princess Luna. He said that they were already expected at the Council of Elders, so they would take them. While they were riding in the carriage, Alan noticed something and turned pale. A huge number of poor and hungry elves were on the street. Cecile noted that they couldn't even heal all the wounded. Drogo immediately realized that they were not ready for the final battle. Alan thought there were thousands of refugees without food or shelter. Sarini said they could give them the boys' medicinal clover. Alan said there was no time for that. He wanted to find out what was happening in this country as quickly as possible. Gia suggested splitting up. The guys quickly got out of the cart. Alan said that when they were done, he would send a summoned beast to them. The boys agreed and went to the refugees. Upon arrival at the huge building, Sophie announced that she had returned. The old elf greeted the princess and said that they had been expecting her. The girl immediately asked what was wrong with her mother and where she was. The man apologized and said that they had asked Her Majesty to evacuate, but she was still on the front lines and was currently in Taimo City. They were short of magic stones, so communication with her was difficult. Sophie was delighted and asked if Her Majesty was safe. The man said that most likely not. He said that Taimo would fall any day now. A huge army of demons awaited him. Sophie turned pale, and Alan said that if they had until tomorrow, they could make it. Noticing him, a human, the elves became alarmed and asked what he was doing there. Another elf noticed that the guy had black hair. They asked if he was the one in the prophecy. Sophie confirmed it and said that Alan was the savior promised by the Spirit King. That was why he had come to Rosenheim. They were surprised that he was such a small boy. Alan thought about it and noticed that one of the elders was completely useless, but decided to help. He said that the elf's hand should be healed first. The man said he'd already received help, but other than that, she was already lost. Sophie said that Luciel should listen to what Alan was saying. The boy took out a small object and thought that the blessing of heaven would remove all the injuries he had received. In an instant, Luciela's cancer grew again. The elves were amazed. They asked if Alan had the elven elixir with him. They did not know how long it had been known in the human kingdoms. Alan thought they were seeing what they wanted to see, and that was for the best. He asked the general how many wounded were in the city. There were about 10,000, if you counted only the soldiers. Alan said that this elven elixir works within the central square and the nearby streets. They need to gather all the wounded there, and it will fully restore their physical and magical powers. He said he would give them 1,000 of these potions, so the general should get his army ready. Luciel exclaimed that there were not 1,000 elixirs in the world. He suggested that it was another medicine they didn't know about. Sophie stopped him and said that it was elven elixir, and that they didn't need to know the rest. She told them to do as Alan ordered. The boy said that they would go to Taimo to meet the queen, and he would entrust the restoration to Luciel. The man said that he understood, but he would not have time. The airship would be easy prey for the monsters, and it would take at least a month to get there by cart. Alan said not to worry about it. He said they could contact them if they had any questions. He would leave them deputies to communicate. He called Lily and Pulpo. The fairy asked if it wouldn't be easier to kill them all. The elf screamed that it was a ghost. Lily asked if he wanted to die. She said that she was a fairy summoned by Alan's talent. Popo said that she had a terrible character, so it was better not to leave her with children. They were surprised by the talking bird. Popo claimed that he spoke for it so they could communicate over a long distance. Sophie told them to do as Alan ordered, and they had no more time to waste. People on the street asked why Sophie had come back, because she should have run away. The country could not be saved. The girl said that giving up was not an option. People said their houses were destroyed and they had lost everything. They cried. A woman said her husband and children had been eaten by a beast before her eyes. She had no one and no hope. Sophie was terrified. She said she couldn't give up for them. Alan said they should go. He called the Griffins. By this time, the boys had arrived. Sophie and Alan rose into the air. Sophie exclaimed that she had returned to save Rosenheim. People should not lose hope and pray for salvation to the great Rosen. The elves said they could still get there. The man ordered all the captains to be gathered to restore the army. Alan told them to hold on tight because they were accelerating. He used the skill Flight. Alan thought the name was appropriate, but it was better than a month in a carriage. They could move at night. 2 hours later, Cyrene noticed something and asked if it was Taimo. Long noticed many lights around the city. Alan used the Awakening skill. He saw monsters. The city was surrounded, but there was no battle, as if they had a truce for the night. They made it in time. The princess was met there. They had received word of her arrival, but they had not expected her so soon. They said they would take her to the queen. They said they had brought Sophie and Formal. The queen was surprised when a servant suddenly said that they were not the only ones there. Sophie asked her mother if everything was okay. The queen greeted her and said that Formal's father and family had been evacuated to the nest. The girl was delighted. Cyrene noticed that Sophie resembled her mother. Alan noticed a squirrel on the queen's shoulder and wondered why it was sleeping. He thought that perhaps elven wizards had some skill with animals. The queen asked who all these children were. Sophie introduced Alan, the leader of the group. She said that there was no need to worry anymore. Alan said that he came from Latash on the orders of the king. The warriors began to whisper about the boy from the prophecy with black hair, but they saw that it was only 5 children. Alan thought that Sophie was the only one who believed in the prophecy. The queen thanked him and said that she had heard about his battle with the hero. She was glad to see him by their side in their time of need. Someone said that Taima will not survive tomorrow's assault, and by the summoner's power, both the princess and the queen must evacuate to the nest. Elaine frowned. The queen exclaimed that as long as there was at least one elf here, she would stay. As queen, she could not worry only about herself. Alan apologized and asked how many soldiers there were in the city who were able to fight, including the wounded. They said there were 60,000 left, with another 40,000 wounded. Alan said they would rebuild the army like they did at the nest. They would fight back against the demon ward. They asked if they were going to attack. That's what Alan came for. They'll make a daring raid on unprepared monsters. The recovery will take time, so they need to start now. Sophie told Formal to stay here and supervise everything, so that Alan's orders are carried out. Gia asked how many elixirs Alan had left. 2,000 had gone, and the same remained. Cyrene asked if they would fight, as she was tired of talking. Alan said he was glad to see her spear. Lily appeared, causing the elves to become frightened. One of the soldiers asked if they were really going on a night raid. The queen wanted Sophie to be careful. Alan said that he and Hollow estimated that there was an army of 3,000 around the city. He suggested attacking the main camp since they wouldn't expect an attack. They saw nothing on the road. Alan summoned many beasts. It was an amazing number. Alan said that Dora would attack from above on the area. He left the boars on Caroline because they would easily defeat them. He summoned Harami, Karakul, and Atuan, then told them to use special skills and awakening on everyone. They set off. The boys also used their skills to prepare for battle. Alan said that this was their first battle with an army of demons. Alan said that he and Cecile would attack from the air. He told the others to follow suit. The boy told them not to overdo it. The boys agreed, after which Alan and Cecile flew into battle. The boy thought that he had not met monsters outside the dungeons for a long time. Everyone was fast asleep, and they had not even posted guards. A month has passed since the 3 million-strong demon army invaded Rosenheim. It rolled over the elfin cities and fortresses like a steamroller. However, Alan did not notice a single prisoner, even with the help of the all-seeing White Knight. Even an army of monsters needs provisions, and the civilian population was used as such. Alan thought that this was truly a war of extermination with the enemy of the human race. The boy told Cecile that she could begin. The girl said that it was high time. She raised her staff and called upon the messenger of heaven. An incredibly powerful, small meteorite struck the monsters. Cecile happily said that she had succeeded. Alan said that she had destroyed 10,000 monsters with one blow. The boy said that Cecile was amazing. Kirana was forbidden to use her extra skill because she wouldn't stop. It was the boys' turn to join in. The monsters didn't have time to react when they noticed the boys, because they were too strong. Alan looked at the wasteland and noticed what the sorceress was capable of. He said it didn't look so bad in the narrow dungeons. He asked if her power had increased due to her proximity to space. She was sorry that she could only use it once a day. Suddenly, the staff began to glow. They were monsters. Alan noticed that they had healers and they had to be killed first. Cecile accepted the order. The monsters were talking about something. Alan wondered if the sudden attack and the mysterious army of dragons were confusing them. It was high time to reduce the number of monsters even more. Cecil used the skill, and Alan summoned more dragons. Suddenly, the informant said that the 30,000-strong army from the northern camp had begun to move. Everyone needed to gather in the sky. Cyrene said she was just beginning to enjoy herself. Cecile asked if this was the end of their raid. Alan said it wasn't. As long as the elven army didn't stop, they would help them more. He said they had to attack the enemy camp in the south. He asked if they were ready. The boys were full of enthusiasm. As a result, the besieging army lost 40,000 during the night. The queen said that this was an impressive result. They were able to restore the army with the help of the boys' elixir. Alan assumed that the demon army was in disarray and would be unlikely to be able to launch an attack. The queen thanked them on behalf of all the elven people. They had prepared food and quarters for them, so the boys should rest. Alan thanked her. The knights said that Tiamo was saved, but they did not know what to do with the other cities. Alan asked what they were talking about. After the fall of the elven capital, the queen took refuge in one of the 4 cities. The demon lord's intelligence never found out which one, but he had the strength to attack everywhere at once. This was the last organized resistance of the disunited army. Their arrival was able to earn time. Tired Alan said that they distributed 500 elixirs to each of the besieged cities. They also left summoned creatures there to control the situation. The army of monsters is no longer 300,000. Alan also spent all the blessings of the heavens and 2,500 B-grade stones to compensate for the shortfall. He wondered why there were no crystal merchants in their throne room like in any other game. The knights rejoiced, for they could now fight. The elf said that they had merely prolonged the agony for a few days. Alan agreed with that. There was still a huge army around Tiamo, and in all of Rosenheim. After the battles and defeats of the elves, there were about 2.5 million demons. The queen said that, nevertheless, by delaying the enemy's attack for a day, they saved their lives. They were grateful, and their gratitude was beyond words. Alan said that the war would not be over anytime soon. He asked if they really expected him to refuse the mission reward. The boys were surprised, and the knights were wary. Alan said, first of all, he wants magic crystals. Everything they find in the corpses is his. The queen thought it was a natural right, and she gives it to him. Alan then asked to meet the Spear King, surprising the queen. He asked if that would cause any problems. Sophie apologized for not introducing him yet. The girl said she didn't think he could talk to the Great Rosen. Alan asked what was wrong. The queen said everything was fine. Suddenly, the squirrel on her shoulder said that he seemed to be the very messenger of the beginning. Alan was amazed. The squirrel said that she was the Great Rosen. He asked what the guy wanted. Alan greeted him. Cyrene asked if this was really their god. The elves looked at her with anger. The guy apologized and said that he had imagined the god differently. He thanked him for the ring. Rosen said that these were things of the past and there was no point in remembering them, especially since the hero had asked for this. He asked what Alan wanted from him. The boy said he wanted a reward for the mission to save Rosenheim. Rosen asked what the reward was. Alan didn't want gold or artifacts. He wanted his companions to go into Hellmode. Rosen thought about it. Alan said that his companions were stuck at the height limit because they were on easy difficulty. And in the Hell mode, the points are harder to get, but at least there is no limit. Rosen said he would check. He fell silent. Suddenly, someone pulled Alan. Cecile asked what these requests to the King of Spirits were, which she did not even guess about. Drogo did not understand anything. Rosen said that he asked Almisha, the goddess of creation, and she said that no one could ever change the regime. Hearing this, Alan said that Rosen was useless. God asked what the boy wanted from the little squirrel. Alan had already realized that Rosen did not have a high rank in the divine realm. Alan asked if Rosen could add stars to his companion's shoulder straps. In other words, upgrade ordinary swordsmen to sword masters and beyond. Rosen sighed, because the conversation turned to class change. He asked how much longer he could embarrass the gods. He said that he had already created a problem by choosing to become a demon lord. They had to rush to create a summoner, and instead of 6 stars, they gave him 8. Alan himself understood that the summoner needed to be weakened. He said it was interesting and asked about changing talents because they had nothing to strive for. From Rosen's face, Alan realized that it was possible and God was doing it. Rosen said that giving talent to a talentless person is not the same as improving the existing one. His strength will not be enough. So you need to take years of life. The boys didn't want that. Alan said that their lives weren't infinite and they could sacrifice experience points. Rosen said that the boys would return to level 1. Alan said it was fine if that was all they paid. He asked if the overall skills would reset. Rosen said you can only get 1 star at a time, and also members who aren't there don't participate. Alan felt sorry for Merle. He noticed that Rosen was ready. God claimed to be a mind reader. Alan apologized and said he wasn't asking for anything. Rosen said that's why he read the guy's mind. He had a sister, Mayura. He could give her a 1-star talent of the guy's choice. Alan said that Mayura would be happy. He promised to do everything in his power to save Rosenheim. Rosen fell asleep. Alan said that they would go because they wanted to sleep too. The elves were surprised by Rosen's long conversation and his dialogue with Almisha. They said they had to write it down carefully. The elf said they had to get used to Alan being the chosen one. In the morning, Cecile came to Alan. He greeted her. She asked what these negotiations on her behalf with the King of Spirits were. Alan knew they were angry. He was thinking whether to tell them he was from another world or hide it. He decided to tell them. He said that he chose the talent of Summoner while in another world. He was reborn there with the help of a goddess. Yesterday, he spoke with the Spirit King based on the memories from the previous world. The boys were surprised. Sophie noticed that Almesia had indeed sent them a savior. The boys said that the goddess had not asked him for anything and had not contacted him. Sophie said that this was natural. The gods should not interfere. Alan realized that Rosen was a demigod, so he could get out of it. Gia was glad that Alan didn't become a lord. Cecile asked how old Alan was. They were surprised by his answer. Drogo asked if Alan had been a very old man at their competitions as a child. The boys said that it was not old age. He told the boys because they were in the same group in basically one whole, and they had everything in common. Even Alan's parents didn't know about it, and he wanted to keep it a secret. Sophie noted that he could have not said it. Alan laughed and said that he had managed to negotiate a privilege for them, and they were not happy. Cecile said that they would be happy if they understood what it was all about. The guy asked if she didn't want to become a great magician, not a sorceress. He asked what the 4-star magic class was called. Drogo said that God had spoken of one time. Sophie and Cecile laughed and said that he didn't understand. Alan said it was time to go to war. They had to go through the job change mission. The army was going against the monsters. They held up their shields, defending themselves against the dragon. It was a miracle. When the monster fell, they wondered if they had become so strong. They said it was divine protection. The man in a cloak was also surprised. Alan said that the enhancement of the summoned beasts, it turns out, works for the elven army as well. Cyrene asked when they would fight. Alan thought he could summon more creatures. He summoned Aripan. He told the Aripan army to show their power. Drogo said that an army of 3,000 is already a force. They watched from the side. Looking at the Aripans, Alan said that they cannot be killed unless hit with the hero's extra skill. The monsters were surprised by the appearance of the Eritons. Alan ordered them to use acid. They poisoned the monsters. Alan is almost out of heaven's blessings, and there are no stones left. From now on, they need to fight by gutting the monsters' bodies. He said to surround the monsters and take into account that each killed monster is a replenishment of the military budget. The battle unfolded. Then Kyrena entered with an extra skill. Drogo exclaimed that they had to go after her. They all used their skills to fight. Sophia said that as a princess, she would not forgive them for desecrating the country. She called upon the great spirit Ifrit. The spirit said that it would turn all of Sophia's enemies into ashes. Explosions were heard, and the soldiers recognized the spirit of the princess. They said the ants and dragons were their reinforcements. They had to fight like Sophia. Everyone was killing each other. Alan thought that everything was going well. There were no higher monsters, and these were easy enemies. The Arpon babies had also done well. Tomorrow they would lay eggs again, and there would be more of them. In 30 days, they would have an army of 3,000 Arpons. The soldiers saw the monsters running north. They wondered if the enemy was retreating to the main camp. They had won. Everyone rejoiced, praising the queen and the army. That day, 4 cities repelled all attacks, but in the battle there were few, about 3,000 elves. The father was crying over the body of the dead child. Suddenly, a man in a cloak approached him. The father recognized him. Jaya used divine intervention and healed the child. When she spoke, her father hugged her tightly and Jia left. He said he did it. Alan praised him. Jia couldn't save everyone. Alan said that the boy did everything he could. The knight told the queen that he would report the results of the battle. They destroyed about 100,000 monsters. The queen was surprised. The elves said it was hot in the south. Having defeated everyone there, the army struck the eastern gate, and then the demons fled to the camp. The cloaked elf said that he now wanted her to evacuate to the nest. She refused, and the elf exclaimed that he hated that about her. Formal turned to Gatruga and told him to respect the queen. He cursed. Alan recognized the elf. Sophie said that Formal was speaking with the most powerful elementalist in Rosenheim, the sole messenger of the spirits and the queen's bodyguard, Lord Gatruga. Cecile said that he is like a sword master in Latash. Alan wondered why Gatruga did not participate in the battle, and if it was to hide the queen. He looked at it and thought that his spirits would help. Subtracting the 70,000 promised to Alan's group, they were left with 30,000 stones. Cyrene was delighted. Alan said that this was not the limit, and they needed to thoroughly analyze the battlefield in the south. The summoned army required reinforcements. The elves said they could now resume air communication. They planned to bring the rebuilding army back from the nest to the front lines. 2 days passed, and the military situation had changed so much. The queen was happy. She asked Alan if he had any more elixir. The guy said that they were preparing now. He heard that they had spent 400 elixirs today, and if they needed more, they should compensate him with stones. 100 would cost 500 B-grade stones. Gatruga got angry. Cecile suggested that war was expensive. Gia agreed. The knight asked Alan what he knew about the enemy army. The guy knew practically everything. The summoned creatures were watching the enemy. The Lord's army had removed the hell from 4 cities and was retreating to the north. The soldiers were surprised because they still had a big advantage. Alan said that their group would follow the enemy and find out the target, and at the same time reduce their numbers. The elves were doubtful of the plan. Alan said to bring the soldiers back from the nest quickly. Together they would strike north. Their goal: to liberate the capital of Fortinia. The queen was surprised. She specified that they would attack, not defend. Alan said that he was going to destroy the remaining army of the Overlord. Everyone was surprised. The boys were chasing the demon army that was fleeing north. 30,000 stones were obtained from the raid on the enemy's rear. If they continue like this, the entire 3 million strong army will be gone in 100 days. Somewhere in the day's march from Tiamol, the boys were flying. Alan thought that they would soon reach the capital. He assumed that the enemy was going to regroup. Suddenly, he froze. The boys asked him if he saw anything. Alan said things were bad. He figured out the enemy's plan. Formal saw them and said they couldn't do it alone. Alan said they would have to go back. He turned to the Arapons and said they would stretch. The queen asked if a 1,000,000-strong army was really moving toward Tiamo. The 4 armies lifted the siege of the cities, waited for reinforcements, joined forces, and decided to strike at Tiamo. They will be there in 2 days. The queen asked why Tiamo. Alan assumed they realized the queen was there. These demons were smarter than Alan thought. The elf assumed that they were led by a good commander, because they maneuvered quickly. 1,000,000 is a lot. The boys looked at Alan. The boy said that he was thinking of taking Fortinia at once, and then giving a general battle under the walls. Now they had no choice but to fight for Tiamo. He asked if the queen wanted to evacuate. She said that they couldn't evacuate everyone in 2 days, so they would fight together. Everyone was silent. Alan thanked her and said that he had expected nothing less. He had an idea. He asked if the army had any scouts. He wanted to use their skills. The man said there were about 3,000 of them. He didn't mind if Alan took them. The guy said to choose a commander from among them, to whom he would tell the plan. Then they would have 3 days to strengthen the city's defenses. The man understood and said that they would do everything to speed up the transfer of the army from the nest. He told the team to move out. Cecile asked if he was scared. Alan guessed that because he had been reborn, he wasn't afraid of dying. The only thing he was scared of was the state of his friends. The boys fell silent. They exclaimed that he should worry about himself. Alan said that there was no need to be afraid, because he would protect everyone. The marshal was surprised by their unity. They began preparations. 3 days later, the enemy was approaching. Gertrude was at the head. The elf relayed Alan's words that they had killed 400,000 demons. That was almost half the army. Gertrude did not understand why they were needed then. The elf said that they were no longer there, and they would protect the city. There were 600,000 demons against them. A fierce battle began. Gertrude exclaimed that their arrows did not even slow down the enemy. The elf shouted to the warriors to be brave and protect the queen. Suddenly, a griffin appeared above them. Alan made it. He asked if his spirit was behind Gertrude. He said he was on the edge and needed all the help he could get. It was time to fight again. 400,000 bodies, 110,000 stones spent, and Alan only had 20,000 left, and 600,000 monsters ahead of him. It was a long series of battles, and Alan almost pushed his companions to their limits. Unfortunately, there were no magical remedies for sleepiness and stress, but they had to hold out a little longer. Luckily, Alan had his team with him. He summoned the Airpons and told them to multiply. He exclaimed that everyone who was there should show up. The demons were eager to fight. Alan said that he had been running after them for 3 days and nights, so they didn't even know how angry he was. He told Dorador to fight with all his might. The dragon used his breath, killing the demons. Gertrude froze, shocked by the summoner's power. Alan held his book. There were only 15,000 B-grade magic stones left. There was a loud noise in the battlefield. Alan thought about it, then shouted to Kirena, Cecile, and Sophie to use their superpower. Cecile raised her staff and said that she had already done everything. Cyrene and Sophie activated their skills silently. The monsters entered into battle with the demons. Gertrude cried out, commanding his spirit to crush his enemies. A huge hand rose from the ground. The elf turned to the 5th squad, ordering them to use their extra skills. The squad accepted the order, and explosions began to erupt across the field. The battle was in full swing. Alan tensed up, thinking that their flow could not be stopped. He began to think about what else he could do. There were about 400,000 of them left, and Alan only had 9,000 magic stones. The consumption for summoning was 290 per minute. In total, they would only last for half an hour of battle. Suddenly, one of the monsters hit Cyrene hard. Drogo quickly caught himself while Jaya used his healing on the girl. Alan approached her and asked if everything was okay. The girl said that it was, and that her demons were about to fall into this rout. Alan thought about how he was still entrusting the A-rank monsters to Cyrene and Drogo, which was a huge burden. He thought it was a good tactic, but now he doubted whether they would make it in time. Cyrene and Drogo were already in a serious condition. Suddenly, he noticed someone running. An elven soldier was running fast, holding a bag in his hands. It was a scout. He said that there was real hell going on there. He arrived at the northern gate, where he was met by another knight. He told him to go there quickly. He told his scout to throw the bag into the well. Magic stones poured out of the bag. They fell into Alan's book. The scout said that this was the winning strategy. Alan was happy because the payment had arrived. He was thinking about what he could spend it on. In 3 days, they had slaughtered up to 400,000 monsters in raids behind enemy lines. However, they had no time to collect trophies, and that was done by the elven scouts. They extracted stones from the corpses and brought them to Tayama. Alan thought about how they kept coming. Cecile noticed that she seemed to hear a pleasant sound. Alan exclaimed that they already had 300,000 magic stones. He said that it was time to begin the counterattack. Alan gave the order for Doradora to go out onto the field. The dragon was excited because they were finally invited to this party. Many dragons used Fire of Rage on many demons, killing them one by one. Alan received many experience points for this. He had used up 580 B-grade stones. Alan shouted, ordering them to continue, pouring out all his fury and all his anger. The boys were amazed. Cyrene was very delighted with what she saw. Drogo awkwardly said that she was burning everyone along with the magic stones. The soldiers watching this suddenly said that they could not understand whether the demon army was really running away. Gotruga and the elves watched in amazement, their mouths open. The soldiers were amazed at the strength these people had. After a few hours, the battle became more relaxed. The demon lord's army that attacked Tiamo was destroyed. In the end, about 200,000 magic stones were used up. 400,000 if you count the 3 days of his non-stop peach production. But another 200,000 charred stones were mined on the battlefield. The elves spoke of how the King of Spirits had not abandoned them. They thanked the great Rosen for this. They played the harps and had fun. The boys were relaxing in the hot springs. Alan took a deep breath and smiled broadly. He said that there was nothing better than a good bath after a good hunt. The boys agreed with him. A large door opened. A soldier came in and awkwardly said that he had come. The elves trembled because they were afraid. One of the soldiers said that there was no need to be afraid because he was on their side. They understood this, but they were still afraid. Alan, tired to death, came in and said that 200,000 had fled, so he had not received the award for Destroyer of All Living Things. But 8 of the 1,000 would not run away anywhere. The queen smiled and thanked them for rescuing them from this trouble. She said that everything was as the Spirit King predicted. Alan was the savior of their country. Alan sighed sadly and said that in that case it would be a bit subtle. He asked what would happen if they were attacked by 2 million bodies. The elves fell silent. Suddenly Alan smiled and said that it was just a joke. He said that they would easily defeat them, because there was no doubt about it. He also mentioned that his gratitude should be conveyed to their intelligence officers, as they had done a great job. The elves thought about it, and some of the soldiers agreed with his words. One of them turned to Alan and asked what their further strategy in the war was. Alan was surprised by these words, because the man said that the strategy would be theirs together. The guy said that if the intelligence was not mistaken, the invasion army in Rosenheim should be reduced to 1,700,000. Therefore, they must not let their guard down. The Demon Lord will do everything to turn the situation around, including sending reinforcements. The man asked if Alan was talking about the 4 million strong army frozen in the sea without moving. Alan said he was tired of fighting at Tiamo, and they needed a more comfortable battlefield and reliable fortifications. The man said that there is nothing more reliable than the Lapolka fortress, and it is a real mountain stronghold. Alan asked if this was the fortress north of Tiamo. He asked if it was occupied by demons. The man said it was, and he regretted giving it up earlier without using all of its defenses. Alan didn't see the point of sitting in Tiamo, and it was time for them to take the initiative. He said they needed to take it back. The man said he understood him, and they could dedicate half their army to capture Lapolka. The other elf said it would take 5 days to gather, and during that time, reinforcements would arrive from the nest. Alan had said it was a race against time. In those 5 days, they would destroy the remnants of the broken army. Now they needed to discuss the details. After a short conversation, they said that they understood Alan and that he should go and rest. The boys went to bed, and in the night, Alan called Lily. He said he needed her to sneak into something. The fairy asked if he had really summoned her in the middle of the night for that. The next day, 3 fairies were in the mountains. One of them said that she seemed to see them and that they were all mortal. It was the fortress of Lapolka. Alan was surprised that it was a fortress surrounded by steep cliffs. He thought it would be difficult to take. He thought that from there it was already possible to see the world tree, that's how big it was. The fairies disguised themselves as monsters to infiltrate the fortress. Alan said that he forbids them from killing for now, and even if their disguise was revealed, no one would recognize them as summoned fairies. At this time, the outer wall inside the fortress was full of monsters. Suddenly, one of them turned to the disguised fairy. She turned and asked what he wanted. He told her to take this cart and take it to Master Glaster while he was kind. She wondered if Master Glaster was the commandant of the Snow Fortress, or the generalissimo of the entire army in Rosenheim. She agreed with the order and went. He said that he valued his life, so she should hurry. She thought that he was smart enough, because he knew how to make tea. However, he hadn't even heard of the safety precautions. She apologized and said she wasn't sure how mortal they were yet. Alan was surprised by how crazy this tea party was. Suddenly he froze, unable to utter a word. The fairy, completely covered by the suit, was amazed to see a small table in the high-ceilinged hall, at which 3 demons were sitting. At first glance, they were all extremely important people. One of them had a small horn on the left side, while the other part of his face was covered with hair. The second demon looked stern. He had a fairly short haircut and 2 large horns. The third demon was a beast that looked no less important. Alan assumed that these were the higher demons, and in the center was the archdemon itself. This hierarchy of theirs was discovered by the hero about 800 years ago. Hermios once penetrated deep into their territory and destroyed several of them, and they were told about it in class at school. He would really like to see their status. Noticing the fairy, they said that the tea was brought just in time. One of the demons told Glazer that they needed to take a break, while Glazer furiously shouted that they should think about the reasons for their defeat better. The demon sighed and said that the Spirit King Rosen had become a god, and that was why the elves had become stronger. The other said that it was hard to imagine that these proud people would seek help from other countries. However, he wondered if Rosen had advanced too soon. The demon said that their spirit messenger had become great, so they should stop exaggerating so much. The demon said that was impossible too. If there was a great messenger of spirits, they would not have gone so far. He did not know about those monsters that had turned against them. He had heard of ants and dragons. Alan was excited by this amazing spy mission. The main thing is that they didn't even suspect him. He assumed that they didn't have agents among the elves. Glaster exclaimed that they were sitting there like blind mice and knew nothing at all. He said that the commander had already requested reinforcements. Alan was surprised, thinking it was an archdemon. One of them asked what chance he had of coming from the capital himself. There was no chance. Glaster said he would leave everything to them. Alan thought that they were all greater demons, and that the mysterious R-demon was sitting in the capital without leaving. Things were getting worse, but he assumed that they would bring in the reservists. Glaster said that next time they would attack from 2 sides and wait for the reinforcements and overwhelm the elves with numbers. 10 kilometers north of Tiama, the dark-haired boy was thinking that now was not the time to collect stones. Therefore, he wanted the elves to do it better. The girl with a neat bow, pouring out stones, turned her head at him in surprise, thinking that the guy had decided to entrust the elves with their treasure. Knowing about the existence of demons and devils, the girl with 2 ponytails and the guy with the bandana were surprised. They did not understand what kind of higher demons these were, and tried to remember their names, calling them archdevils. The dark-haired guy thought he was some kind of final boss in Rosenheim, but the girl with the bow didn't know, and it seemed to her that there had never been anyone like him in their country. But it didn't get any easier with each passing hour. The guy with the bandana didn't understand what kind of plan it was. The reservists were supposed to go south, or rather around. The girl sighed in fear, and the dark-haired guy became serious. There was a nest in the south. They planned to have a good snack on the elves there, and with new forces to squeeze them at Tiamo. The girl with a bow on her head realized that there were many refugees from all over the country in the nest, and the other one started shaking the guy by his clothes because she hoped that he wouldn't let them do it, and wanted to hear confirmation from the guy. He didn't understand why he should not let them do it. After all, he wasn't the redhead here. Everyone fell silent at once, and the guy continued. He wanted to say that he was not the only one fighting here, and therefore they themselves could give them hell with all their weapons. The guy in the bandana was serious and realized that he wanted him to finally master his extra skill. His extra skill was body and soul. The girl with the ponytails was also serious and said that she'd been a complete master of her skill since she was in diapers. Her skill was Holy Sword, Cut, Flying Sword, Red Flower, Thunder and Lightning, Hard Body, Fencing, and Extra, Overcoming the Limit. The guy said, with some sadness, that rather, it was a skill that mastered her sometimes. And she answered that she couldn't do anything about it because something clicked in her head and the skill worked. And if it didn't click, then it didn't work. At the last word, the girl was grabbed by the cheeks and squeezed, making her look like a duck. There was a dark-haired guy who did not understand who said that she could not do something and assumed that it was some kind of god. The girl asked to let her go, but the guy wasn't going to let her go because he realized that they had decided to limit her. After all, she's already our hero at the minimum. The girl with the bow thought about it and said that if her skill worked, she really was catching up with Hermios in terms of characteristics. The dark-haired guy asked to control the extra, and you need to learn to use other skills under it. And also, don't get hung up on the restrictions, and you'll cut all the archdemons into pieces. Cyrene accepted the order and said that she would not be afraid, but would cut. The guy immediately threatened with his fist, hinting that she should be wary. He looked at the book and realized that he himself was good. He himself lacked a magic kick. After all the battles and a huge amount of experience points, his level was now 63. However, he had skills that he could not use yet. His level was not enough to use the command skill. The guy thought that it would open after level 60, but it did not happen. He could not understand when all this would happen. In any case, he had no choice but to continue swinging on this army of reserves. After Lily and Wolfskin deftly exposed all the enemy's plans, they tracked the movement of the Demon Lord's reserve army, and all of it was moving towards the shores of Rosenheim. All 4 million demons. The map showed the number of the remaining invading armies, which was 1,700,000, and the attackers were divided into 3 million and 1 million, and on the approach it divided according to their new strategy. It would not hurt them to change theirs too, in favor of extraordinary circumstances. At the military council, they decided to speed up the capture of the fortress of Lapolka. It would take up to 10 days to transport the entire 300,000 elven army, which they don't have, so we abandoned this plan. The calendar for February appeared. 3 days later, Tiamo, General Lucidril, greeted Mr. Allen, who was glad to see him and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The general reported that their 50,000-strong army, which had arrived from the nest, was ready, and they in Gatruga will join them. Allen did not understand what would happen to Her Majesty the Queen, and he answered that, as expected, she remains in Tiamo. A beautiful queen, dressed in very rich clothes, which were elegant. She stood surrounded by her guards. Lucidril said that he lost his hand in the battle for the northern fortress. It was cut off by a monster, far superior to A-rank monsters. Now he thought that perhaps it was the air daimon. Allen sighed and agreed, but asked that all the strong demons be left to them, and he would lead the column, and they should all follow him. A line of griffins and airships rose into the air. Allen saw a bat in the lower right corner. Formal immediately accepted the order and also saw a bat in the lower right corner. The mouse flew whistling closer to the ground. As it turned out, it had been eliminated. Allen was delighted and noted that only he could strike down the enemy from a distance of 1 kilometer. He noted that Formal was good for long-range attacks. His level was 60, Strength 1,322, Mana 716. 10 months had passed since their first meeting, and he still hadn't seen his extra skills. Allen thought that he had said he would only use it to protect Sophie, so he wouldn't force him. But then someone turned to him. It was Formal, who did not understand what he was going to do next after saving Rosenheim. The guy was surprised by such a question, and the elf continued that his help was very timely. They were in a hopeless situation, and he really appreciated his dedication. But when he had so much power, he didn't understand what Allen was going to do next, because he wanted to hear it at all costs. At the same time, Formal was very serious, but the dark-haired guy was surprised, because he thought that he had not heard, because he wanted to ensure that the Spirit King fulfilled his promise and raised the class of all of them. Allen asked to admit that he had dreamed of becoming a 4-star archer all his life, while trying to remember the name of such archers. The elf clearly became sad, and after a short silence he answered, apologizing that his question was stupid and pointless. The girl with the bow asked not to worry Sophie, because Allen had probably thought of everything down to the smallest detail. Lapolka Mountain Fortress, February 4th, snow crunching underfoot. Allen said there were 2 gates facing north and south. They would walk to the southern gate. The boy in the big round hat said sarcastically that it was a joy to walk through such snowdrifts. The leader asked them not to worry, because a path would be paved for them, and he ordered the Zerzals to go forward. Immediately, the Iron Knights began to move. These warriors covered the rest of the soldiers. The attackers were 50,000 elves, and the defenders were 300,000 demons. The enemy army froze without moving, but still they stuck to the tactics of a defensive battle. The demons stood near the doors, and their leader laughed at us attackers, calling them fools. He thought that they were too confident in themselves, but they still couldn't take his fortress with such small forces. The big ballista creaked, shooting huge spears. The demons wanted everyone to see their big ballista. A large arrow flew out of the weapon and flew straight into the knight's shield. His eye flashed, and the knight used total internal reflection. Triple stamina. Triples damage taken and reflects it back a long distance. Skill cooldown is 1 day. Alan sat contentedly because this skill was too dangerous to use in a martial arts tournament. He began to wonder how many were destroyed there. Lucidril turned to Gatruga. She understood everything at once and asked the spirit to give her protection. A glowing square formed around her which began to destroy the monsters. It was an eternal miniature garden. Gatruga strengthens all elves within a kilometer radius for 1 hour. Alan thought that then, each elf would be able to fight for 3. The general turned to the archers, telling them to destroy the enemies who had captured their fortress. At that very moment, the soldiers raised their bows and multiple volleys rang out. He also wanted to finally destroy someone. Alan said that they had not yet revealed them, so they could wait until tomorrow. The guy looked at his watch and realized that it was almost noon. At the same time, the guy also asked the general to continue firing at the sun dead, because the enemy, apparently, was counting on waiting for reinforcements. Lucidril said that he would distinguish himself, as they had agreed, but they needed to save their extra skills. 3 of the squad turned into the mountainous area, snow crunching under their feet. Alan found the right place. There was an animal, G strength plus 22, attack plus 22. He chose Makusk. Strength was 10 plus 1,000, mana 0, attack 10 plus 1,000, endurance 6, agility 5, intelligence 7, luck 6. The bonus was strength plus 2, and attack plus 2. Skill digging, awakening life in a hole. Awaken life skill. Make a hole 2 meters wide and 10 meters deep. Alan told them not to let their guard down. The 2 agreed. Snow was falling from the mountains, and meanwhile in the cave, Alan and Makusk were digging a tunnel. It seemed to the little animal that they were already under the fortress, and Alan thought that they had enough for today. At this time, the elves were setting up camp and carrying wogs to keep warm. Alan was even glad that it was such a reliable fortress, and that all their attacks did not even touch it. Sophie said that it was created by the former great messenger of the spirits. This surprised the guy, and he turned to Sophie to find out why they built such a powerful fortress here. After all, it didn't look like they had much trouble with demonic creatures. The girl was surprised and said that he was as quick-witted as always. After all, 2 peoples used to live on their continent, the Light Elves and the Dark Quelfs, and the relations between them were not always rosy. The Great World Tree, equally revered by both peoples, ended up in the land of the Light Elves. It was worshipped and cherished as a place where spirits are born. But the Dark Quelfs could not accept the existing order of things and constantly arranged conflicts for possession of it. The Light Elves constantly sought ways of peaceful coexistence, but the Dark Quelfs refused. They just wanted to kill all the elves. That's when the fortress La Polka was built. The war between the peoples continued for thousands of years, until finally the elves lost. And while the remaining elves were praying and seeking salvation in the roots of the great tree, one little girl met a squirrel. She named her Rosen and made a contract with her. From then on, she was known as the priestess with the shiny hair. The priestess unleashed a power that turned the tide of the war against the Dark Quelf, and then the elves asked for coexistence or exile. They were bound and banned. But the Dark Quelfs, too proud, refused to cooperate, and from then on the continent became Rosenheim. Sophie sighed and said that this was their dark past. Alan was surprised by her story, and thought that Her Majesty was the priestess, because she has shiny hair too. But Sophie denied it because her mother's hair and hers are proof that they are her descendants. But since then, no one has made contracts with the Great Rosen. Chirena ate and said that she was very, very interested. But they were now in the same difficult situation, if not worse, and it was unclear why the contract was not concluded again. Lucidril turned to the Spirit King, thanking him for their survival today. Alan approached their camp and greeted them, saying that they had worked hard today, but there was more to do tomorrow. The general stood there in bewilderment, because he did not understand what he meant. Alan replied that he understood that tomorrow they would take the fortress of La Polka. The Demon Lord's army is fast on the march, and in 3 days the remaining forces in Rosenheim will arrive here. And the 4 million reservists are changing their plans depending on the results of tomorrow's battle. Lucidril realized that this cruel war would never end. But if they lost even once, Rosenheim would be finished. They would follow him everywhere, Mr. Allen. The general asked to throw them into the very hell. Allen agreed and said that he would definitely do so. At the same time, the fire crackled behind their backs, and the two people discussing the plan looked at the fortress, hoping for victory. On the morning of the 5th of February, there was no doubt they checked their watches, because today was the day when they would take back the fortress of La Polka. Everyone joyfully exclaimed and raised their hands up. The assault had to begin from the impregnable fortress. The column of soldiers headed towards the fortress. The demons immediately began to approach the edges of the fortress. The guy in the cap realized that this is where they should split up. Allen waved his hand and said for everyone to follow him. The order began to be carried out. A part separated from the large formation. The separated group almost fell into a huge hole. The soldiers could not understand where the hole in the rock came from and asked Mr. Allen about it. The same smiling proudly declared that it was not a hole, but a burrow, which he had dug yesterday. It was an underground passage to the fortress. And today they were hardcore gamers, and they, 5,000 elves, would penetrate inside and open the gates for the rest of the army. One of the travelers thought that he wanted 5,000 to enter the lair where 300,000 were hiding. Allen calmly replied that they had consulted, and he had decided that such a task was within the power of such brave guys as they. Therefore, they had to be kind enough to carry out the order. One of the knights merely uttered "eat," thereby accepting the order. It did not seem to the soldiers at all that this tunnel had been constructed overnight on the knee. It also seemed to them that the battle had already begun on the surface. A loud roar was heard in the tunnel. Allen realized that it was almost noon and asked Kyrena to strike with all her strength, but not to break the sword. The girl immediately grabbed the sword, accepting the order. Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard. The demons did not understand what happened when the dust began to settle and an army of attackers began to emerge from the hole. Allen ordered Lord Gatruga, blocking the outer wall and the southern gate group, to follow him. The bare numbers weren't as scary as if they appeared right in front of you. A crowd of demons immediately appeared in front of Allen, who began to roar and approach to attack. The commander shouted a new order to Sophie to use her extra. The girl immediately prepared to attack. She used her extra, the manifestation of the Great Spirit, asking him to protect their army. The demons went on the offensive and began shooting from bows and their staffs. The leader of the demons turned to his faithful skeletons, to his vile skeletons, so that they would begin to destroy the damned-eared ones. The arrows crashed against the barrier that was protected by a large bird. Allen was pleased with Sophie's work and praised her with a smile, calling her a good girl. Her level was 60. Strength 723, Mana 1621 plus 600, Attack 598, Agility 844, Intelligence 903 plus 600, and Luck 844. She was a spirit mage. And Allen didn't know because he had nothing to compare it to. He wondered if it was because she was a descendant of the original priestess or not. Because just summoning a great spirit, which even a 3-star elementalist couldn't do, was quite a cheating skill. Allen checked his watch. The time was 12 o'clock. Lucidral ordered everyone to use their extra skills. A counterattack began with bows, fire arrows, and large fireballs. Allen was pleased because it was a deadly volley. Arrows were destroying the demons in great numbers. Allen warned everyone to stay away from the wall because they needed to take control of the southern gate. The arrows continued to fly over the fortress wall. The elven soldiers ran further and finished off the still-living demons along the way. The gates began to open, and one of the soldiers reported this. The army of elves outside the gates began to move into the fortress to meet the advance guard. All the soldiers were able to pass through the gates. Someone ordered to remove the bodies and continue to hold the line. All the warriors immediately accepted the order. Allen thanked Lucidral for his help and for arriving on time. The general replied that it was only Mr. Allen's merit. The commander ordered the cleanup to begin, but they were not to destroy the fortress in the heat of battle. There was an explosion from the other side of the fortress. It was fighting from the western side. Allen was pleased with the work of the young soldier. Andy decided that they would go to the eastern wall, asking everyone to follow him, his 5,000 elves. The army accepted the order and began to carry it out. From the high stairs, the demons attacked most of the army. Allen's eye lit up, and he was informed about the appearance of demons. Allen apologized to everyone and said that they were leaving. The soldiers were to take control of the outer wall. The leading soldier accepted the order and asked to rely on them. Cards with griffins appeared from the book, and Alan tried to summon them. Meanwhile, near the southern gate, the soldier asked Lucidrol to be careful, because there were higher demons here. The leader stood with a very serious face and held his big sword on his shoulder. Lucidrol was dejected and realized that this was the one. The demon laughed, because it was the demon from the northern fortress. He thought that Lucidrol had come here to lose his second arm. The general became serious. The dog, like demon standing behind the demon, noticed that the general had 2 arms. He did not understand how this happened. One of the demons suggested that perhaps he had used an elven elixir, but it was a very valuable potion, and it seemed that this elf was important to them. But even though they would not have been able to turn the tide of the war with this alone, Lucidrol said that they were not their opponents. The sounds of flapping wings were heard. An army on griffins appeared. Alan was serious, and the demon was puzzled, surprised by the presence of a dwarf. The long-haired blonde demon corrected the leader, saying that it was just a cub, or, to be more precise, a human cub. The demon thought that it was some kind of joke. The leader, however, sarcastically considered them poor children. He wondered who the cruel leader was who sent them to certain destruction. Alan asked to be given the opportunity not to answer them, and also wanted them to remain in ignorance, calling them stupid demons. The demon suddenly darkened. He turned to the Lord because he wanted to be merciful, but then he turned to Neftera and Yegov to bring their heads. The long-haired one accepted the order. The girl with the beautiful hat did not understand whether they really needed to provoke them. Drogo realized that they were at least 3 meters tall, and he thought that it would probably be easier for him if he got off the vulture. Alan looked sad and agreed discontentedly, telling him to do as he wanted. He shouted towards Cyrene to hold the bagel on herself. Drogo had to deal with Hoffman, and Formal had to keep an eye on the gray-haired girl. Alan thought about the fact that he urgently needed to free up at least 3 slots for summoning. This was his eternal dilemma. He did not understand who was the most unnecessary for him at the moment. The number of slots for summoning was only 3. The croissant was moving towards Cyrene, and she was looking at it. It had Cinderella skin, horns, striped like stockings. She called it a pea jester, because it didn't look like the devil at all. She suddenly became angry because his army destroyed the elves, and for this, she would cut him from shoulder to buttocks. Roguelike did not understand what to do when your opponent is a small child. All that was left was to forget about it. Hoffman was about to start the attack with a terrible grin. The bagel attacked Cyrene, and Hoffman attacked Drogo. The girl was holding the bagel's sword, and it was obvious that she was in great pain. At this point, Drogo was sitting almost unconscious. Alan shouted to Cyrene to hold on as if with all her might she agreed. Formal, meanwhile, was shooting a bow and was very serious. The arrows were flying towards the bagel, thus interfering with it. Alan would have liked to make a wizard first, but it seemed like he had settled in quite well. Then he turned to Cecile, telling her to hit the beast with armor-piercing fire. The girl understood everything. Drogo started using the avalanche skill. And then they flew. It all flew towards Hoffman, and he laughed at him, because he thought that was all he could do. He decided to use the death wave. Cecile used a fireball that flew towards Hoffman. She decided to use it again. The blonde used the icing skill and sent it towards Alan and Cecile. But she missed. Alan realized that their enemies were fighting in a group, which was extremely unexpected for him, and he decided to use Dora. Dora and Caroline. Immediately, a dragon flew at the gray-haired woman, and a 3-headed dog at Hoffman. The blonde demon was surprised by the appearance of the dragon, and also that the humans had someone with a talent similar to a spirit summoner. Cecile used the wind strike skill. Hoffman held on with all his strength, and Drogo used the skill with his whole body. The gray-haired man turned to Yagov, who replied that he was fine. The leader sternly said that the dog had stopped messing around and had simply opened the additional gates, and he agreed almost in tears. Alan was thoughtful and wondered what kind of additional gates they had mentioned. The monster of victory came out. He was huge and all his muscles were twitching, and he roared very loudly. Suddenly, he jumped on Drogo, so much so that both Alan and Drogo himself were surprised and did not understand what kind of demonic ult it was. The monster had already swung its huge claws to destroy Drogo, but then a huge knight appeared in front of the claws and reflected the monster's attack. There was a complete internal reflection and a huge flash. Stonebee took the form of Cerberus Bee, and he and the huge dragon began to finish off the monster, using a ninefold bite and fire breath. The leader exclaimed towards Yagov, who was defeated. Something began to hiss. A mark appeared in the book that one higher demon had been destroyed. 6,400,000 experience points were received. Alan looked at the book and realized that experience was also given for demons. The initial calculation was 8 million, and they could get it. The leader looked angrily at Alan, who was still studying the book. But Drogo was very excited, or rather scared. Eventually, the bagel turned to the black-haired boy, trying to find out who he was, because it was he who changed the course of the war. The gray-haired man looked at the leader with indignation, and he continued, talking about a talent that people do not have, and an all-encompassing power greater than that of a hero. He realized that this boy was the Messiah, which surprised Alan, because the meaning of this word was savior. And who was this savior? And who was this savior, about whom he did not know? The guy kept repeating the word savior. He thought that this was another prophecy, only this time among demons. It seemed to the bagel that Alan himself did not realize who he was. The leader turned to Neftera, saying that it was time to change strategy. The gray-haired one did not agree with him. She was not going to do this, because they would destroy all these children if they gathered all their forces and all their servants. But the roguelike asked not to waste time because the master had to know. The blonde demon was puzzled, but during their negotiations, Alan turned to Cyrene to use the ult. She was serious and agreed with him. At that moment, she realized that her ult wasn't working. She still didn't understand why that crap wasn't working. Alan ordered Caroline to send the bagel to the land of nightmares. Suddenly, the leader's sword flared up and jumped towards Cerberus using the death field. Roguelike tried to do something else. He wanted to destroy him, but Cyrene jumped with her sword using the limit break. She was able to stop the leader's sword, and he tried to resist. Alan joyfully exclaimed that Cyrene was a good girl and asked to use other skills under the ult. It was a very fierce battle. The rogue managed to touch Cyrene's cheek, causing blood to spurt out. The leader wanted to decorate her a little first. Alan was angry because he couldn't be defeated, since the demon fought at the level of a hero. Hermios tried to draw Alan's attention to the silver-haired girl, who was summoning new demons at the time. The commander immediately reacted and summoned Dora, who used fire breath so that it completely covered the blonde. She tried to run away from there. Behind her was a high wall of flame. The demon was all burnt. Sophie asked Formal to forget about her for a minute and destroy this demon with an extra skill. Formal drew his bow, trying to aim at the demon. After he released the arrow, he began to apologize to the princess. The silver-haired girl used her teleportation skill and appeared near the gate. The princess, sitting on the ground behind the archer, quietly repeated his name. Croissant used the fan blade, causing Cyrene to fly away. Drogo caught her, which made the girl happy. Next time he promised that he would not leave her alone. Alan noticed that Cyrene's extra was over and he needed to concentrate. He asked the units for attention because he was going to frame them. They had to attack one of them. Croy sat between the dragon, Cyrene, Drogo, and Cerberus. The demon laughed at the fact that they were all able to defeat him, but Neftera was the key to victory for the rest of them. And they should not think that they could compete with the archdemon with this. The book again showed that one higher demon had been killed, and 32 million experience points had been received. The amount of experience points is 10 billion out of 10 billion. Level 65 has been reached, strength has increased by 50, mana has increased by 80, attack has increased by 28, as well as endurance. Dexterity was increased by 52, intelligence was increased by 80, luck by 52. The commander's seal was removed. Alan was happy, and he understood that this was a higher demon, because 1 and 32 million in his pocket. And now he could become a commander, whatever that meant. He thanked everyone and said that everyone was free, meaning they still had to finish off the remaining mobs. Everyone was glad that the hardest part was behind them. It took a few more hours, and now the fortress of Lapalka was finally behind them. Formal said that someone was saying that according to the laws of tactics, there should be 3 times more attackers than defenders. Lucy Dro continued that they won at a rate of 50 to 300,000, and so they decided to record it in the annals. Hermios stood dissatisfied and turned away from everyone, as if to show that he did not care. Sophie turned to Mr. Allen because she was so sorry that they had lost Neftera. Formal also apologized. Allen asked not to worry them because his salmons were on his heels and killed all his companions except one. Cecile was surprised by this, so she decided to ask again. The implantation operation was going as well as possible, and that was worth much more than some unfinished demon. Allen was already really impatient to look at the stupid face of this archdevil. But he was interested in whether they had heard about the prophecy of the Savior or the Messiah. Sophie answered that she did not know any other prophecies, and she herself became interested. The Sigil had never heard of him either. Allen thought again, wondering if maybe the Scroll King should be woken up about this. In the end, he decided to take the day off, and they should hang out there. The 6th of February arrived. A joyful voice came from the recorder, which thought that this was the best news for them. The Queen said that their success would be reported in all the cities and they would praise their wonderful achievements. Allen thanked her for their all-encompassing support, and now they have a fortress that can withstand an attack from 3 million demons. One of the soldiers said that they also found a communication device. They didn't even use encryption. Lucidril understood how they had called in the reserve army for help. Allen said that, judging by their operational communications, the reservists had already landed in the north. And if you don't count the southern army, they only had a few days before they arrived. 1 million demons were in the nest, and the other 3 million were moving through Fortania, La Polka, Giamo. The king wanted to hear what they thought about what they should do now, and it was an appeal to Mr. Allen. He replied that, as it was clear, they had 2 directions of attack here, so they had to destroy the southern army in a field battle. At the same time, they had to strengthen the Polka with forces of no less than 300,000 to withstand their attack. The queen was trying to find out if they were heading to the nest, not understanding what they would do with 1 million demons. Allen said that he would cut, destroy, loot, basically everything that they did with the last million on the approach to Tiamo. The hardcore gamers will have enough strength, but he will tell them about the strategy later. Kinara, Cecile, Drogo, and Hermios stood irritated. They decided to remind that then, they barely managed to destroy 400,000. The queen said that it seemed like the time had already come. Everyone suddenly froze with surprised faces. A squirrel flew up. Everyone was perplexed, and Allen said that it was Manga after all. The squirrel began to glow and say that their prayers were enough. The queen covered her mouth with her hands, saying that now he could really go to the host of great gods. Sophie opened her mouth in surprise and called the name of the squirrel. It was Mr. Rosen. Here the squirrel decided to leave them for a while and asked to stay in touch, after which he fell asleep again. Allen was even more perplexed, thinking that he was connecting via dialogue. Drogo was a little confused, but it seemed to him that they were talking about the fact that it was the sincere desire of all elves to advance Mr. Rosen. Sophie folded her hands in a prayer pose and cried quietly. Allen was a little angry. He didn't understand what kind of nonsense just happened because the sleeping god could help him. Because he still didn't find out anything about the Savior. The last hope was only on the demons. The guy hoped that Lily would cope. A few hours later, Neftera was walking and already thinking that the demon assistant would have to carry him. He didn't answer and walked silently. But Neftera, because of his poor condition, walked very slowly. They reached Fortentia, the capital of Rosenheim. Allen addressed Lily, pointing to a massive tree. The world tree was majestic up close, and the city itself was much larger than Tiamo or the Nest. The massive gates of the city of Neftera appeared and Lily was about to enter inside. Allen realized that a massacre of elves had taken place here, but for some reason there was not a single monster. Allen didn't understand that the archdemon didn't need protection. The 2 demons walked up the stairs and entered a huge hall which surprised Allen. There sat a huge demon on a high throne with twisted branches. This demon was called Rizel, and Neftera said that he had returned. Rizel was an archdemon because by his habits he seemed to be a higher demon. But this was not certain. Neftera said that he had important news. The fortress of La Polka had fallen. Yakov and Glaster had been killed. The garrison had been destroyed, and he himself had barely escaped with his life. But that was not the most important thing he wanted to tell. Suddenly, Rizel raised his finger up, which surprised Neftera. The Archdaemon shouted with a serious and menacing face for him to go away. Because Rizel did not see the world tree, Neftera regretted it. Allen was scared that he barked like that. that he was even scared. The RDM stood silently and then told his thoughts. He was interested in why they lost. He pointed at Lily and said that she was the reason. Neftera immediately looked at Lily, who did not understand what he was talking about, calling him mortal. The argument continued, thinking that the wolf's skull was tight, because he was neither a monster, nor a demon, nor a spirit. He was wondering who he was. Alan realized that she had been exposed too quickly. Neftera exclaimed, realizing who was under the mask. The girl took off the wolf mask, saying that not all demons are idiots. She was amazed. She introduced herself by giving her name as Lilith. She was the personal fairy of the one who was destined to become the ruler of the world. Roselle asked again about the whole world. Alan thought that Lily had forgotten his instructions. Razel put his hand to his forehead, sighing. He said that her master was simply mad, because another lord was on his head. The girl said that no archdemon was allowed to say such things about her master. After all, now she would destroy him in mortal combat, calling him mortal. The Arjunon became interested in whether this master of hers would come here to avenge her. He immediately attacked her. It seemed to him that it would be fun. He asked to report what was happening to Neftire. Toto hesitated a little. Lily swelled with rage. She called him an irreverent mortal. She approached Mr. Allen because she wanted to fight to the death again. He thought it was commendable that she was so protective of him, but their mission failed and he never learned anything. But whether he would come to take revenge or not, he did not know yet. But he himself, it seemed, was not going to move from the place. Sophie immediately ran to Alan, trying to find out how the world tree was, because they were very worried about it. Alan calmly replied that he wouldn't do anything to him because he was obsessed with him. Sophie raised an eyebrow in surprise, asking about the obsession with the world tree. He replied that it was possible. He thought so. The archdemon wasn't going to leave Fortenia. Jogo asked in surprise why he was glued to the chair or something. Cyrene spat on him. She told him to go because they didn't have much time. Alan thought that he was like a game boss who sits on his throne and waits for a team of players to come to him. It was convenient. They would come when they wanted, and he could not escape them. The guy decided what to do, but there were still these millions of reservists. He decided to check for now what the command skill meant. It should work well in conjunction with high-speed conscription. February 7th. Tiamo. 3 days have passed since they took La Polka. During this time, they finally dealt with the enemy remnants to the south of the fortress, and Alan would be grateful for their help in collecting magic stones. Lucidril immediately agreed to help. He was ready to do everything he said. The soldier picked up that the army of demons in Rosenheim still numbered about 1 million creatures, and that's not counting their reserves. The king said that they were speeding up the movement of their troops as soon as they could. At the same time, the queen had a shining squirrel lying asleep. Another battle was coming. They left a sufficient garrison in the nest. The king still hoped that he would help their group throw the reserve army of 1 million demons into the sea. Alan was surprised that the plans had changed slightly. After all, his companions and some of the summoned creatures will remain in the polka to prepare a warm welcome for the 4 million demons, and he will deal with the Marine Landing Force personally. Thanks to the strength of his commanders, the queen's mouth dropped open in surprise because he was going to fight 1 million demons alone. Drogo and Canaris stood there in bewilderment. Sophie thought that it was time for them to stop being surprised by anything. Lily, who suddenly appeared, said that Mr. Allen would not be alone, because they, the fairy sisters, would follow him. Alan supported her words, saying that they would meet them at sea, far from the nest, and would not allow them to reach the shore. The king approved of his actions, saying that if Mr. Allen was sure that it was possible, then he had no reason to doubt. That archdemon, great and terrible, would probably remain sitting in his chair. Alan wanted to ask something about him. After all, in elven names there is an abundance of the letter L, which he does not pronounce very well, and that is how it turned out. Rosen, Lozen, Sophia Luna, Formal, Lucidral, Gatruga, Gatluga, Gatluga. He asked not to pay attention to the fact that he himself was Alan, Aren, because it was in honor of a monster named Albacaran. The Ardaman's name was Rizel. He had long ears and wavy hair, so he asked if they knew the name. The soldier suggested that he was also a high elf. Another said that he hated his jokes. The king was thoughtful at that time. He was trying to remember what kind of Azazel this unusually calm demon was. In the end, he realized that he had never heard of such a thing. Alan wanted to give a hint and asked to look among the dark quelfs. The queen was indignant and did not understand how he knew about them. Drogo remembered that this was the same race that was expelled from Rosenheim. It turned out that the reason for the war was banal revenge. Cecile thought that perhaps he had found them in the person of loyal allies. Hermios thought about how the demon lord was involved here. Sophie and Formal stood a little frightened. The queen darkened, and answering their question, she had no idea who this Razel was. She decided to turn to Mr. Allen and his companions, but perhaps it would turn out that this was not their war, and it only concerned them, the elves, and she had no right to involve the human race in it. The king wanted to know that, however, if they still agreed to fight alongside them. Kinari immediately said that they agreed, and there was no need to ask them about it. Alan picked up that the battle here would decide the fate of the central continent, but whatever the reasons, they will stop anyone who tries to destroy her homeland, Sophie. Alan raised his hand and said that they will all face difficult trials, but if they overcome them, they will be able to see, finally, the light at the end of the tunnel, and they must eventually do everything for their hope of victory. Everyone else also raised their hands, joyfully approving his words. Alan thought about it and finally decided that there was no information about the archdemon, and the King of Spirits was still sleeping. He was thinking about the squirrel falling into a chrysalis state and then hatching into a beautiful butterfly. They decided to leave the next morning. Alan asked to keep an eye on his friends because they could be unrestrained. The king awkwardly agreed and added that he should be sure to let him know if he needed anything else. The queen smiled and said that Sophie had good friends. She, also smiling, agreed. February 8th, the next morning, the fortress of La Polka. Alan was strict and warned everyone not to dare to surrender the fortress in his absence. And they also had to take into account that this was a defensive battle, so they should not get too carried away. Everyone understood the order, and Alan turned to Drogo, who still did not understand whether it was wise to go alone. Alan replied that he was not going to discuss it with him. After all, they were talking about his extra skill. He did not understand how much longer he would hide his valuable trump card from them. This surprised Drogo. Alan smiled slyly and decided to use both soul and body. And judging by the name, this technique is one hit, one destruction. Put all your mana into it, then you can achieve a huge damage multiplier. Against the meat undead, this would be the strongest technique of the group, even stronger than the small meteor. He turned to Cecile with this conclusion. Drogo could not believe his ears. After all, he destroys thousands with one blow. What was against such an attack on one target? Alan continued, saying that he has no extra skills, so he is weak. All hope was only on them. Drogo thought it was a joke, because he fought the hero on equal terms, and his summoned creatures became stronger with the command skill. Alan asked his distrustful friend to look at his stats. Alan was level 65, attack 976 plus 4,600. Commander Dora Dora had attack 8,000 plus 1,000, and Commander Caroline had attack 8,000 plus 1,000. Drogo was level 60 and had an attack of 1,741 plus 6,600, but that was with the equipment bonus. Alan said he was dominating even with normal attacks. He imagined how Drogo would strike with his axe if he put all his mana into the blow. The guy was embarrassed by such praise. Cyrene ran up to Alan, saying that she would not be able to protect him now. Cecile also supported and asked not to be reckless. Hermios asked the Griffin to say goodbye to Alan. Sophie turned to Mr. Allen, thanking him on behalf of all the refugees in the nest and all the elven people. Alan agreed and thanked himself, and already turning to the Griffin, his faithful friend, to demonstrate his class. Alan used the skill command. Rank became General, Strength 7,000, Mana 6,000, Attack 7,000, Endurance 7,300, Agility 8,000 plus 1,000, Intelligence 8,000 plus 1,000, Luck 7,400. Specialization was Commander in Flight. Awakening Heavenly Acceleration. Alan thought that for the sake of speed, he could afford such pathos. But before fighting a million undead, he needed to talk to someone. was addressed as Mr. Deathstroke. He was summoned by the fairy of the central continent. Northern Fortress Jia. Empire Jiamut. Lily said that the request for communication had already been approved and he was already here. She was hanging in the air, but suddenly the door creaked. A knight in armor entered. He greeted her and apologized for being late. Lily looked angrily at the man who entered, not understanding what kind of mortal this was. And if she was not mistaken, they were asking for a 1-1, not one negotiation. The second knight with the bandage on his head thought that she was taking on too much, because it was the summoner's summoned creation. The first knight smiled and said that they should not quarrel. He thought that since Alan brought a girl with him, then how could he be worse? Especially since Sylvia was a member of his group, and he had absolutely no secrets from her. Alan said that Sylvia is the sword saint from the Jiamut Empire. He saw her before when she came to the academy with the hero in Doberg. The hero is as shameless as always, but that's good. It's easier to get him to talk. Lily thought that Mr. Allen was not against it, so he would not object either. The knight turned to Alan, realizing that he was really listening to them. He had no doubt about it. And he also remembered that Lily had already reported to them that he was there in Rosenheim, that he had destroyed 2 million demons there in 20 days. Sylvia turned around, not believing it because it was impossible to destroy 100,000 a day. They are fine fellows, of course, but it would be better if they were here on the central continent next to the Elder. The knight thought, realizing that the reserve army was heading to Rosenheim, and now they were facing countless hordes of 5 million demons. Although this might have been an inappropriate question, but he still didn't understand how he was going to stand firm. Lily didn't understand how he could doubt Mr. Allen's strength, calling him mortal again. The knight laughed, realizing that he really was a reliable young replacement. They had not had such high achievements here. They had reduced their army by 400,000, but they had many wounded, and he was afraid that this battle would drag on. He remembered that a few days ago, his physical and magical strength had suddenly fully recovered. He also thought that Alan might know something about it. Lily said that it was because she used an elven elixir similar to this one. It can completely heal 5,000 soldiers in a normal formation. There were 100 of them in this bag she was holding in her hands, so she asked to use them. Sylvia didn't understand how this was possible, but the knight began to understand everything. Before this, they were helped by elven healers, but now they left. But in return, they sent an elven remedy, which is actually Alan's ability. This meant that they restored Rosenheim's army with this. Lily called him mortal again and did not understand how he dared after all. This is the secret medicine of Rosenheim. They should be grateful to the Queen of the Elves. The knight waved his hands in denial, thinking that he had used it in the tournament too. He understood what all the confusion was about, and he also understood that he had already been made a duke in the war. He imagined what Alan would rise to. Lily told him to remember that he was only a mortal, a hero, and they are summoned creatures. They will disappear from Jiamut to fight in Rosenheim. But one of them will deliver 1,000 of them tonight. They had to use them to destroy the demon army without retreating a single step. Sylvia thought about 1,000 pieces, and Lily continued that the queen would send another 1,000 in 10 days, if Rosenheim still existed by then, of course. So they had to fall on their knees and kiss her feet, calling them mortals again, and their emperor should kiss them too. The knight laughed and understood everything. It seemed that the empire was now in an unpayable debt to Rosenheim. He turned to Sylvie, asking her to convey the wishes of their allies to the generals. She accepted the order and began to carry it out. Lily finally waited until they were alone with the mortal. The knight was surprised, thinking that she wanted something else, calling her Little Lily. But the fairy wanted to know if an archdemon had appeared in their theater of military operations. But the knight did not have such information. He realized that they had met one of them in Rosenheim. Lily wondered if he might appear on the battlefield, and also about his weaknesses. Alan turned to her, asking her not to press him, because he told her to lead the conversation in such a way that he himself would speak out, but the knight did not calm down because he wanted to know if they were going to fight him, thinking that they were so eager to disappear. Lily looked at him attentively. The knight fought Alan in the arena, and he could tell that the archdemon was stronger than him. The archdemon was stronger than even himself. Alan was shocked. Lily realized that it turned out that the great mortal had never defeated the archdemons. The knight waved his hands in denial, saying that he had defeated two. The call of the god-slaying skill was heard. The great Elmia had given him additional skills for hunting demons. He won, but lost many friends. The knight asked to tell Alan not to bother him unless he wanted the same for himself. Lily agreed, calling him mortal again. She wondered if the archdemon could be an elf. The knight shuddered, saying that the two he had seen had no such features, and let Alan leave the archdemon to him. When things calmed down a bit here, he would keep him company. It became clear what else he wanted to know. 3 hours later, the Sea of Rosenheim. Griffins and dragons soared in the sky. Alan turned to Lily and Dora. Dora, he was glad that they were with him today, his guys. Lily made a couple of clones of herself, and they stood in front of a crowd of demons. Sharks and turtles swam in the sea. Alan thought that 1,000,000 demons were coming out of the sea. On the back of each of them were dozens of hungry B-rank demonic fiends. He could only summon 26 creatures, but they would still destroy them all without missing a single one. One creature, in the pioneer village of Roden. 3 creatures, as liaisons in Rosenheim. Lily turned to Mr. Allen again, saying that these mortals were in the kill zone. Allen gave Lily's will to command. Her strength was 2,600, mana 3,000, attack 2,600, endurance 3,000 plus 1,000, agility 2,600, intelligence 3,000 plus 1,000, luck 1,800, special skill gravity, awakening black hole. She made herself a double. Rank was general, exclusive rank for B-class summoned creatures. All the creature's stats, plus 5,000. Activation radius 50 meters to the summoned creature. Alan told Lily to show everyone what it meant to command. She agreed, calling him a mortal master. The girl turned to her soldiers. Soldier rank, strength 30,900, mana 4,500. Attack 3,900, endurance 4,500 plus 1,000. General Commander special ability. This ability can turn any number of summoned creatures of the same type into soldiers. Number of summoned creatures of the same type into soldiers. Alan smiled a crazy smile and thought that this was his new skill, with which he was not afraid of even 1,000,000 creatures. The ability to turn him into 1,000,000 lifeless bodies. He shouted that Lilichka's target was the carrier monster. She had to cut off its head. She told him to think that the carrier monster had already disappeared, again calling him mortal. A whirlwind appeared above the monster's head. Lily summoned a black hole that sucked the monster straight in. Suddenly there was a flash, and the book again showed the inscription that one turtle crusher had been destroyed. For this, he received 480,000 experience points. A deep hole appeared in the ground, near which there were several monsters. Alan thought about how in team mode, Lily destroyed an A-rank monster with one hit. He shouted straight from the griffin for them to destroy them all. There were 1,000,000 opponents, so they had to act efficiently. With the new skill, even 1,000,000 was not 1,000,000. All the soldiers immediately began to carry out the order. Many black holes appeared, which immediately sucked in monsters and demons. Alan shouted at Lily not to get carried away and decided to change the command, because they should not let any evil spirits leak into the nest. The girl immediately agreed to change command. The demons recognized Alan by his black hair and began to direct fireballs at him. The guy rejoiced in his thoughts that the demons finally acknowledged his existence. He called upon Dora, who unleashed his wings, finally arriving. He used the Hellfire of Wrath again, directing it at the mass of demons. Alan felt sorry that summoned creatures couldn't be made to prepare elixirs, but otherwise it would be very easy to win battles. Lily reminded him that he was mortal and therefore should remember about death. After all the enemy aircraft were flying straight at him. Alan was interested in what was going on with the new Super Lily, whether she was ready to suck everyone into her black holes. But she answered that he should consider that the galaxy was already dead. A huge black hole began to appear. At some point, it even began to resemble an atom, thereby showing that it would erase everything down to the smallest particles. At the same second, the hole flared up. Alan thought that this was good, that she went into the aviation business. Flying monsters are very vulnerable to the black hole. Awakened Skill Black Hole creates a coal black ball that absorbs and crushes enemies within a radius of several tens of meters. It was due to the high gravity. The skill cooldown was 1 day. Alan thought that the demons had stopped their landing on Omaha Beach and probably decided to destroy it and then move on, but it only played into his hands. He had 300,000 magic stones left, and he had to wait until they came out on the sand. Otherwise, all his potential stones were drowned in the sea. Night fell. Owls flew by, making night sounds. Alan found this funny, because any self-respecting army of demons must sleep at night, and only his summoned creatures are allowed to stay awake and commit vile sabotage. Various creatures growled at the flying griffin, or more precisely at Alan, who continued to sit on it. It was a surprise to him that the archdemon decided to change strategy for his sake. Lily told him to retreat and regroup, and she would buy him some time. Alan at this time said that they would all fight together. On the contrary, this satisfied him, because he himself wanted it. After all, what was the point of now blaming the game he had donated to since birth? February 9th, La Polka Fortress. Lily informed everyone that Mr. Allen, although mortal, was fighting there to the death. Lucy Trawl was surprised that Mr. Allen turned out to be mortal, but Cecile reasoned that if it was Allen, then he would not disappear in a few days, even in a 1-in-a-million fight. Drogo thought that he could take more summons from here. Hermios agreed. After all, he only had 30 of the 70 here, not counting this messenger. Lily said that all summoned creatures are needed, and especially they, fairies. After all, a 4 million-strong army will arrive here tomorrow. They have already divided into 3 marching columns, and it is possible that the enemy has launched an operation codenamed Death, with encirclement and subsequent strangulation. Lucidril was outraged and confused. He did not understand how they were going to climb such a steep slope. After all, these rocks protected the elves for centuries. No army was able to get there. Lily said that this army consisted of centipedes, spiders, and other vermin, and it seemed that the archdemon had learned from the defeat at Tiamo, and this time it decided not to attack head-on, and they also learned to attack at night. Lucidral hoped that no million would get lost in the dark, otherwise they would have to search for them all over the area. He said this, of course, with sarcasm. And finally, the time had come to divide their army and assign each one his own section. Hermios chuckled, and Lily immediately gathered to stop them, because Mr. Allen had already appointed everything without them. Lucidro was delighted and was still awkward from the fact that the great Allen already had a strategy. Hermios didn't understand how this guy managed to do everything, because he himself was fighting there. Lily laughed and said that Mr. Allen was not only great, but also powerful, even though he was mortal. Lily's answer shocked the guy. But in any case, Mr. Allen said that they would have to hold out for 5 days without him, as well as 5 nights. They also had to take into account that replenishment of the summoned creatures was impossible. Therefore, they had to guard them as the apple of their eye. Here is the reconnaissance of the enemy troops that the great Mr. Allen expects. 2 million were to stand on the north side, 1 million on the south, and 500,000 each on the east and west. Cecile realized that the demons would wall them up from all sides. Lily asked them not to panic because only destruction awaited them in their fortress. On the northern front, there were 90,000 elves, Gatruga, and hardcore gamers. Lucidril didn't understand where he would be, and Hermios agreed that the summoned creatures wouldn't bother them. Lily said to wait for the Griffon tomorrow, because he would ship them peaches and some other herbs in barrels. Everyone was confused, and Lily explained to them that they should use them to hold out in a defensive battle until the great mortal lord returns. She also wished everyone good luck. In the morning, Cecile said that the great lord's predictions had been confirmed. Drogo realized that they were surrounded by an army of 4 million, although he thought it would be better to write it down without a number. It was February 10th. Eastern Front, 60,000 elves and 10 dragons against 500,000 demons. Enhancement: attack plus 100, agility plus 100, strong fire resistance. Alan called on Big Dora to blow away all those flying midges. She replied that it was high time. At one point, many flying demons and monsters flew in, and Dora immediately used the skill Hellfire of Wrath, thereby covering all the monsters with fire. She left behind only a column of smoke. She addressed the monsters, thus letting them understand what a battery of fire is. One of the soldiers was shocked because it seemed to him when she spoke like that the insect was him and not the demons. The leader of the soldiers told them to stop admiring, because the great Allen was not here, and they could only use the general skill once. They drew their bows and shouted out that this was Rosen and the Queen. Dora. Dora said that they should use their skills generously and not spare their arrows. If they gave up the wall, then everything was lost and they would have to drain the water. Alan watched the fight, and he liked that the generals were increasingly adopting his character. He realized that there was no need to worry about the Eastern Front. On the Western Front, there were 60,000 elves and 10 ants against 500,000 demons. Alan told the general to poison them, calling him Aripanjuk. The smeared evil spirits sharply lose stamina. All the ants began to use formic acid. She splashed right on the monsters, thereby weakening their attack. With their teeth, they simultaneously fought cockroaches and other crawling monsters. The soldiers shouted that they should not miss the time for the buff, and that they needed to cover the ants. The turtle realized that it was time. Alan said happily that they had a lot of buffs here, so if they were careful, they wouldn't lose any of the little aeropons. After making sure that everything was unchanged in the west, he kept an eye on the south. The southern front consisted of 90,000 elves and 10 mirrors against 1 million demons. Alan said seriously that a B-rank monster had an attack power of about 1,000, which meant that even without buffs, Mira's stamina was 6 times higher. General rank, strength plus 100 and endurance plus 100. Special skill was commander and reflection. Soldier rank, strength plus 100 and endurance plus 100. Special skill was reflection. Alan said that reflection is needed right now. At the same second, Stone Bee used full reflection, thereby destroying most of the demons and monsters. They could use this skill up to 10 times a day, according to the number of mirrors. Alan wondered if this would be enough for the southern front, but immediately wanted to switch to the northern one to check the situation there. On the northern front, there were 90,000 elves, Gatruga and hardcore gamers against 2 million demons. According to information from the great Alan, the demons will go into battle sleep-deprived and half-blind. Cyrene turned to the one on the wall, saying that it was their turn to break spines and crush skulls, mixing up parts of the words. Cecile gave the password, which was hardcore. The response was truly hardcore, and they could do with a little rest. One of the soldiers gave up his post and another took it. Alan was pleased that he had divided their army like a field into 3 fields. Some were spring crops because they fight fiercely, others were winter crops because they mostly freeze on the sidelines, and others were resting, or more accurately, sleeping. The shift lasted 8 hours for each. Cyrene and Cecile were riding on griffins. Drogo and Hermione were freezing from a cold, while saying that they were soul and body, body and soul. Ultimately, neither body nor soul, and Gatruga and Formal were sleeping in the shelter. Alan praised himself for having a good strategy for a defensive battle with lots of elixirs, a strong fortress, summoned creatures, and generals. Someday, he would be there too, if he survived, of course. Lily asked the elf if he was sleeping because the great Alan was still awake. Awakened Skillgrass emits a scent that restores all mana in 3 hours. Physical strength by 50%, and also has a sleeping effect. Plant F with mana plus 5 and luck plus 5. Alan was in the mood to move mountains now. Cyrene, flying on the griffin, was worried about the condition of Mr. Allen. She thought about whether he was okay. Cecile replied that, judging by the fact that the Griffons had still taken him, everything was fine. The more he fought, the more he wanted more. Today he destroyed 150,000, and tomorrow he will destroy 200,000. But whether the strategy was made or not, he was very worried about it. February 15th. For 5 days and 5 nights the battle thundered with the countless 4 million hordes of demons at the impregnable mountain stronghold of Lapalki. And she demanded a terrible tribute from the brave defenders, in the form of peaches from the garden of Alan's kind grandmother. The dragons of the Eastern Front fought like lions, and blew out all their opponents, or at least half of them. The Airpons not only did not lose a single one, but even increased to 5,000. But on the northern front, the elves did not hold out so steadfastly, and in places they wavered. The exhausted defense forces gradually became exhausted. This war did not go without losses. Hermios used divine intervention. The captain was lying unconscious, or maybe his body was lifeless. The soldiers ran to their captain to check on his condition, and the guy walked away from him upset, saying, "It didn't work." Drogo told him not to worry so much, because it was just a Korean accident. Hermios said they already had 10,000 dead. He didn't understand how long it would last. Alan, flying up on a griffon, shouted at them to raise their morale because a blocking detachment had arrived. The boys immediately raised their heads and said in surprise that he had a very silent griffon. Alan just smiled tensely. The soldier noticed that the Great Master Alan had arrived. The guy standing next to him did not believe that he had defeated them all. The soldier at the same time believed in miracles, and one of them was fighting on their side. Cyrene ran into Alan's arms because she was glad that he had promised and was able to return. Cecile did not understand how he had managed to destroy a million-strong army. Drogo thought that they probably would not be told. Sophie immediately told Kirena that Mr. Allen needed to rest after his military labors. But the guy said that everything was fine. He slept a little on the griffin while he was flying. Allen immediately thought about the fact that there were still 2.5 million demons in the enemy army, and that a long battle awaited him again. But with such reinforcements, they would quickly put them on their shoulder blades. Name Caroline. Rank General. Strength 8,000 plus 1,000. Mana 6,000. Attack 8,000 plus 100. Endurance 7,700. Agility 7,800. Intelligence 7,000. Luck 6,400. His special skill was Commander and 3 bytes. Awakening was 9 bytes. Drogo, Cyrene, and Cecile immediately smiled, supporting Alan. And now, following the quote of one person, Alan said, "Let's go." The 22nd of February arrived. 8 days passed, and the countless hordes dissolved. All as one, vanished. The stern elf extended his hand to Alan as a sign of reconciliation, and everyone on the court was very happy with their victory. The bloody massacre lasted for 13 days and 13 nights. 2 soldiers, packing the bodies of the perished soldiers into bundles, did not believe that they had won. Or maybe they were trying to tell these soldiers that their departure was not in vain. Hardcore players paid tribute to all the fallen soldiers and began cleaning the area from the vanished demons. February the 24th. 2 more days passed, and they were already in Taimo. The queen thanked them for their feat, and she wanted to say without exaggeration that at some point everything was at stake. Alan was shocked that the squirrel was still sleeping. He even called her a sleeping beauty. He understood that he didn't care about their achievements, but sleeping for half a month in a row, for him, it was not normal. The queen continued, for they had received wonderful news from the Bocas Empire. It seemed to her that they had easily defeated the demon army with the overwhelming power of their golems. Everyone thought it was wonderful and wanted to see Merlinka's favorite naked man as soon as possible. Alan assumed that Rosenheim only had to take the capital from the archdemon. The king said that even after the defeat at La Polka, he had not run away anywhere. He considered him a very treacherous enemy. Alan asked them not to panic, because thanks to the miracles of royal diplomacy, the negotiation process has moved forward quite well. The queen would never have thought that the invention with the elven elixir would yield such unexpected results. She hoped that she had not offended Emperor Giamid in any way. Cecile did not understand what kind of process this was and asked not to speak in riddles. Alan explained that he and the queen had simply persistently asked the emperor to help them with the archdemon. The royal nobility smiled awkwardly. Suddenly, something creaked behind Alan. It was the knight who said that it was wrong to treat elders like that, while calling him a rude man. Drogo, Formal, Hermios, Cyrene, Cecile, and Sophie were surprised by the appearance of the hero from the picture. Cecile began to shake Alan, trying to find out what he did to him and why he was so dented. Alan smiled awkwardly and said that it was just the difficulties of Griffon intercontinental transportation, and by and large, he had bought it from the emperor. Everyone asked again about the purchase of the Griffon. The knight said that the rental period was 10 days, and that the heroes were currently rented for 1,000 peaches apiece. Alan asked him not to whine because the knight himself wanted to help him for free, and now he was dissatisfied with something. Drogo, Cecile, Cyrene, Formal, Sophie, and Hermios did not understand what was happening. Hermios decided to clarify that nothing would happen if the hero was not on the central continent. The knight replied that he shouldn't worry so much, calling him a monk. The elven elixir turned the tide of the battle, and they no longer had the archdemon. After all, he'd already defeated all the demon commanders, and right now they are chasing a fleeing enemy, so without her, they won't lose. All the hardcore gamers were confused, thinking that this was not bad at all. Alan said that for the sake of victory, all means are good, and if for her sake it is necessary to commit meanness, then yes, he is ready to commit meanness. Cecile was perplexed by the facts that he had just called it meanness. Alan continued, saying that he now needed to develop a strategic plan for the company. He turned to Her Majesty, and he also asked to vacate the throne room. The Queen was embarrassed, but agreed. She decided to give orders and at the same time agree on dinner, and she turned to Geralt. The king smiled and said that the great Alan never ceases to amaze, that even the hero himself is at his beck and call. Formal thought that they all had a tough battle ahead of them. But he realized that these two were capable of winning the whole world for them. Drogo, Cyrene, Cecile, Hermione, and Sophie blushed, but smiled when they saw the food. The servant brought a cart with food. The knight licked his lips and said that, shoe or not, it still did not look like a royal banquet. Table and everyone ate with enthusiasm, some even slurping with pleasure. Without eating, Alan told Hermios that he hadn't been here since he got the restoration ring. He laughed, telling Alan not to be like Cyrene and talk with his mouth full. But he still confirmed, saying that people are simply not allowed here. Hermios also noted that the boys became good friends with the elves. Sophie confirmed, saying that Mr. Allen was the savior of her homeland. And the hero only said that the prophecy of the King of Spirits turned out to be true, and he was worried when he learned that they were sent to Rosenheim, and now he was incredibly glad that no one from their group disappeared. In the end, they all have one sword saint. Alan said that since he is so talkative, let him tell about the composition of his group. Hermios said that he only has 10 people, but the backbone is the saint, the great magician and the sword saint. Cyrene was amazed by the strength. Alan thought about the 3 of the 3 stars and thought that they probably managed to pick out their own equipment. Sophie thought it was amazing that so many people had gathered, and at the same time they were not in conflict with each other. Hermios said that these were just elven prejudices. Not all people loved to fight so much. In fact, they were united by strong discipline and his unquestionable authority. Cecile said that she still wanted to make sure that they left their friends and flew to them. The hero said that the Emperor would not allow his entire group to come here. Only him, because he is the only hope in the world for humanity. Now he wanted Alan to show what his creatures were capable of. He agreed, because from now on, he was a friend who had his back. He decided to select only the most necessary elements. He asked everyone to go into the garden. Hermios was surprised by the giants he had summoned, and that he could field up to 70 of them. He understood everything. That he had been stingy with his abilities in a duel with him. Alan said it was a simple precaution, because he didn't want the information to leak to the Demon Lord. And since the enemies did not even suspect the summoner, this made his job easier. Hermios became sad and agreed. They decided to start the strategy. The hero saw that now he had something to worry about, but one thing was unclear. Why did everyone gather if they were going to fight Alan? Everyone was surprised by his words. Drogo asked to repeat what he said, and the second did not understand why only with Alan. Hermios said that they were only a burden and would get in the way. The hero looked at Alan and said that he could summon creatures that were stronger than them, could heal them, and that if anything happened, it was not so pitiful. He and Alan, and his creatures, in his opinion, could not have come up with a better group. He saw, scanning them, that they had all passed the divine tests and their equipment was also not bad. Their success in Rosenheim could be called a great achievement. But he recalled that it was precisely Alan who was at fault. Their holy sword is unstable in terms of extras, and there was nothing to say about the rest. Hermios said that it was for their own good, and that they should leave this matter to the professionals. Cyrene did not understand what he was talking about. Alan said that Hermios lost many comrades in this war. This is the unflattering truth about the hero in the picture and the hope of all mankind. Even in a group with a hero, if you lose, you disappear. Everyone was shocked that the hero could lose. They immediately began asking again whether this was really so. However, Alan decided to give them a choice, but they had to take into account that even his summoning skills were not all powerful. For reference, but the chance of defeating the archdemons, even if they united with the hero, was about 50%, but there was a chance of victory, even if it was only half a chance. And this prediction is also based on the fact that Roselle is an ordinary archdemon, which Hermios encountered, and if this is some much higher, unknown creature, then they definitely will not win. Cyrene realized that if they lost, they would disappear, and she realized that everyone would disappear, even him. Alan took her by the shoulder and said that she was mistaken, because to run before disappearing was their motto. One should not be shy to show the enemy one's ass, and let him kiss it if he can reach it, of course. Everyone didn't understand anything. He felt sorry for Sophie and the others, but then the liberation of the capital would have to wait a few years. Hermias said it was a wise decision and didn't understand the several years thing. Alan explained that if it didn't work out the first time, they would pump up and try again. They have time because they have already completed the quest to save Rosenheim. Everyone was shocked by Alan's words. Hermios laughed at his way of thinking, because he said the same thing at the tournament. But he is still a child. How can he be so cunning? He asked the guys about their decision. Everyone said they would fight. Hermios only realized that they were capricious children. Even he wasn't going to disappear into a foreign land, far from his friends, but he hoped that their extra skills would save them. Everyone agreed. Alan wanted to say something, but Formal interrupted, saying that we trust him with our strength. He asked to use his skills in his strategy. At the same time, the guy handed Alan his weapon. Sophie repeated Formal's name. Alan liked his fighting spirit and realized that only Drogo was without an extra. He didn't understand why he didn't say it louder, so that all the elves could hear. Hermios looked at Drogo, remembering that Cyrene had been in the vanguard and they had survived. He didn't know how much of that was due to Alan. That's why I wanted to check and ask them to knock out all their illusions about fighting the archdemon. But they were always ready for the duel. Cecile wondered if they would be able to fight him before they reached the archdemon. Alan said that he didn't want them to disappear either. At the same time, the guy thought that the rental period was 10 days, but extra training would not be unnecessary, and he would develop a new strategy. 3 days later, February 26th, Drogo and Cyrene were having no luck, and Hermios suggested that they stay home. Drogo told Alan that he would go anyway. Everyone except Cyrene had less stamina than him. If their attacks didn't work, they would be behind him like a wall. Cecile said that magic melts walls too, but Alan agreed to take him with him. Hermios understood everything. He was afraid to seem rude. These words made Drog blush. But in the Empire, there's a well-known tale that swordsmen and axemen learn skills the faster the dumber they are. The fair-haired boy said that Drogo always seemed to him the most sensible of their team, but this did not console the boy. Hermios waited for action from Alan, whether they should continue training or not. He said that the analysis of forces was finished and strategies were defined. Everyone was waiting for the results. Alan and Hermios looked serious because tomorrow they would fly to Fortini on the first morning griffin, to the country where the archdemon was waiting for them.